The first scene shows an abandoned factory where a young dude is hanging, held up by a bunch of shady people. Below him, there's an iron cage packed with flesh-eating zombie creatures. Among the hostile crowd, a woman mocks him. Xiao Yong, all your homies are dead already. What's the point of you still being alive? Her words make Xuahing scowl with rage and fill up with self-hate. He yells, "You damn bastards. It's all my fault. I led them to death." The evil woman hugs her chubby boyfriend with a wicked grin and says sarcastically, "Babe, look at him, getting mad at me again. Let's torture him slow till he dies. At least that'll calm the anger I'm holding inside. Thanks to your crew's supplies, we're living the good life these days." The chubby dude holds a remote control. He presses a button and the rope holding Jianong snaps instantly, dropping him into the cage full of zombies. The creatures, seeing fresh meat, jump on him and tear him apart in agony. Xiao Yongo grits his teeth, filled with hate, and vows revenge. Xuahing Lucian. If I get a chance to come back, I'll make them pay for this. Suddenly, Sojong wakes up startled, sweat dripping down his face. At the same time, a girl's voice rings out. "Jansia Ojong, what's wrong with you? Why isn't my name on the deed yet? Do you really love me?" Sojong ignored what she said and looked around, still confused. He couldn't believe he had actually come back to life. Where was he? Had he gone back to the past before the disaster in his previous life? He was tricked by Xuahing so bad he lost all the inheritance his parents left him and ended up homeless and broke on the streets. Just thinking about it left a bitter taste in Soyoung's mouth. Then a global disaster hit, turning most humans into zombies, throwing the world into chaos. Thanks to his loyal friends, the ones he met while wandering, Xiao Yong managed to build a safe zone to survive. But unbelievably, that traitor Xuahing showed up again, pretending to be a poor soul looking for shelter, until she earned everyone's trust. In reality, she was just bait set by his enemies to destroy his safe haven. Back to the present, So Yong looked at Xuahing with disgust as she kept talking. "The dowry money is 40,000 yuan, not a penny less. Got it?" Xuahing's arrogant tone pissed him off. But Song told himself to stay calm. Xuahing went on, "You got 1 week. If you don't deliver, then I'm pissed." Sojong pushed her out of the house. "Fine, I got it. Go ahead." He slammed the door on her shocked face. "What's going on? Since when did Hiano Xiao Yong get so firm? He wasn't always a pushover who obeyed without question." Xuahing thought inside the house. Xiang clenched his hand on the doorknob, full of determination. He checked the clock. July 17th, 2034. He still had 1 month before. The apocalypse hit and needed to start prepping right away. Just then, an unexpected sound echoed. Turns out, by fate's design, Xiao Zhang had received a system. The system suddenly activated and gave him a mission. The apocalypse system has been activated. Please complete the preparation mission to face the disaster. Requirement: own a plot of land and store enough supplies for 1 year. Reward: 10 points. Reward points can be exchanged for items in the system's shopping center. He and Xiao Yong was hyped. He couldn't believe he now had a system like this, plus a reward points exchange mechanic. He wondered what he could do with those points and started digging deeper. He found out points could be traded for useful stuff like physical boosters, supply boxes, and that new items would pop up every time the system refreshed. So absorbed in exploring, he only noticed his stomach growling from hunger and realized he needed to eat. In his past life, at this same time, he blindly chased after Xuahing, grinding hard to get the dowry money for her. Eating so little he ended up severely malnourished. Remembering that, Xiao Yong grabbed his phone and ordered a feast right away. Only 1 month was left before the apocalypse, so I had to make the most of it and eat well before it was too late. Outside, it was already dark, and Xiao Yong was checking out the night view from his apartment. Soon enough, the pricey food he ordered arrived. In front of him was a 3 Michelin star glazed pork dish, 3 million yuan a serving. He took a bite, and the delicious flavor hit him so hard he exclaimed, "This is so damn good it makes me want to rip my shirt off. Worth every yuan." He ate like a starving rookie, savoring every bite. Right then, his phone rang. Looking at the screen, XY saw it was a call from Wen Sunja, Xuahing's bestie. Surely, that fake-ass bitch was cooking up another one of her dramatic scenes. As soon as he answered, Wen Sunya started yapping nonstop. "Hiyo, what's wrong with you treating Xuahing like that? She just wants you to show some realness. You can't even transfer the house deed to her. And you still got the nerve to say you love her. Xuahing just wants to test you a little, and you can't even handle that. Listen, if you're gonna see her right now, bring the house papers and 1 million in cash, then get down on your knees and apologize. I can convince her to forgive you. If not, just call it quits." Xiao Zhang heard all that and pissed off, fired back straight up. "Who the hell do you and Xuahing think you are? Trying to test me? Stop fantasizing and get the hell out of my life." Then he hung up, feeling insanely free, So Yong smiled to himself. Then he started thinking about the system's mission. Find a piece of land, ideally near a water source and a forest, to build a secure fortress. Determined, Zhou Zhang headed to the real estate office. When he walked in, an employee came up and said, "Good afternoon, sir. Are you looking to rent or buy a property?" Soy was about to answer when a middle-aged man, Director Chu, the company's sales manager, came over and ordered the employee, Xuahing, go to the back and help carry those stacks of paper rolls. We got a lot today. The employee protested. But I'm helping a client. Director Chu looked Soy up and down, noticing his simple clothes with a look of disgust. He interrupted. Don't waste time on clients like this. Bet he can't even afford a bathroom here. Hearing that, Zonong shot back immediately. What's that supposed to mean? You're like a blind dog that can't recognize people. Watch yourself. You might regret it later. Director Chu turned red with anger and shouted, Did you just call me a blind dog that can't recognize people? Look, if you got the cash to buy even a bathroom here, I'll do a live stream eating a bar of soap without making a face. All right, remember what you just said. You'll see, I'm gonna get something real hot to shove in your mouth. Xuahing Yong replied with a confident look. Their word fight caught the crowd's attention, and curious onlookers gathered to see what was going down. Calmly, Xiao Yong pulled out a black card and held it up for everyone with a confident vibe. Miss, today I'm not here to rent or buy a house, but to buy land. The shiny black card stunned both the employee and the director, while the crowd murmured excitedly, buy land. Do you know how much land costs? Damn, this dude's a straight-up tycoon. Though surprised, Director Chu still looked doubtful and said sarcastically, So what if you got a black card to pay? I don't think you'd dare drop the full payment without hesitation. The employee went back to work. Here are some plots our company owns. Feel free to check them out and pick one. Xiao Zhang shook his head and replied right away, No need to look that much. I'll tell you my specific needs, and you see if there's a lot that fits. Please, tell me, the employee responded. I need a spot surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a good running water source and easy access. If there's a factory or a big house on the land, even better. The employee thought for a moment. Let me see, if I'm not mistaken. I think there's a plot in Dongcheng district that meets your requirements. Director Cho heard this and his face changed color. He quickly interrupted. What, Dongcheng? You mean the industrial area in Cha's capital? That place is useless. Too many factories under construction, can't sell to clients. He continued mockingly. This poor rolls up with some wild-ass demands like that. It's clear he ain't planning to buy. He just came to stir up trouble. Ignoring the trash talk, Xiao Zhang turned to the clerk and asked, That lot over in Dongcheng district, does it really meet all my specs? The clerk replied, Yeah, it does. Even though the lot's got a half-built factory and is in rough shape, the site boss already bailed on the project. Xiao Yong grabbed the papers the clerk handed him and checked them out carefully. The location's perfect. It ticks all my boxes. The barbed wire fence is solid, perfect for defense and damn near impossible to break into from outside. Plus, having the factory structure half done is a huge plus. It's gonna save a ton on building costs and time. Decided, he said, I want this lot. Now all that's left is to pay up and sign the contract, right? The clerk lowered her head, apologizing for assuming he wouldn't buy. But she was shocked to see he was actually closing the deal. You really want to buy the lot with the half-built factory, sir? Yeah, for sure. Sign the contract so you can make the payment right away. Someone's waiting to keep a promise. Director Chu came up looking pissed. But when he got the 300,000 yuan payment receipt, he looked like he couldn't believe it. No way. You really paid 300,000 yuan for this lot? I can't believe it. Xiao Zhang smiled with satisfaction, slapped the director on the shoulder, and with a smirk said, I already paid up. Now it's your turn. Time to go live like you promised. Just make sure you enjoy it, and don't worry, I'll send you a nice little rocket gift. Xiao Zhang bounced, leaving the director shaking as he faced the crowd's expectant stares. Someone in the crowd joked, Hey, fatty, I got your live stream ready. Come on, want to try a lobster like the one I had yesterday? Walking out of the real estate office, Xiao Zhang thought about stocking up supplies for the future. He'd used the dowry money to buy the lot, so now he had to find a way to make more cash, fast to stash provisions, and be ready for the apocalypse. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. It was his enemy from his past life. Seeing him, Fat Xuahing was shocked too, and turned his head to check him out, mumbling, Oh, Jianong, what's he doing here? Not too bothered by the run-in, Fat Xuahing was still stunned by the scene in front of him. A crowd had gathered around the unlucky director, who was being forced to eat soap. A hyped-up young dude kept shoving spoonfuls in his mouth, making him scream for help. Save me, I don't want to eat soap. The scene switches to Xuahing, who was chilling, painting her nails. Her phone rang and she answered softly. Hello, Lisuxian, how come you're thinking of me today? On the other end,Lisuxian told her what he'd just seen. Xuahing, today Xiao Yong went to the real estate company and bought a lot. Xuahing was shocked and jumped up. What? He bought a lot? Where'd he get the cash for that?Lisuxian laughed mockingly. The deposit was 300,000 yuan. Bet he used the money he was saving for the dowry he was going to give you. Hearing that, Xuahing got pissed. That bastard dared to blow my money.Lisuxian tried to calm her down. Chill. Better go talk to him first and ask what's really going on. Xuahing grumbled. Ask? Today, I'm gonna make sure he goes viral on the internet. Just then, Xiao had just gotten home and sat on the couch thinking about how to make more money to buy supplies. Lost in thought, someone started banging on the door hard, startling him. Opening it, he saw Xuahing standing there, face full of rage. She yelled, "Hey, Xiao Yong, what's wrong with you? How dare you spend my money?" Xiao Yong raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" Xuahing kept on her rant. "Don't think I don't know you used my dowry money to buy that lot, and I'm warning you. That money's mine, and that lot you bought is mine too." Xiao Yong let out a mocking laugh, looking at her with contempt. He pulled out a wad of cash and patted her shoulder, saying, "Listen up, I got money, but I ain't giving you a single yuan." Then he added coldly, "Don't think I don't know what you and Lizishin have been scheming behind my back." Hearing that, Xuahing froze solid. His face went pale. How the hell does that envelope know about me andLisuxian? Seeing Xuahing all confused, her friend Tao Mei stepped in. "Hey, chill out. This has got to be just another typical couple misunderstanding." Xiao Zhang snorted and shot back. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Like that's even real. There's no romance between me and her. It's her andLisuxian who are together. Get lost and leave me alone. Just your presence annoys me." With that, Xiao Yang slammed the door shut, leaving the two in the hallway. Xuahing stood there, visibly worried. No way. How could he know? Every time I went to the motel, I made sure to keep it low-key. Both of them rode down the elevator in silence and left the building. Tao Mei glanced at Xuahing and whispered, "Xuahing, something this serious and you didn't even tell me before. How close are you toLisuxian?" Xuahing replied annoyed. "Well, we've only been to the motel a couple of times." Tao Mei let out a sarcastic laugh. "Sounds like you're just some random chick. Whatever. Let's head back home and figure out what to do. This thing's totally out of control." Both girls left quietly. The next day, Zhou showed up at the land he just bought. Accompanied by a construction crew, he explained, "This is a factory and I want to remodel it. Can you estimate how long the requirements will take? They include building a wall, watchtowers, a barbed wire fence, a fireproof steel gate, and bulletproof glass." The foreman Lee from Pachilu Company reviewed the specs and then seriously commented, "Bro, you sure you're not messing with some powerful gang?" Xiao Zhang smiled coldly and replied, "It's better not to know too much. Just give me the budget to get it done in a month." Foreman Lee frowned. "Bro, that's pretty tough to pull off in a month." Xiao Zhang cut him off. "Pachilu Company is famous for making it happen. Your boss is human too. We all gotta keep living, right?" Foreman Lee swallowed hard, catching the hint. "All right, but the cost will be high if it has to be done in a month. The minimum price is 20 million yuan, and a 5 million down payment is needed." Xiao Yong nodded. "Fine. I'll transfer the down payment this week. Let the workers start now. If I don't pay in full, consider this land yours." As the crew started construction, Sunja suddenly appeared, pretending to be familiar and ran up to Xian, grabbing his arm with a flattering tone. "Brother Hien, what are you doing around here?" Hyong couldn't stand fake people like Wenjia. In his past life, Xuahing had taken almost all his assets, mostly thanks to the influence of this green-eyed bitch. This time he thought it was time to pay her back big time. Xiao Yong asked coldly, "What do you want?" Sun lifted her head and gave a fake smile. "Brother Hien, this is the land you just bought, right? The scenery here is beautiful. Planning to build a villa?" XY shook his hand, pushing her away, and replied straight up, "What I do is none of your business." Wen Sunja was stunned, thinking, what's wrong with him? Normally, just touching him a little makes him nervous and his heart races. Why is he so cold today? But Soy ignored her and kept supervising the workers. "That's not right. The main gate needs to be wider." Wenunya stood off to the side with a clearly uncomfortable look. She thought to herself, "I can't miss this chance. Now that Xuahing's in conflict with him, if I play this right, this land could be mine." Xiao Zhang went back home and sat down to check his finances. "I mortgaged the house I live in to the bank, but they only gave me a bit over 3 million, and it's not enough for the first phase of the project. I gotta find a way to get more money fast." An idea hit him. "Anyway, the apocalypse is coming. What does it matter if I sell this house multiple times to different people?" Just then, someone started banging on the door insistently. Xiao Yong muttered under his breath, "Again, I can't even get home without someone bothering me. Who could it be this time?" Opening the door, he saw Lida, his downstairs neighbor. He was a rich guy who'd already bought the first and second floors and now wanted to buy the third floor, Soen's property. But he planned to keep the house for his wedding and refused to sell, which made Lida come up every day to bother him. The old man used any excuse to annoy Ouyang, from throwing paint on his door to piling trash in front of his entrance, even putting funeral wreaths to block the door. As soon as he opened, Lida yelled, "You made noise again last night, didn't you?" Xiao Yong couldn't hold back and shot back right away. The noise stopped already. "I was in bed before 10 last night. No dance party or anything." The old man fired back with a defiant tone. "Don't care. I heard it loud and clear." "Annoying." Xiao Zhang cut him off. "Look, ain't you trying to buy my house? I'm fed up. I'll sell it to you." The dude stood frozen in shock for a sec, then he asked with a grin, "You serious? But I got one condition," Song stressed. "I gotta stay here 6 more months to find a new spot, and you gotta drop a $5 million down payment so I can clear the mortgage." That condition made the old man hesitate. Seeing that, Xiao Yong started shutting the door, and the dude impatiently agreed quick. "All right. But we gotta make a clear contract so you don't back out." So flashed a cold smile. "A contract's cool, don't sweat it," the old man thought to himself. "He'll see." That night, Xuahing got the notification that $5 million had been dropped into his account. Added to the $3 million from the bank loan, now he had $8 million total. Pumped, he thought. Time to finish the system mission and grab that reward. Next morning, Xiaonong hit the mall and loaded a cart with enough food and supplies to last a whole year. His wild shopping spree caught some side-eye from folks around. "This dude's gotta be nuts, buying that much. Bet he thinks the world's about to end." So Zhang ignored them and grinned when the system pinged him. Disaster prep mission complete. System points added, 10. Total points now, 10. He smirked, satisfied. Hey, everything's going smooth. In apocalypse times, boosting your stats is clutch. With those fresh 10 system points, Zone decided to spend them without hesitation. First, to stack his advantage, he picked the protagonist's supply box. System notified. Exchange successful. 10 points deducted. Current points 0. Opening the box, he got a level 1 space ring with a 500 cubic meter capacity. And the best part, time inside it was frozen. Xiao Zhang quietly celebrated. He knew he was lucky. First open and already scored a valuable item. Time freeze inside the ring means I can stash fresh food without worrying about spoilage. Right after, the system assigned a new mission. 10 years of plenty mission. Stockpile supplies for 5 years. Reward, 20 points. While Soen checked his stuff, a guy rolled up with 2 security guards, apparently drawn by rumors, recognized as Jiang Tao, a high school buddy who used to be one of Sang Seng's goons, the class bully. Jiang Tao pointed and yelled, "Xiao, what's up with you? Put all that stuff back where it belongs. Or don't blame me if I get serious." Xiao Zhang let out a sarcastic laugh. "Jiang Tao, still the same, huh? Always bullying the weak. I came here to shop, and this is how Wanfa Supermarket treats its customers." Jiang Tao shot back, cold. "You can buy, but if you buy more than 10 carts at once, then go pay up. Otherwise, don't blame us for being tough." An hour later, 4 employees were still scanning Xiao Zhang's product codes, and finally the never-ending bill was ready to print. Tao stepped up and asked, "What's the total?" The clerk looked at the receipt and said, "The total is 56,884 yuan." Jiang Tao glanced at Ouyang and shoved the card reader at him. "Pay up, no fuss." Xiao Zhang pulled out his card and swiped it. When the payment beeped successful, Jiang Tao blushed and tried to bounce quick. "Hold up." Xiao Yang smiled cold and stopped him. "Your attitude towards me's been pretty nasty. Apologize, or I'll return all this and make you put it back yourself." Jiang Tao shot back defiantly but had no real choice, yelling, "Don't push me. Want to start trouble with me?" The crowd nearby was already annoyed. Someone jumped in. "You were rude and abusive from the jump. And now that he just wants an apology, you say that's too much? Apologize now or none of us shop here anymore." Another added, "If you don't apologize, I'm recording and making you famous online." Calmly, Zhou said, "I'm only asking for a real apology. And if you do, I'll buy 10 times more than this." Jiang Tao twisted his lips with skepticism. "Don't brag so much." Xiao Zhang flashed his card, flashing a grin. "All right, bring the reader to check the balance." As he brought the card closer, a balance of over 7 million appeared. This left Jiang Tao wide-eyed with a pale face. Finally, he bowed his head and reluctantly. He apologized. "I'm really sorry. Next time, I won't underestimate anyone again." Jiang Tao quickly changed his attitude and started flattering. "Brother Heian, why are you buying so much stuff?" "Got some big business going on," Xiao Yong replied coldly. That's none of your business. The stock in his supermarket is low, so I'm looking for other suppliers. Since you've been working here for a while, do you know any place where I can get a good supply? Tao replied proudly, of course. Remember Sang? He's got a ton of goods that fit exactly what you need. Saying that, Jiang Tao made a call. Hey, brother Sang. I got you a big client. So Zhang thought to himself, just like I suspected. Jan Tao's still Sang's lapdog. How much cash do these two make off their shady deals in this supermarket? Not long after, Tao took Ouyang to a warehouse. At that moment, a car came speeding and slammed on the brakes right in front of them, startling Jiang Tao. Damn, what kind of driving is that? They're not even hauling any goods. Sang got out of the car with his cigarette dangling from his mouth and looked Ouyang up and down. So this is the special client you were talking about. Tao flattered him. That's right. Brother Sang, this is Jian Ouyang, our high school buddy. Remember? Sang looked at Ouyang, took a drag from his cigarette, then blew the smoke right in his face with a dismissive tone. Ah, I remember now. The same stubborn head you always were. So felt uneasy, but held back his anger and stayed silent, watching Sang with his arrogant attitude. Sang looked Ouyang up and down and mocked him. That shirt, is it branded or some cheap knockoff? With that look, anyone would say you're broke. This is the big client you were talking about? Tao got nervous. Brother Sang, I swear he really is a big client, Sang. Not buying it, he kicked Jan Tao's ass. Big client, my ass. I've been in this game for years and I know exactly who's got cash and who doesn't just by looking. Xiao Yong replied coldly. You've got a sharp eye for judging people, but looks like this time you ran into the main player. Zoe's biting words made Sang furious. He grabbed him by the shirt and yelled, What did you say? I said you're like a blind dog who can't tell people apart. A hopeless idiot. Sang gritted his teeth. Furious. You think I can't kick your teeth in? Tao quickly stepped in to calm things down. Hey, brother Hien. Please don't call him an idiot. Brother San really can't read and hates being called that. Sang gave Jiang Tao a warning kick. Shut your mouth if you ain't gonna say something useful. This dude's a big client today. If you don't take a load of goods from here, neither of you is leaving this spot. Xiao Yong calmly brushed Sang's hand aside and pulled out his phone. Stop tugging my shirt and give me your account number. A moment later, Sang looked at the message, surprised. 1 million. You really want to buy that much stuff? Zhou Zhang answered straight up. That's just the deposit. I want to buy 5 million worth of products, including rice, oil, food, and drinking water. When you have all the goods ready, I'll transfer the remaining 4 million, so start organizing it. Sang suddenly felt excited and thought, what a lucky break. I've got a batch of food about to expire and here's this dude spending money like it's nothing. Sang drove Ouyang to the warehouse and said, if you pay for the whole load, I'll give you a 10% discount off the wholesale price. How's that? Zhao looked at him and replied, the price depends on the quality of the goods. He grabbed a bag of food to inspect it, and although the packaging was new, the product was almost expired. He smiled with contempt. Sang, are you sure you didn't mess up the price? Sang was surprised, not expecting Xiao Yong to be so sharp. He made another offer. If you buy all the near-expired goods, I'll give you 50% off. Xiao Yong shook his head. My 5 million is only for top-quality products. As for these about-to-expire items, I've got a different way to handle them. And how do you plan to deal with that? Sen asked, frowning. Soom replied, following that 50% discount you just mentioned, I'll buy all the products about to expire, but the payment will be made in 1 month. Sangjin hesitated. What if by then the goods have already expired and you decide not to pay? Song smiled. Don't worry. If I don't pay up, I'll give you my house. Curious, Sang asked. You seriously plan to buy products about to expire? What are you going to do with them? Song just smiled. I'm the distribution channel. Then he patted Sang on the shoulder and added mysteriously, trust me. In a few days, these about-to-expire foods will be priceless. Although Sang didn't get it, he agreed to send the goods to the address Soong gave him at that moment the phone of Xiao Yong. The voice on the line asked, is Mr. Han selling his old house? After the call, Xiao Zhang told Sang, do what I told you with the goods. I gotta bounce. Watching him head toward Ouyang, Sangin muttered, where the hell did this kid suddenly get so much cash if he's from a regular family? When he got home, Xiao Yong found a man waiting with a bag of cash in hand. The man said, Mr. Hien, here's $4 million as a deposit. I agree to move in within 3 months. Let's sign the contract. Xiao Zhang thought to himself, this dude's so confident he hasn't even seen the house and already wants to drop the down payment. It was clear the OBA really wanted to buy his house. Xiao Yong smiled and asked, Is there any need to rush so much? The OBA replied honestly, I'm not hiding anything. My granddaughter will soon transfer to another school and needs a stable place to live. I've been looking around this area, and your house is the only one available. Please, Mr. Hien, don't change your mind. Xuahing smiled slightly. You're very honest. We barely know each other and you're already telling me everything. Aren't you worried I'll raise the price? The OBA, a bit uncomfortable, replied hesitantly, Mr. Jan, this price is the entire savings of 2 generations in my family. Xiao Yong raised a hand to calm him down. Just kidding. Don't worry, I won't change the deal. He took the OBA's contract and signed it. With the deal done, the OBA was ecstatic and grateful. This is amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. January. You must be busy, so I won't bother you anymore. Watching him walk away, Xiao Yong thought to himself, an honest and simple old man. But with what's coming next, I don't know if he and his granddaughter can even last a month. Suddenly, he called out loud, Wait, Oba. Something's up. Mr. January, give me your current address in case I need to contact you later. After the OBA gave him the address, Xiao Yong returned to the construction site of his shelter. Seeing him arrive, the foreman immediately came over and asked about the worker's payment. Mr. Jan, what about the second down payment? Xiao nodded. I'll transfer it in a moment. How's the construction progress? The foreman, hearing he'd soon get paid, perked up and started reporting enthusiastically. This area is 70 to 80% finished. Check it out. The walls and doors are super solid. Security guaranteed. Also, the warehouse has been cleaned and can be used anytime. Xiao Yong nodded, satisfied, and called Sangan to send the goods. Soon, Sang's workers started bringing the supplies. One loader cheerfully said, This boss is really generous. He pays us 2 yuan each for simple work. Another replied, This place looks like a bunker. Anyone with cash worries about protecting their life. Remember to keep fresh foods separate. Don't mix veggies and fruits, Zoom reminded them. By nightfall, all the goods were finally organized in the warehouse. When he was alone, the system sent a notification. Mission 10 years of plenty completed. Points added, 20. Excited, Xuahing opened the system shop and saw a new item. Supply box to awaken level 1 skills for 10 points. Lucky. He could unlock a skill before the apocalypse started. Without hesitation, Xuahing redeemed the supply box for 10 points, opened it, and got the level 1 psychic vision skill, letting him detect if anyone had hostile intentions toward him. This skill's going to be insanely useful for the early days of the apocalypse, he said, satisfied. Then the system hit him up with a new mission, fully loaded. The mission required gearing up with all kinds of weapons and offered a reward of 10 points plus a random item. Zhang, hyped up, thought, this system really knows what I need. The black market on the streets of Chicago was buzzing like crazy, with buyers and sellers hustling non-stop. The vendors' shouts and the back-and-forth deals created a lit atmosphere. Hyong blended into the crowd, strolling past the stalls. Suddenly, he caught a familiar voice. Drop it a bit more. Just 300 yuan. That unmistakable tone was Liskan, haggling over every cent for a fake jade bracelet. It's clear this bracelet's a knockoff. Selling it for 300 is already a steal. You gonna sell or should I hit up another stall? The seller sighed and finally gave in. All right, chill out. I'll give it to you for that price. Zhang watched the scene and thought to himself, funny, Xuahing, you're so naive. Letting Liskan scam you that easy. Later, Xiao Yong found his stall selling weapons and stepped up to ask, Got anything really solid, boss? The annoyed seller grabbed a sharpening stone and tossed it on the ground. This sharpening stone's tough enough for you. If you want something, buy it. If not, go find a stick and play with that. Xiao Zhang shook his head and explained, I mean something really sturdy. While talking, he scanned a code and transferred 200,000 yuan to the seller's account. Seeing the cash, the seller's anger vanished instantly. He turned to his assistant and said, Xiaoyong, watch the stall. Then he looked at Ouyang and said, Follow me. This ain't the spot to talk. The seller led Ouyang to a secluded house, where he opened a small box and pulled out a handmade pistol. We got this handmade pistol. Enough to kill a chicken. Bullets are easy to make. Gunpowder and steel pellets. How's that sound, Xiao Zhang? Of course. He wasn't impressed with the goods. Not good enough for me, he said, shaking his head, which left the seller a bit confused. Then try this. The seller pulled out a revolver similar to a police gun, priced at 5,000 yuan, with 9mm bullets at 5 yuan each. What do you think? Zone frowned. It's decent, but I already fronted you 200,000 yuan. Don't you think this is kinda cheap for me? You fronted 200,000 yuan. The seller was shocked. Yeah, and that's just 10%. I want to spend 2 million on quality weapons, explained Zonan. The seller was left speechless. What are you planning to do with that kind of arsenal? Soyoung took on a mafia boss vibe and answered seriously. Usually, I let my crew handle this stuff. But lately, there have been problems, so I gotta take care of it myself. Don't ask too many questions. Just tell me if you can fill the order. The seller got serious, locked the door, drew the curtains, looked around, then said, "You came to the right place. Give me a list of weapons, and I'll give you the address. After 12 noon, in 2 days, you drive up with the cash and it's done." After sealing the deal, the seller kindly saw him out the door. "Take care, boss." Suddenly, Lijin popped up and crossed paths with Xiao Yong at the black market. "Oh, ain't this high-end soy? Been pretty generous lately. Looks like you're ignoring Xuahing too. Did you sell all your stuff to live the high life?" Eh. Li Suxian's taunts didn't faze Xiao but made him curious to test his new skill. He activated his psychic vision and quickly picked up on everyone's emotions. The seller was genuinely friendly, while Liscan showed discomfort and envy. Xiao Zhang smirked, eyeing the shopping bag in Lijin's hands, and said, "Yeah, I'm living comfy. How about you?" "Oh, sure. You're the one who teamed up with Xuahing to trap her into buying fake goods. That's right. And in the end, it's just an old junk to me. Worth no more than anything else." Xiao Yong laughed coldly. Lijin instantly got pissed. "What did you say?" The nearby arms dealer raised an eyebrow. "He, your buddy, boss?" Xiao Zhong shook his head. "Buddy, more like an enemy." Hearing this, the arms dealer said, "Boss, you better bounce. Leave it to me. Don't worry. I'll teach him a lesson and keep him here till you say." Zhou nodded and left. Li Suxian, seeing him go, started feeling nervous, though he tried to keep a brave front. What you planning? Let's see who dares to mess with me without wasting time." The arms dealer pulled out an extendable baton. Elysian went pale and started begging. "Please, boss, please, let's talk." No mercy. They beat him up and then threw him out onto the street full of hate. Lijin gritted his teeth and muttered, "High-end Xiao Yong, damn it. You'll see." 2 days later, Xiao Yong's arms deal with the dealer went down without a hitch, and he already had a truck loaded with weapons stored in his hideout. The system notified, "Mission armed to the teeth, completed. Points added, 10, total points 20. Plus, Xiao Yong got a special reward, a level 2 physical booster vial. Xiao Zhang was shocked. "Damn, this stuff is seriously strong, and it's level 2. Twice as powerful as anything I've seen before." He decided to inject it right away. He grabbed the syringe tight and plunged it into his arm without hesitation. The sting gave him an indescribable rush of satisfaction, and he felt his physical strength shoot up instantly with a 40% boost. Xiao Zhang wanted another hit immediately. He checked the system and found the medicine was only available at level 1 for 20 points. Exactly what he had. He decided to buy another dose to enjoy that high. With just one dose, his whole body felt like it was on fire. His strength shot up drastically, and his endurance hit 8 points. 60% stronger than an average healthy young guy. To test his power, he grabbed a steel bar he had at home, lifted it, and with a quick knee move, threw it against the wall, making a loud bang. "I think I might have gone a bit too hard on the house," he laughed. With his current strength, even without weapons, he could take on others and handle zombies easily in the early apocalypse stages. Looking at his arsenal, he thought his space ring had enough capacity to hold everything. So he stored all the weapons inside the ring, keeping them safe. The apocalypse starts the day after tomorrow. Better check if I'm missing anything else to prep. Then he remembered the honest old man who sold him the house. And Xiao felt a little uneasy. Even after all the chaos in the apocalypse, he still couldn't totally ignore the suffering of those in need. "I'll send some basic supplies so he can survive the apocalypse," Xiao Zhang thought. "How long he lasts depends on him, but at least it's a way to thank him for the money he gave me." Xiao drove to an apartment building, the honest old man's address he'd visited before. Getting out of the car, he muttered, "Good thing I have the location. Otherwise, finding this place would be impossible." He climbed the stairs to the old man's apartment and confirmed he told the truth. It was clear the guy wasn't rich, living in a cheap unit on the top floor. When he got to the door, Xiao Yang was about to knock but stopped and thought, "Wait, better get the supplies first, or it'll be hard to explain." He pulled some supplies out of his space ring and then knocked. There was a knock 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 sound. The old man hurriedly opened, saying, "I'm coming." "1 sec, rent's due next week." "I'm sure." "Oh, Mr. January." The old man looked even more surprised seeing the amount of supplies at the door. Xiao Yang said, "Come in first, I'll explain everything. But help me bring this stuff inside so the neighbors don't see." After a bit, both had finished placing the supplies inside the apartment. The old man looked at Ouyong in amazement. "Kids, nowadays are really strong. You carried all this alone, without even looking tired." Xiao checked out the old man's apartment. The room was in good shape and the door looked solid enough. "Seriously," he told OBA, "I'm going to tell you something important. Listen up. Use these supplies carefully. With this amount, you can live comfortably for 6 months without going out. Starting tomorrow, this world's gonna die. Suddenly, Xiao Yong stopped when he saw a photo in front of him. The old man asked, "Something wrong, Mr. Jan?" "Actually, I didn't need to bring these supplies here. I could have left them at your house. After all, we're moving there in a month." In front of Ouyang was a photo of the old man with his granddaughter. And the girl in the photo was Meng San, a friend he'd known in his past life. Surprised, Xiao Zhang asked the OBA. His granddaughter's name is Meng Sanzin. The old man, confused, replied, how do you know that? I don't remember mentioning Sanzin's name. Where is your granddaughter now? She's still studying in the town. Once the arrangements for her apartment are done, we'll move. We almost have everything ready. Suddenly, a memory from Xiao Zhang's past life popped up. He recalled Sanzin's pain as she blamed herself. It was all my fault. My grandpa risked his life breaking into the occupied school to save me, but he's gone now. Xiao Zhang put the photo aside and silently promised, "This time, I'll make sure you don't have to go through that tragedy." He looked at the old man and said, "OBA, about my apartment, you won't be able to move in there anymore." Hearing that, the old man looked confused and worried. "Mr. Hien, are you having second thoughts? The contract's already signed, you can't back out." Xiao Yong put a hand on the old man's shoulder to calm him down. "Listen up. Starting tomorrow, the world's gonna turn into hell. The house, your granddaughter's studies, none of that's gonna matter. Right now, the most important thing is you gotta come with me right away to pick Sansan up from her school. I'll set you up with a new place to stay." The old man was left dumbfounded, not understanding a damn thing. "Mr. Hien, what are you talking about? I don't get a single word." Thinking about the generation gap and how crazy his words sounded, Xiao Zhang got frustrated and tried explaining it another way. "Do you know about the years of the Great Famine?" "Of course, I know. I can imagine how terrible and rough that time was," the old man replied. Though he added skeptically, "But we're living in prosperous times. How could there be another famine?" Seeing words weren't enough, Xiao decided to act. He quickly used his space ring to gather all the supplies he had brought, even the old man's room furniture. In the blink of an eye, the room was completely empty. The old man, mouth wide open, exclaimed, "Damn, where did it all go?" "Mr. Jan, do you know magic?" "I got special powers and can see the future," Xiao replied. "If you want to survive, if you want Sansan to be safe, do what I say. Where's Sansan's school?" Finally, the old man agreed to follow Xiao, and they quickly headed out to find Sansan. A few hours later, they arrived at the girls' school. Xiao asked hurriedly, "What grade is Sansan in? Do you know where the dorm is?" "Yeah, I know," the old man answered. "Perfect, let's hurry." Meanwhile, on campus, a fight was going down. The scene cuts right as Sansan gets slapped by a girl dressed in black. "I don't get what you got that I don't for Sanyao Tian to pick you." Weak Sansan replied, "I told you. There's nothing between him and me. It's just unrequited love on his part. You still dare to deny it?" The girl in white stepped forward and kicked Sansan in the stomach, knocking her to the ground. The two attackers didn't stop and kept tormenting her. The one in black grabbed Sansan's hair and lifted her up, speaking with hatred. "So you say Sanya Tian follows you on his own, and you don't even bother paying him any mind." At that moment, the old man and Xiao arrived running. The old man shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" One of the attackers sneered. "Oh, isn't this the useless old man, Sansan's grandpa?" Surprised, Sansan exclaimed, "Grandpa, why are you here?" Seeing his granddaughter being abused, the old man filled with rage. "What do you think you're doing? Let go of Sansan right now." This didn't look like a school, but a place full of thugs with students dressed in flashy colors, some holding sticks and knives, intimidating others. One thug stepped forward holding a stick and yelled, "Step aside, old man, this is young folks' business. Why are you getting involved?" Outraged, he shouted, "You damn bastards, ain't you ashamed abusing a classmate?" He ran to rescue Sansan, but three of them blocked his way. One holding a stick got ready to hit him on the head, shouting, "Old bastard, get lost." At that moment, Xiao Zhang stepped in, letting out a mocking laugh. "You punks, you really want to put on this show here? Instead of studying, you want to play gangsters." One of them replied with disdain, "Where the hell did this poor come from? Never heard that bitch had a brother." Xiao Yong smirked coldly. "Today, I'm gonna teach these fools a lesson." With that, he kicked the dude with the stick, sending him flying. The other two turned pale but still decided to attack. Xiao Yong looked at them with pure contempt. "Come on, try to get close." One of the guys behind So was the first to rush in. But Xiao Yong ducked quick to dodge the hit. He circled his attacker, grabbed his shirt, and slammed him hard to the ground, knocking him out cold. The last one, seeing what went down, mustered up some guts and charged with a knife. Xiao Yong twisted, grabbed his arm, and kicked his knee, yanking the knife away, making the guy lose balance and pass out on the spot. 3 against 1. That's all you got. They're weak as hell, not even on my level. So started creeping up slowly on the two girls who just beat up Sansan, his gaze cold and piercing. Wah, what you gonna do? The two terrified girls stammered, frozen and clueless where to run. So Jong slapped the girl dressed in black, leaving her stunned and hurting, but too scared to fight back. Then, he grabbed the girl in white by her hair, rough as hell, making her scream in pain. Ah, let me go. He pressed the cold knife to her neck and said with a threatening tone, You like grabbing people by their hair, huh? No, the girl trembled, tears in her eyes. He flicked the knife. What you gonna do? Zoe moved the blade in a flash of white light. His face filled with rage, eyes so cold that Sansan covered her face, unable to watch, while the girl in black looked on horrified. The girl in white, now too weak to stand, collapsed to her knees, touching the hair that had been cut off, crying with fury. My damn hair! You dared to cut my hair? I won't forgive you. Xiao Yong dropped the lock of hair and replied coldly. Long hair is just a burden. In a few days, this short hair is gonna save your life. Then he turned to Sansan. Sansan, let's bounce. Where? We got class, Sansan asked, surprised. The three got in the car, and the old man urgently told his granddaughter Sansan, a massive famine's coming. Screw class and all that. Survival's the only thing that matters now. Surprised, Sansan asked. A massive famine? Grandpa, you really buying those fake stories? How much did they scam you this time? The old man spoke seriously. It ain't a scam, I'm serious. And no, this ain't like the other times you said I was getting ripped off. Watching the two argue, Xiao Yong smiled and thought, Sansan, this time I got your back. Then he said out loud, Sansan, this time your grandpa ain't wrong. I'm the one who told him about this. Sansan looked at him confused. Who are you? Xiao Yong smiled slightly. I'm Hien Xiao Yong, but you can just call me Xiao Yong. Sansan, grateful, said brother Xiao Zhong, thanks for standing up for me and teaching those jerks a lesson. So Zhong smiled. No problem. Anyway, they won't be around much longer. Sansan. Surprised, she asked, what do you mean? Is there really a famine coming? Zhou Zhong explained. The famine was just a way to explain it to your grandpa. What's really coming is way worse. The world's about to hit the apocalypse. Sansan was stunned by the shocking news and asked skeptically, An apocalypse? For real, Xiao Yong nodded seriously. There's barely any time left. Try opening your phone and check some videos on social media. You might see signs of what's coming. Sansan quickly pulled out her phone, opened the net, and started watching some videos. She found one showing two security guards trying to control a young dude acting super weird, aggressive, biting people. The person filming exclaimed in shock, This is the first time in my life I've seen someone act like a crazy person biting like that. Sansan kept searching for similar videos and found another where a woman suddenly lunged to bite the person next to her. She murmured in distress, I can't control myself. I feel awful. Please, take me to the hospital. After watching, Sansan started feeling anxious and uneasy. She looked back at Ouyang and asked, Is it true there's going to be an apocalypse? Zhou Yang answered seriously, Tomorrow marks the beginning of the end. A toxic fog will cover some provinces, including Province B. This kind of fog is from some unknown source and it's going to hit living beings hard. Slowly, a lot of people will turn into zombies, turning into uncontrollable creatures. Those without immunity to the toxin will die and become part of them. Sansan shivered and asked, trembling, Zombies? I know what you're talking about, but it's hard to believe. So Zhang calmed her down. Just wait till tomorrow or a few days more. Everything will clear up then. None of this will seem weird to you. The car was crossing a mountain pass when it suddenly stopped in the middle of a traffic jam. Zhou Zhang frowned as he looked ahead. Another jam here. The sound of honking filled the air, and even the emergency lane was blocked. The worried old man said, Mr. Hien, we're stuck here. If by chance those zombies you mentioned catch up to us, then. Xiao Yong reassured him. Don't worry. It's still a long way from that happening. Though deep down, Zun felt a bit worried. According to his plan, the apocalypse should start in a few days, but if a small outbreak happened earlier. Right then, a black sports car sped down the emergency lane without signaling, and cut sharply in front of Xiao Yong's car, forcing him to slam the brakes, making the old man and Sansan lurch forward. Xiao Zhong, annoyed, gritted his teeth and thought, Damn, what an idiot. Didn't even bother to signal. Holding back, Xiao Yong turned the wheel and blocked the space, stopping the sports car from passing. The black car had to pull up beside him, refusing to back down. The driver deliberately rolled down the window and started cussing him out. The worried old man said, Mr. Hien, judging by how he's dressed, looks like some rich dude. Better avoid trouble. Let him pass. XO coldly replied, Don't worry, Grandpa. If that guy dares to get out and cause trouble, I won't mind walking him part of the way. Finally, after almost an hour stuck, the traffic started moving again. Just then, Sansan looked out the window and saw the black sports car tailing them closely. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Brother Xiao, watch out. It's the same car that tried to block our way before." "This dude won't leave us alone," Yong muttered, gripping the wheel tight. The black car sped up again, trying to block their path. The old man, nervous inside the car, tried to calm him down. "Mr. Jan, it ain't worth beefing with a guy like that. Stop the car, don't lose your cool like him," Sojong replied, determined. Another time, he'd let it slide. But tomorrow the apocalypse starts. No reason to put up with this trash anymore. Saying that, he hit the gas, sped up, and rammed the sports car trying to block him. With the impact, the black car lost control and slid into the wall beside the road. The driver, staggering, got out dizzy and cussed loudly. "Damn, you got nerve pissing me off like this." He pulled out his phone and called someone. "Hello. Call the traffic team, check the cameras, find this car's plate. I'm gonna make sure this dude learns no one messes with me." Seriously, what a nerve. Hyung took the old man and Sansan to his base. It was already dark, and both were amazed when they got out of the car and saw the impressive structure in front of them. "Wow, this is seriously dope." Zojong smiled and said, "I'll assign you a room. Tonight, get some early sleep. Starting tomorrow, every day is going to be way tougher." The next morning, Xiaojong enjoyed a cup of coffee, savoring the calm of the first sun rays before the looming apocalypse. Sansan came out of her room, stretching and yawning. It had been a long time since she'd slept this well. "Feels good not having to get up early for school." Xiaojong turned and said, "You're up already. Come on, follow me. I'll show you our stronghold." Xiao Yong took them both on a tour of the base. The walls were made of thick, reinforced concrete, and the entrance gate, remote-controlled, was built from pure steel, 3 centimeters thick. Xa Yang made it clear, neither humans nor zombies could break through this without heavy weapons. "Remember, unless I say otherwise, only the 3 of us can enter here." Sansan asked, "What if survivors show up looking for help? We're not going to save them." Sojong replied firmly, "In this apocalypse, no mercy. People's hearts are unpredictable, and evil just multiplies. Compassion has no place here. It'll only end up hurting us." Sojong took them to a high spot where they could watch the area below. "If I'm ever gone and survivors come, this spot will be their temporary safe zone. Under no circumstances should you let them into the base until I'm back." "Got it." Sansan nodded. "Got it." Soon then led them to the supply storage. He showed them every storage area, especially the section with supplies reserved for survivors who might come looking for help. Quietly, Xiao Yang used his psychic vision ability on both of them. In their minds, he saw expressions of joy and trust. This, no doubt, is the sign of their trust, Xiao Yang thought with a grin. For the first time, he pulled a chest out of his space ring. This was the last thing he wanted Sansan and his grandpa to know about: weapons. They were super important in the apocalypse, things to handle with extreme caution. "Yeah, I get it," the old man nodded, fully understanding how serious Exo's instructions were right now. Xiao Yong's system activated, giving him a new mission. "Since you've reunited with Manansen, the mission for past allies is now active." This time, the mission was to find and rescue a buddy from his past life, Sani. The reward? 20 system points. The system even gave him a guiding arrow. Perfect. Just when I was wondering how to find my old crew, Xiao Zhang thought, gearing up for the mission. Before leaving, he turned around and warned, "Remember exactly what I said, and don't you dare disobey under any circumstances." Sansan quickly asked, "Brother So, where you headed?" "I'm recruiting more allies and expanding our squad." Cut to a karaoke joint. Sans, the young guy mentioned in Zo's mission, was chilling with his friends, enjoying a night of drinks and music. Midway through the hangout, 2 of Sans's friends stood up and said, "We gotta blow off some steam. Can't take it anymore." "Take it easy, we'll be back." As he headed for the exit, already kinda tipsy, Sans accidentally bumped into a girl. He immediately apologized. "Sorry, didn't mean to." But the girl's boyfriend wasn't having it and kicked Sans back hard. Seeing this, Sans's friend with glasses stepped up, ready to defend him. "What's your problem? Why you gotta hit people like that?" The thug snorted with disgust and laughed. "Look at this dude. First time someone's dared talk back to me." He grabbed the glasses guy by his shirt collar, lifted him up, and threatened, "Looks like I gotta teach you a lesson today." Seeing the situation, Sans jumped in fast. "Bro, it's our bad. Please. No fight. No need for this." Just then, a karaoke worker came out of the bathroom, stomach churning, and saw the fight. He sighed, "I just sat down for a minute, and now there's another fight to break up." The worker rushed over to intervene. "Sir, please calm down. Don't cause trouble here." The thug spun around and yelled, "Damn it, look at me good. You know who I am?" Even your boss lowers his head when he sees me. Seeing things getting ugly, the worker signaled Sans and his friend, "Go quick, please. Sorry about this." Sans and his glasses buddy didn't need to be told twice and bounced out fast. The still pissed thug yelled, "Call your boss right now. This place sucks, making me look like a joke like this." When the two got back to their karaoke room, they were breathing heavy. One of their friends joked, "What happened to you guys? Looks like you got chased by a dog." The glasses friend quickly explained, "Not a dog. We ran into a drunk thug trying to start trouble. Good thing the worker was quick and distracted him. If not, they'd have gotten their faces smashed." Chen Chong got mad hearing that and shouted, "Damn it, since when does the mechanic crew number 3 gotta deal with this crap? Call the guys now. We're gonna teach him a lesson." Sai quickly stopped him. "Drop it already. We got less than a year till graduation. Don't start no trouble. Let's get back to singing." But before they could chill, the karaoke room door slammed open. The bully and his crew barged in, dragging the same employee from before, all beaten up and bruised, pointing right at Sanny's crew. The bully yelled, "There they are, grab 'em all." The whole crew got held down, and the employee didn't dodge more hits either. Sanny's shaved head homie tried to stay calm and shouted, "You gonna let me make a call or what?" The bully laughed mockingly. "Who gave you permission to speak?" Then he smashed a liquor bottle on his head. Seeing his buddy get wrecked, Sanny got real worried. Right then, Xiao's ride pulled up outside the karaoke joint. He scoped the scene and smirked with disgust. Haha. Typical college kids. The apocalypse is about to drop, and they're still hyped to sing. Brother Xiao Yong rolled up to throw down. Chen Chong was lying on the floor, face twisted in pain, while the bully looked down, mocking him. "Feeling better now, babe? Watch me handle this blonde punk so you learn a lesson." He raised a hand holding an ashtray, ready to smash Chen Chong's head. Seeing the danger, Chen Chong struggled to get up and fight back, but the bully's goons stopped him fast. The bully sneered. "Still got guts to fight back, punk?" He slammed another hit on Chen Chong's head, and this time he collapsed, knocked out cold. Seeing that, Sanny and his glasses-wearing homie couldn't hold back anymore and charged at the bullies. "I ain't gonna forgive you, damn it." The bully glared mad and ordered one of his goons, Lousy, grab him and teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Sanny and his glasses homie fought tooth and nail against the bullies to protect their crew, while another friend just curled up in a corner of the room, scared, stiff, and doing nothing. The bullies' many goons quickly overpowered Sanny and the glasses dude, leaving them drained and unable to resist. Right then, the unlucky employee who'd been bitten started turning into a zombie. Losing consciousness and becoming a monster, he lunged at the fighters, growling as he bit one of the bullies in the neck from behind. The bully leader's girlfriend screamed in terror seeing this. "Ah, what the hell is that? Get me out of here." The bully shouted, calling his crew. "Maid, come here and help me. I'm busy with these idiots. You, if you ain't got nothing to do, go help him." The boss barked orders to his gang. One dude in white nervously stepped up to pry the creature off his buddy's neck, not realizing what he was touching wasn't human. "Damn, why is this thing so strong?" He yelled, shocked as the man suddenly turned and bit his hand, leaving him no time to react. "Damn rabid dog, you dare bite me?" The white-clad guy struggled to break free, but he didn't stand a chance against the zombie, who slammed him to the floor with a heavy thud. While everyone panicked, a powerful hand suddenly grabbed the zombie by the neck and lifted it effortlessly. Everyone there was stunned. "Yo, Xiao Zhang's here," Sanny shouted, recognizing him. Without wasting time, Xiao Zhang slammed the zombie's head against the TV stage, freezing it in place. Then he turned and pointed at the bullies. "Everyone, stop right now." The white dude, still gasping on the floor, couldn't believe what he'd just seen. Xiao Yang controlled that creature with one hand like it was as strong as a bull. But the bully leader showed no fear, swaggering up and sneering. "Who the hell are you to order me around? You know who I am, punk." Xiao Zhang didn't bother answering the bully leader and instead turned to Sanny. "You didn't get bitten, right?" "I'm fine. But what's going on?" Sanny asked. "Come on. Follow me," Xiao said, signaling Sanny and his crew to follow. Just then, the bully leader grabbed Sanny by the shoulder and growled, "Hold up. You and me ain't done yet." Meanwhile, the white dude who'd been bitten started feeling dizzy, staggering, and voice shaky. "Boss, I'm feeling dizzy. Can't see straight." The bully leader turned to him yelling, "What's wrong with you? You sick or what?" Zoom noticed the dude in white acting weird and asked, "That cut on your shoulder, was it from that thing biting you, right?" "Yeah." "So what?" The gang leader snapped back, annoyed and clueless about how serious this was. Xiao Yong shook his head and said seriously, "That bite's infected. It won't be long before you turn." Xiao Yong dragged the zombie toward the door. The gang leader looked shocked, not getting what he was doing. "What the hell are you trying to do?" Xiao Yong yelled, opened the door, and threw the zombie outside, slamming it shut fast. Luckily, zombies still weren't smart enough to open doors on their own. Xiao Yong dusted off his hands and glanced around. The room went dead silent. Nobody dared to say a word for like 5 seconds. Here comes Sanny's oxygen tank. Yo. Exo looked fierce at San and said, "Tell me, who you want me to knock out?" San was stunned. "What? You know us?" Hearing that, the gang leader got mad, veins popping on his forehead, charging at Xiaoyong yelling, "Damn, you're getting way too cocky." Xiaoyong smirked with contempt and with a quick move grabbed the cocky leader's face, slamming him brutally to the ground. Just watching him fall showed how hard that hit was. "You dare," the furious leader stammered. As his goons rushed to help, one lunged at Soy, but he just needed one solid punch to the face to drop the guy, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Seeing his buddy like that, another gang member nervously tried to wake him up. "Hey, you good? For real? One punch and you're out like that." Xiao Zhang stood there, staring at everyone with a cold smile. His voice echoed through the room. "Anyone else not happy? Who wants to test my fists? If you got the guts, step up. Sanny, take your crew out of this room and wait for me there." "Ah, yeah, sure." Sai and the glasses dude helped Chen Chan out, and the shy friend followed. Meanwhile, the gang leader prepped his thugs to leave the room. "Let's bounce. Where you think you're going?" Xiao Zhang stood firm in front of the door, coldly staring down the gang. "Blocked," the gang leader growled. "What more you want? Who you think you are? You almost got my boys seriously hurt. What the hell you talking about? Move. Move? Sure." Zhou Zhang shrugged and gave him a light shove, knocking the leader flat on his back. Then he bounced out fast and slammed the door shut, locking all the gang inside with the two bitten dudes starting to turn into monsters. Inside, the gang leader pounded the door, furious, yelling, "You damn bastard. Open this door right now. If I get out, you're dead." Just then, one of the 12 bitten goons growled and turned into a zombie. The creature lunged at the gang leader and the terrified thugs. They barely had time to react. "What the hell you doing? You turned into a monster." The group started screaming and running in panic. "Help! Somebody help!" Outside, Xiao Zhang held the door tight. At that moment, the karaoke manager, seeing things getting serious, came over and asked, "Sir, what's going on? Need help?" Xiao Yong said, "Lock this door. Don't let anyone open it. Call the cops and an ambulance and tell them someone inside is having a rabies attack." The pale manager nodded. Yeah, got it." He quickly pulled out the keys and locked the door, doing exactly what Xiao Yong said. Xiao Yong turned to Sunny's group. "Let's roll." Everyone hurried out of the karaoke joint, while one employee still heard the banging and screams from inside, nervously muttering, "No way. How's there so much noise in there?" Another employee came over and asked, "What's going on? Why all the ruckus?" The first employee replied, "The guy said someone in that room's rabid. Rabies, that crazy virus thing exists. Ever heard of it?" "Yeah, heard about it, but never seen it. Let's hit the security room and check it out." "Rabies, that crazy kind of flu, really exists. Have you ever heard of something like that?" "Yeah, I've heard about it, but never seen it firsthand. Come on, let's hit the security room and see what's up." Both of them headed to the surveillance room, where the bald guy was on duty. The three of them turned on the camera for room 3090, and as soon as they saw what was going down inside, they went pale. The thugs were getting bit and eaten by zombies in a straight-up horror scene. "Call the cops. Right now, fast," one of them shouted, shaking with terror. "This place ain't safe no more." Meanwhile, Exo Zhang and Sunny's crew had already jumped in the car, leaving the karaoke joint and speeding toward the base. On the way, Sanny, still jittery, said, "Bro, thanks for having my back. You're Xiao Zhang." He smiled and introduced himself. "Name's Jian Xiao Zhang. I was hired to protect y'all, but don't ask who sent me." Sunny nodded but couldn't help asking, "Bro, so that crazy flu really exists? Online they say it's all fake, no such disease." "Dumb question," Xiao Zhang laughed. "What you saw in that room a while ago was an illusion. This disaster ain't going away, it's only gonna get worse. The world's already in apocalypse mode." Suddenly, a loud scream grabbed their attention from the roadside. "Help! Somebody help!" On the sidewalk, some unlucky dude was getting attacked by a creature lunging at him, ready to tear him apart. Xiao Zhang, calm as ever, explained, "This is just the start of a small wave. Most people are still in incubation phase, but soon the infection's gonna spread, and it'll be impossible to control. If y'all want to survive, you gotta listen to me." The group answered in unison. "Got it, bro." While driving, Xiao Zhang's system suddenly notified him that an old ally mission had been completed. "You earned 20 points. Current system points, 20. Xiao Zhang smiled. "Mission complete. Nice." Just before that, while checking the system shop, he had noted some new items. He opened the shop and saw 3 items: survival toolbox, level 1. Price, 2 points. Basic supply box, sugar, oil, meat. Level 1. Price 5 points. Self-defense weapon box, level 1. Price 5 points. The apocalypse survival box is still here. If I want to see new items, I gotta buy all these boxes to upgrade the shop, Xiao Yong thought. These things look useful and ain't too pricey. Once I get back to the fortress, I'm buying them all. While thinking, Xiao Yong glanced at the friends riding with him. A memory from his past life popped up when Sanny was crying bitterly, lamenting how a dorm mate betrayed him, causing many painful deaths by zombies. Sanny was the only survivor but badly hurt. So, which one of these 3 was the traitor? Xiao Zhang wondered with suspicion and distrust. Scene change. In an apartment of a residential building, Ting was calling her burly boyfriend. Li Song, babe, how's it going on your end? Did you get the supplies? It's chaos outside, and I'm too scared to hit the supermarket alone. Relax, love. As soon as I finish the paperwork, I'll bring them to you, Li Song replied. Just then, someone knocked hard on the door, making Ting jump and scream. What's up? Li Song asked. I'm gonna hang up, Ting whispered and moved to peek through the peephole. As soon as she opened, Wen Sun rushed in, agitated. You know what? Uncle Liu from the first floor got arrested this morning. Arrested? Why? Ting asked. The cops and an ambulance took him away. Looks like that crazy flu ain't just a rumor. And the supplies Li Song said he'd bring you have arrived. Not yet. Ting frowned, annoyed. Men can't be trusted. Hey, help me think of another plan. Easy. Call him right now and tell him Hania's got tons of supplies. If Li Song cooperates, he could make a fortune during this epidemic. Seriously, how do you know that? Last time I went to Hania's place, Yondi kicked me out. I had someone follow him. I found out he's getting big shipments that go straight to an abandoned factory. Looks like that dude knew about the epidemic before it even broke out. All right, I'm calling him right now. If we get the cash, tell Li Song to give us 2 shares. After bringing the group back to the base, Hania Yang noticed the same reaction in them that he'd seen before in Sanny. Everyone was amazed by the fortress's solid architecture. Zhou Zhang thought to himself, yeah, anyone coming here for the first time would react the same way. Seeing him return, Sang immediately came up and asked, You finally back? Everything good? Zhou Yong nodded and then introduced Sanny and his crew. Don't worry, here's San B and M. Sansan, he said, pointing them out with his hand. They're our teammates. Sansan beamed bright. Nice. We got more homies that Brother Zong trusts. Welcome. After the intros, Xiao Zhang pulled out a pistol and handed it to Sanbia, asking him to show Sanny and his group around and explain the base rules. One of Sanny's friends, visibly nervous, blurted out, This feels like stepping into a war zone in Burma. Everyone's packing heat wherever they go. Right away, another friend asked, Can we get guns too? So we can help protect this spot. Hearing that rush request, Xiao Yong narrowed his eyes, feeling some distrust toward this dude, the bulky guy with glasses. Realizing his buddy had overstepped, Jimin whispered, Don't ask for guns so fast. Let them trust us first. Xiao Yong caught a bit of Jimin's angle but kept it cool. Calmly, he replied, Chill. In a few days, everyone's gonna have weapons. Xiao Yong looked at Chen Choni, seeing his wound was pretty bad. He suggested taking him to the infirmary for a checkup. Then he set up a spot where the group could rest and shower. After the shower, Jimin suddenly turned to the bulky dude and asked, Why'd you stop me earlier? If it wasn't for you, maybe we'd already have guns. Laosi was stunned, no answer, while Jim, annoyed, kept going. Truth is, our situation right now feels like we're under custody. It's not like they're really protecting us. Laosi disagreed, thinking they shouldn't see it that way since Xiao Yong had saved them. But Jimin stayed suspicious and turned to Sani, asking straight up why he'd saved them. Sai answered honestly. He said someone hired him to protect them. No, Jin, looking tough but naturally distrustful, continued coldly. He says he was hired. But when we asked who hired him, he said nothing. How do we know if that's true or not? Plus, did you see how he treated Chen Chong? He said he'd take him to get his wound checked. But the infirmary, you saw it, looks more like a cell than a clinic. What if he's just waiting to jack a kidney? Jimin insisted. We gotta act first. Laosi still thought maybe they were misreading things. If Seo John really had good intentions, doubting him would be like biting the hand that saved you. But Jimin pushed on aggressively. I'd rather betray someone before they betray me. If what Son says is true, we'll take over this base and run the show. A cruel look crossed his face, and his words dripped with malice. Here, besides Zonon, it's just the old man and the girl. We gotta strike when he's not around and take them hostage. Looking at the girl, Jimin thought to himself, not bad at all. We could. Heh. But suddenly, he felt something off. Looking up, he saw both Sanny and Laosi staring at him seriously, and the vibe got tense real quick. Realizing he'd said something wrong, Jimin waved his hands fast and forced a laugh. Hey, just kidding, why y'all so serious? Sai wiped cold sweat off his forehead and sighed. Laosen, don't joke like that again, you nearly gave me a heart attack. It's not the end of the world yet, don't do anything reckless. Lao added. Exactly. If Xiao Yong wanted to hurt us, he'd have locked us up ages ago. Don't forget, he's packing. Jin just snorted coldly and didn't reply. Watching San and Lao walk away, he thought, idiots. With that naive mindset, how do they expect to survive in crazy times? When the moment comes, they'll just be pawns in my game. Scene change. Sanbei and Meng San entered Zhou San's room. Sanbei informed Xiao Zhong, San and his crew got their assigned spot, and the one badly hurt, Chen Chan, is in the infirmary, just like you said, and the windows in his room are locked tight. Hyong nodded. Thanks, San. Look, you and San should hit the sack early. Tomorrow might be a heavy day. Oh, and I just remembered something else. Oh, and by the way, besides Shin Chan, keep a close eye on two of Sanzi's other classmates. I've got a feeling one of them might stir up some trouble. We gotta stay sharp. Both of them got serious when they heard that, and the alert showed clear on their faces. That night, Xiao Yong stepped alone into a dark room, not even flicking on the light. Quietly, he booted up the shop system and started checking out the different supply boxes. Seeing the 3 items on the screen, he decided to cop them all right away. The system pinged several notifications. Apocalypse Farming Toolkit, Level 1. Success. 2 points deducted. Sugar, oil, and protein supply box. Redemption successful. 5 points deducted. Armament deterrent box. Redemption successful. 5 points deducted. He had 8 points left. One by one, Hume popped open the supply containers. Farming toolkit box. 50 corn seeds, sugar supply box, oil and proteins, 200 pounds of starch, 100 pounds of stewed pork, 50 packs of instant noodles. Armament deterrent box, 1,500 9mm bullets. Xiao Yongo checked out the inventory laid out in front of him and felt satisfied. Even though it wasn't as much as what he bought on his own back in the days of extreme scarcity, these supplies were seriously valuable. The next morning, 3 vehicles rolled up in front of the Hyenia ONG base. A bunch of thugs hopped out, each waving a weapon, including one dude holding a phone who had a different vibe from the rest. He was talking loud while staring at his screen. This gotta be the spot. After getting confirmation, he lifted his chin and ordered his crew, move in, break it down. The thugs, hyped up, started banging on the door with sticks and pipes, making a deafening racket. But the door didn't budge one bit. One of them, worn out from hitting it over and over, turned around panting and said, "Boss, this door's gotta be at least an inch thick. With what we got, no way we break it." Hearing that, the boss got so pissed he was practically steaming, grinding his teeth and cursing. Who the hell puts up a door this thick? He was losing it, no patience left. He spun around and told his men to unload the gear from the car. From a wooden crate, they started pulling out homemade Molotov cocktails. Each thug grabbed one, lit it up, and threw it at the base. In seconds, 5 or 6 bottles flew inside, and the fuel fire began spreading fast around Hania Xiao's fortress. From the outside, it looked like a massive blaze, but the fortress was basically untouched. If a couple of Molotovs could torch it, what kind of fortress would Jianxia or Zhong's be? Inside the base, some folks instinctively grabbed buckets of water and fire extinguishers to douse the flames. But he and Xiao stayed totally chill, unfazed, and headed with Sang up to the watchtower to see who dared to start trouble. Climbing up, Sang noticed the guy in charge at the gate looked familiar, just like the car he arrived in. After a moment, he remembered it was the same dude they'd fought with on the highway the other day. One of the thugs down below spotted movement in the tower and quickly told their boss. Recognizing Jianong, the boss clenched his teeth in rage. "It's them, that damn bastard." Spotting Han Yeong, the furious boss pointed and yelled, "Damn you. Get down here right now, or I'll torch your damn nest." Hyung heard the threat and just smirked like it was nothing, then calmly shot back, "I'm giving you 5 seconds. Grab all your dogs and get the hell out of here." Hearing the dog insult, the thugs below went ballistic. Their faces flushed red with fury, and they all started cursing, eyes blazing with hate. "Damn brat, what'd you say? You know who our boss is, your life's over." The leader, even more enraged, shouted, "Bring the last 2 boxes of Molotovs. Burn all these bastards." Hyung ignored the thugs below, just waiting silently for the 5 seconds to pass. Right then, the system popped a notification for a new mission. Standard dangerous mission, base under attack. Objective, eliminate all threats. Reward. 10 points. Sang noticed the outside crew was getting more reckless, so he turned to Xiong to ask if they should fire a warning shot. He and Xiao Yong casually pulled a rifle from his gear and replied with zero emotion. Warn 'em, just by looking at 'em, you can tell they're straight-up mafia trash. Now, while order ain't fully collapsed yet, they're lighting fires and risking lives. Keeping this scum around in the apocalypse not only puts innocent folks in danger, but also threatens our own safety. After finishing his words, Xiao Yong raised the rifle and took aim. 2 shots rang out, and instantly the gang leader lost his left hand. It took a few seconds for him to react to the unbearable pain, letting out a gut-wrenching scream. Xiao Yong looked at the slightly off shot and thought to himself, should have hit the heart with 1 shot. Must be, because I haven't practiced in a minute. Seeing their boss injured, the other thugs freaked out realizing Xiao had a rifle. The boss, with his hand chopped off, staggered back toward the car, but not before throwing a threat. Damn, this ain't over. Hold up. He and Xiao Yong heard the threat and cracked a cold smile, because he had zero plans to let him bounce that easy, especially since they came all the way out here. Today, he was going to finish them for good. A burst of gunfire echoed, and several thugs hit the ground without even catching a last breath. Only the amputated leader and 2 of his men managed to jump into the car just in time. The wounded boss yelled at the driver, "Step on it, or we're all dead." The ride started speeding up. Sang saw the scene and asked Oyeon, who just smiled and said, "Relax, that's why I brought the automatic rifle." With a click, he switched firing modes and started spraying the van with bullets. His shooting stance and reload speed showed mad skills. In less than 3 seconds, he was ready for the next burst. Sang stood beside him, watching Jian shoot with a skill that blew his mind. This sharp talent impressed even a vet like Sang. Who the hell is this kid, really? Nobody knew how much time had passed, but the gunshots echoed through the whole base until all enemies were down. Despite burning through a ton of bullets, he and Xiao Yong didn't show an ounce of regret. On the contrary, he seemed to be enjoying the rush of firing after so long. He told Sang to call him and the others to come clean up the scene. But then he suddenly stopped and thought, we're just in the early phase of the apocalypse. Best to leave these guys here to turn into zombies and let Sang and Meng Sang use him for practice. Then he turned to Sang and said, forget it. No rush to clean this up yet. Sang, surprised, asked, so we're just going to leave these dudes lying in the middle of the road? Heian Xiao Yang replied, yeah, they can still be useful. Meanwhile, 2 vehicles were speeding toward the Hanya Yon base. In one of them was Li San, who looked around and asked the driver, how much longer till we get there? From the back seat, Wen Sunja, flashing a bright smile, answered, looks like we're just 1 intersection away. Seeing Wen Sunja's over-the-top happiness, Tin frowned slightly, thinking as soon as Li Song shows up, this girl starts acting all weird. Does she think I don't see what she's trying to do? Li Song signaled to stop the car at a safe distance. She looked toward the base, then turned to give instructions. We'll stop here, babe. When you get in, shoot me a text. Got it. Tin nodded and got out of the car. She looked at Wen Nunya and said, let's go. Wen Sunja, surprised, asked, hey, I gotta go in too. Ting snorted and replied dryly, dumb question. If you don't come with me, how am I gonna find the factory? Wen Sunja, annoyed, complained, but if I just keep walking forward, my shoes are gonna wear out after 2 more blocks. Annoyed, Tin dropped the fake niceness, grabbed her arm, and dragged her while snapping, quit whining. I'm wearing heels too, so you lead the way and show me the path. When Sunja wanted to go back for her phone she left in her bag, but Tin didn't give her a chance and pulled her inside. I'm not gonna leave her alone with Li Song, Ting thought. Meanwhile, Li Song stayed in the car and called her crew to give orders right away. When my car starts moving, everyone follow right behind. Behind Li Song's car was another vehicle packed with thugs wearing faces as fierce as the crew Hianya Yan just wiped out. Behind Li Song's car, there was another ride packed with thugs, their faces as fierce as the crew Hinya or Yong just wiped out. While walking behind Ting, Wen asked curiously, hey, Ting, be real with me. Why'd you bring me along? Ting shot back with a disgusted look. Quit pretending. You think your cheap tricks fool anyone? Wen Sunja acted offended. Aw, Ting, you're so unfair to me. Don't you see I dress like this to seduce Jian or Zhang? After all, he already knows what's up with you and Lyson. Suddenly, Ting stopped, staring ahead in shock. What the hell is this? There were bodies sprawled all over the path in front of them. Seeing the scene, Wen Sunja gasped. Oh man, what happened here? Looks like a shootout. As they got closer, Wen started shaking with fear and whispered, Ting, all these people are dead. We better bounce. Even though she felt tense, Ting stayed calm, eyeing the blood splattered on the ground, and said, judging by the amount of blood, they died pretty recently. Could be 2 gangs fighting over Hyano Xiaoyong supplies. Ting exhaled slowly and said coldly, Whether Hai and Xiao Yong's alive or dead ain't the point. What matters is if there's still supplies left. When Sunja, trembling, suggested, "So, what if we let Listen come check it out and we just dip?" Ting shook her head. "Nah, let's sneak in and take a peek. Maybe Hyanya or Yong's factory ain't locked up tight." While they whispered, the guy Hyanya or Yong shot earlier, the one who lost his hand, suddenly started moving. His eyes were totally white, and he growled like a rabid beast, making creepy, wild noises. Wen Sun and Ting stood firm in front of Hyanya Yong's shelter entrance, frustrated, seeing the door locked tight like Fort Knox. "What kind of locked-up door is this? Can't see a damn thing inside," Ting muttered, annoyed. "Is Jian or Yong even okay?" At that moment, a voice called out from the wall, "Who are you guys?" On the watchtower, Meng Sanson held a crossbow, eyes sharp and cautious. Seeing them, Wen Sun said they were friends of Xiao Zhang, while Ting casually claimed she was his girlfriend. Hearing that, Meng Shan turned inside and yelled, "Aeon, gee, there's two people at the door, and one says she's your girl." Inside Hyania Onger's shelter, Tinga clenched her teeth in anger and muttered, "Look at that, how the hell did this Jian or Yong change so fast? Now he's even got a new girl." Seeing Ting about to lose it, Wen Sun whispered to calm her down. "Ting, even if you're mad, don't show it. The mission's what matters. Plus, she's got a crossbow. Think Li Song can handle that?" Ting snapped back, annoyed. "Don't worry, he's packing a few pistols. Once we crack the door, Li Song's taking care of Hai and Xiao Yong." Just then, Hian Yang climbed up the observation platform, staring at the two women with a stern look, asking straight up why they were there. At the same time, he activated his psychic vision to size up their intentions. With just one look, he thought to himself as expected, though he already knew they weren't worth it. Looks like in this life, they're still exactly the same as before. Ting kept a blank face, while Wen Sunja forced a fake smile. "Tu Ding, we're friends. Can't we come see you in these crazy times? We really care about you. You don't give a damn about us worrying about him." Hein laughed coldly to himself. "That's the dumbest joke I've heard since I was reborn." In a sarcastic tone, Hyung said, "If I'm not wrong, that bastard Li Song's hiding around here, right? How many dudes did he bring? What kind of weapons does he have ready?" The two froze like someone stepped on their tails, not knowing how he could know that. As they tried to process it, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out. Without a hint of expression, Hyano Xiao Yong raised his pistol and fired several shots near their feet. Ting, fearless, shouted, "Hanon, you crazy? You dare shoot at me?" Scared, when Suna grabbed her and whispered, "Careful, don't provoke him." He still had the gun in his hand. Ting showed zero worry, convinced Hyano Xiao Yong wouldn't dare kill her. Hyong just let out a cold smile, thinking killing these two so easily would be way too simple. Suddenly, chilling growls came from behind them. The people Jian Xiaon had taken down earlier got up. Their skin was pale, and their eyes stared at them hungrily. Seeing this, Ting couldn't help but shiver. Thinking to himself, they were clearly dead. Does this crazy flu make the dead come back to life? Hienan had been waiting for this moment and couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. He wanted these traitors to face the cruelest fate, being eaten alive by the hungry mouths of zombies. The corpses, now fully turned into the undead, moved chaotically toward the two girls. Even though they were clumsy, their eyes were full of rage and hunger as they lunged to attack. But because they were slow, the two managed to dodge just by running. Meanwhile, Li Song, sitting in his car, heard Ting's desperate scream for help. He looked outside and saw the two girls sprinting toward him, with the zombie horde right on their tails. Seeing this, Li Song's face went pale with terror. He grabbed the radio and shouted, "Turn around immediately. There are rabbit infected here. Don't waste any time." The driver spun the wheel and backed up, speeding away fast. Ting, watching the car peel out, she was so mad she almost spat blood. She tried running with all her might, but her high heels slowed her down. Just as the zombies were about to catch her, a cruel idea popped into her head. Without hesitation, she threw her designer purse straight at Wen Sunja. The purse strap tangled around Sunja's legs, who fell flat on her face with no time to react. The zombies caught up to her. Wen Sunja screamed in despair, glaring at Ting with pure hatred, cursing her in her mind for the betrayal. Thanks to her ruthless move, Ting escaped at the last second and kept telling herself as she ran, "She deserved it. I didn't do anything wrong." From a distance, Mengan almost puked her breakfast watching the scene, while Hyano Yang kept a poker face. At that moment, the system notification popped up. Common threat mission completed. 10 system points awarded. Current points 18. New mission assigned, street cleanup. Objective: eliminate infected and monsters outside the base. Reward: 10 points. Mengan was still in shock, mumbling, "Why did they turn into zombies? Haney Xiao Yong replied, now we're officially in the apocalypse. The air is contaminated with otherworldly substances, and anyone who dies outside quickly turns into a zombie. Those who are injured or physically weak are also more likely to transform. Hearing this, Meng Shan nodded, understanding the situation better. Hein Xiao Yong got down and gathered everyone for an urgent meeting. Quickly, everyone was there except Chen Chan, who was still hurt. Once everyone was assembled, Hainia Ouyongyang explained the current situation and stressed several important points for the next 2 days. Unless absolutely necessary, everyone must stay home, keep windows and doors tightly shut. This will help their bodies slowly adjust to the airborne substances, lowering mutation risk. The news shocked everyone, but San nodded, slowly accepting the reality. Worried, he asked if injured or weak people were at higher risk. What about Chen Chong in the infirmary? In the infirmary, Chen Chong remained unconscious. His hands showed purple spots. His veins seemed swollen under the skin, and his face showed pain as he fought the mutation. Hai thought to himself that if Chen Chong could hold on, maybe he'd gain special abilities. The scene shifts to the city, where chaos and riots spread everywhere, with thefts and murders multiplying and everyone fighting to survive. Sang Sang at his house watched the scene from the window, shrinking back in fear while thinking about how to protect his wife and kids. He knew he had to go out for supplies, so he decided to wait until nightfall to hit the warehouse and grab whatever was left of his stock. Before leaving, he begged his wife and kids not to open the door for anyone but him. Just then, the doorbell rang insistently. Sang tensed up and signaled to his wife and kids to keep quiet while he slowly approached the entrance. From outside, a familiar voice shouted, "Brother Sang, you home?" Recognizing Jiang Tao's voice, Sang sighed in relief. But as soon as he opened the door, he got a brutal kick to the chest. No time to react. Sang hit the ground, and before he could say a word, 4 or 5 people jumped on him. 2 of them pinned him down, stopping any chance of movement. Confused as hell, Sang glared at the intruders with pure rage, especially at Jiang Tao, his former right-hand man, who used to follow him like a beaten dog but now looked at him with straight-up contempt. Burning with anger, Sang shouted, "Jiang Tao, what the hell are you trying to do? How have I ever treated you wrong?" Jiang Tao let out a cold laugh and shot back. "Go ahead, say it again. To you, I've been nothing but a dog." Furious, Sang snapped, "Don't you have even a shred of gratitude? Without me, how would you have scraped together enough cash for your house down payment?" Jiang Tao got even more pissed and fired back, "Yeah, I barely managed to cover that down payment. But with what you've been taking, you could buy a whole damn neighborhood. Quit spouting nonsense and hand over the keys and address to your warehouse." Still, lying on the floor, unable to move, Sang gritted his teeth in fury. Seeing him resist, Jiang Tao switched tactics, targeting his wife and kids, thinking that would break his spirit. The youngest kid, seeing his mom getting roughed up, gathered all his courage and lunged at Jiang Tao, biting him out of nowhere. Jiang Tao screamed in rage, "Damn brat, what's wrong with you?" and shoved him hard, sending the kid flying several feet. Powerless, Sang could only yell from the ground, "You bastard, if you've got guts, come get me and leave my family alone." Jiang Tao mocked him, "Then why didn't you just cooperate from the start? If you play ball, your wife and kids stay safe. No other options." Sang gave in and led everyone to his warehouse on the outskirts of the city, clutching the keys with bitter resentment. When he opened the warehouse door, only a few scattered batches of goods remained. Jiang Tao frowned at the sight and asked, "Is this all that's left?" Sang scoffed with disdain. "Wasn't it because of that special client you brought in? I sold everything, even the food that was about to expire." "He and Xiao Yong," Jiang Tao muttered, repeating the name while thinking for a moment before flashing a cold smile. His expression turned sly as he said, "If we manage to take over the supply warehouse at the Haiye or Zhang plant, we won't have to worry about a thing after that." Sang tried to warn Jiang Tao not to mess with Hiania or Yong, since during a previous delivery he'd accidentally spotted a gun tucked at Xiao Yong's waist. Worried, Sang warned him, "I'm telling you, that dude got wind of the apocalypse before we did. You better watch your back." Jiang Tao showed no concern and fired back with words that chilled Sang's blood. "Take the supplies from Hyania or Yong and bring them here in exchange for your wife and kids' safety. It's a fair deal." The scene switches to the Hania or Zhang shelter. In the infirmary, everyone watches Chin Chan tied to the bed, terrified. He's growling nonstop. Looks like the miracle didn't happen. Chen Chong's turned into a zombie and is fighting to break free, trying to scratch anyone who gets close. Laosi and Sanny look at their friend with sadness, while Jimin keeps a blank expression. Suddenly, Jimin clenches his teeth and says, "We gotta kill him." Sans, drowning in sorrow, can't believe what he's hearing. "Jimin, what are you saying?" Jimin insists, "He's already dead. If we don't take him out, if he breaks loose, he'll put all of us in danger. Laosi hears this and scolds him with a shaky voice. He's one of us. Aren't you going to try to find another way to save him? With a broken voice, Laosi pleads, we're just going to abandon him. He and Xiao Yong steps in seriously. What he's saying isn't wrong. Once someone's been attacked and infected, it's almost impossible to save them. Hearing that, Laosi is left speechless. The last hope just vanished. He and Xiao Yong slowly pulls a knife from his belt and offers it to Jimin. Jimin steps back, confused about Hien Yong's intention, feeling fear inside. Free him from his suffering, said Hien Xiao Yong. Don't ask for a weapon. This is your chance to do what you gotta do. Jimin hesitates, his eyes locked on the knife in front of him, his hand trembling. But before he could decide, another hand reached out and grabbed the knife from Hien Yong's hands. It was Sansi. The pain on his face vanished, replaced by cold determination. Sai decided to do it himself, to be the one to free his best friend with his own hands. San's nature was that of a kind and gentle dude. Gathering all the courage he had, he gripped the knife tight in his hands, though he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. Xiao Yong watched closely. Then he grabbed the knife blade with his bare hand, deliberately challenging San's cold determination. With a calm voice, he said, You sure you thought this through? If everything I've said so far is a lie, you'd be turning into a straight-up killer. Even though fear still lingered inside him, San stared hard at Jianong and answered with resolve. I trust you, brother Hania Yong. I get that since Chen Chan's already a zombie, he can't go back to being human. Letting him go is the best thing I can do for him. Xiao Yong gave a slight smile, satisfied. All right then, go ahead. Sai slowly stepped up to the bed where Chen Chan had fully transformed into a zombie. The creature writhed so violently the bed creaked under the pressure. Poor San, having to be the one to end his best friend, started crying but swallowed his tears and focused all his strength to make a clean cut. The knife sliced through the air with a soft whistle. Moving toward Chen Chan's neck, the zombie growled in pain, its skin turning a dark purple shade. Right then, Janon suddenly grabbed San's hand to stop him. Surprised, Sai gasped and asked, Brother Hiano Xiao Yong, what's going on? With unshaken calm, Hiano Xiao Yong looked away toward the system screen. Everyone get out of here. Shen Chan's condition. We're keeping this kid. He might come in handy later. Turns out, he and Ouyang Yong's system just popped a notification about a rare mutation, meaning Chen Chong somehow managed to survive the infection. The others started backing off, leaving Jiano Yongas alone in the infirmary with the zombie Chen Chong. Chen Chong stared with his mouth open, growling like a bloodthirsty beast. Looks like he hadn't finished his full transformation yet. He and Xiao Yong tried calling out to Chen Chong, moving closer. The zombie seemed to sense something, stopping his growls and only making soft whimpers, less aggressive than before. Haya leaned in and whispered, I got an important mission for you. Somehow, Chen Chong seemed to get it, his resistance fading until only weak movements remained. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, the sky was still clear, but the world had already fallen into chaos. Down one of the streets, a fancy car sped out of control, like the driver was trying to escape a zombie attack. The car crashed into a pole, wrecking the front end completely. From the driver's seat, Sangin barely managed to get out, clutching his aching head, looking at his smashed ride with frustration, muttering angrily, Damn it, what bad luck. Just as he was about to walk away, a zombie suddenly appeared behind him. The monster growled and lunged at Sangin with crazy speed. Terrified, he shouted, What the hell is this? Before he could react, the zombie bit his left arm. Sangin screamed in pain while trying to shove the monster off with all his might and ran back to the car. The zombie chased him close behind, mouth wide open. Spotting an iron bar on the seat, Sang Sang grabbed it and smashed the zombie's head with all his fury, yelling, You damn monster. The hit knocked the zombie down, even knocking out a tooth. Filled with rage and fear, Sang kept hitting it repeatedly, letting out all his frustration and terror. After a while, panting and drenched in sweat, he looked at the zombie's crushed body at his feet and muttered, Can't stay here long. But before he could leave, he saw other zombies, sniffing the blood and coming fast. Without hesitation, Sangjin decided to bail right away. He walked holding his wounded arm, looking seriously beat up. The scene shifts to Hiania Ouyang's stronghold, where a bunch of staggering zombies, the former minions of the arrogant rich guy, after their recent fight, stood at the entrance. Time to clean up this trash. He and Xiao Yong slightly opened the gate and stepped out, calmly eyeing the zombies in front of him, showing zero fear. Situations like this were just part of his daily grind. Behind him, his homemade crew moved forward. Everyone was armed, some carrying hammers, others baseball bats, and a few even had firearms. Each one was on full alert, eyes peeled for every move. Menon, still not used to the weight of the protective gear, looked at the stiffness in her elbows from the armor and complained. He and Xiao Yong, this stuff is mad uncomfortable. It's tough to move right. Humong chuckled softly and explained to her and everyone else. Zombies ain't smart, but once they mutate, they pack a ton of strength, turning real dangerous. With the fight experience y'all got now, it's easy to get hurt, so you gotta wear protection. Once you get more experience, you can ditch it. After talking, he stepped to the front of the group, taking a few steps to size up the scene. Spotting one of the zombies, he raised his hand signaling the crew to get ready and warned. We're already in their perception range. Men San, Sanny and two other young mechanics tensed up, locking in hard. Laosi responded quick. Got it. Hian Yong gave the signal to be ready. Right then, the zombie spotted them, turning instantly and showing its mangled, nasty face as it charged toward them. Xiao Yong shouted, "We've been spotted. Get ready to move," and added a final warning. Remember my words. Watch each other's backs and keep a safe distance. The zombie charged at a terrifying speed, baring its ugly teeth. But Xiao Yong dodged it with mad skill, yelling out instructions. Keep hitting on them. The moment the zombie misses its attack is our shot. Aim for the temple and the neck. Laos. The big dude in the group lunged forward, gripping his sword tight. He raised it and swung with all his might at the zombie. But the second the blade hit the creature's head, all that came out was a dull thud, paff, and the zombie didn't even flinch. Instead, Laosi screamed in pain, clutching his arm. Damn, that hurts. Hianong quickly warned. The skull up top is super tough. If you attack head-on, you'll barely do damage and might numb your hands. No sooner had he finished speaking than the zombie grabbed Ozzy's sword, yanking him in. The creature opened its mouth and bit down on the metal blade, its teeth grinding, making a creepy sound, its disgusting face just inches from Laos's. Laosi, struggling to keep distance, yelled in panic. Damn, Chi, help me out, please. Without losing his cool, Hanon watched and encouraged him. Not bad. That's how you do it. Yeah, your buddy needs backup. He reacted instantly, gripping his baseball bat tight and swinging hard at the zombie's neck. The hit landed solid, making the creature step back, growling in furious pain. After a few seconds, Haiyan Xiao Oyong looked at the group calmly and said, "One hit ain't enough to take it down. Keep hitting." The three young mechanics teamed up and kept pounding the zombie until it was completely still. Just then, another zombie crept up silently behind Haiyan Oyong. Sangyi, proud of their effort, turned and asked, "Hian Xiao Oyong, what do you think of our moves?" Hi, Xiao Yong smiled, satisfied. But before he could answer, a zombie lunged at him with bulging eyes and an open mouth, ready to bite his shoulder. Seeing this, Sanyi shouted, alarmed. Watch out, brothers Oyonon. The zombie charged fast with its mouth wide open to attack, but Hein Xiaong showed no fear. He quickly grabbed the boar, creature's head and held it tight. Calm as ever, he told the group, "Y'all forgot. Gotta stay alert all around us at all times." The zombie struggled under Hian's grip but couldn't break free, leaving the whole crew stunned. Despite the scare, everyone kept their cool and stayed locked in on the fight. The scene switches to Sang Sing, who had snuck up to Haiyan Yong's base, hiding behind some concrete blocks, looking around and muttering under his breath. Damn, looks like that punk's already grabbed all the good stuff here. From his hideout, he clearly heard Hianya Oyong's voice advising his team to stay alert and watch their backs at all times. Sang slowly crept closer to an empty car while making sure the voice he heard was definitely Hian Ong's. On the other side, Sanny Z and his crew were locked in, taking down every single zombie. Meanwhile, Sang was creeping low behind the car, spying on Hainia Un's squad, totally clueless that a dark shadow was slinking up right at his feet. That zombie wasn't just any zombie, it was Wenjia, Ting's close homie, who'd been attacked by a horde and was now fully turned. Her face, once beautiful, was now wrecked skin, torn and bleeding, painting a straight-up nightmare. Sniffing out the scent of a human, her eyes lit up like flashlights, and with a quick move, she grabbed Sang Sang's pants, making him jump and fall flat on the ground. Terrified out of his mind, Sang kicked and screamed, "No, no, no." But when he saw Wen Sunja's twisted face, he froze in pure horror, stuck like a statue. Wen Suna, with zero humanity left, let out a gut-wrenching scream and lunged at him like a starving beast. Eyes wide, mouth full of sharp teeth, she pounced, ready to end Sang Sang without mercy. Xiao Yong's face was covered in nasty spots. He opened his mouth and lunged at Sani in the chaos. Sani yelled, "Damn it." Realizing he was trapped, he shut his eyes, bracing for the worst. Then, bam, a loud gunshot cracked through the air. Sang snapped his eyes open, still dazed, and saw Jianong suddenly standing behind him with a cold stare. Xiao Yong held his gun steady. A silver bullet had blown Song's head apart, making the scene seriously gruesome. Still shaken, Sanny shoved Xiao Yong's corpse away. With a twisted look of disgust and heavy breathing, he and Xiao Oyan lowered his weapon, eyeing him coldly and asked, "Sanny, what the hell are you doing here?" Shivering, San stood up, his clothes soaked in blood and bits of Soy's brain, faking desperation. He said, "Brother Xiaoyong, I'm finally alive to find you." He and Xiao Yong grabbed Sanny's arm and noticed a purple bruise spreading. A clear sign he'd been bitten by a zombie. Looking closer, Zonong saw the wound was necrotic, like it was about to mutate. Without hesitation, Zhou pressed his gun barrel to San's forehead and whispered, "You got bit." San's face went pale with terror, looking down. He quickly raised his hands, eyes begging, pleading with Jian Xiao Yong for mercy. "Brother Song, don't shoot, please. Forgive me." "I gotta tell you something," Sanny begged desperately. Can Ansia clenched his teeth, cold eyes locked on him. "Say it now, don't come any closer," he replied firmly, gripping the gun tight, knowing there was no turning back. Sai showed his pain with tears streaming down his face. Shaking, he confessed, "Brother Zoyang, I know there's no hope for me. Soon I'll lose control. But that bastard Jan Tao caught my wife and kids. He forced me to trick you to steal your supplies." Sang and sobbed hard, tears pouring down his face. "Xiao Zhang, I know I ain't a good guy, but my wife and kid didn't deserve this." His pitiful pleas made the air heavy. He and Xiao Yong stayed silent, cold-eyed, still aiming his gun at him. But Sang Seng didn't give up, kept telling his tragic story, begging Jan Xiao Yong to look after his family. "Xiao, my family's fate will be way worse than mine. Please, I'm begging you. Take care of them, like some kind of payback for helping protect your stash." After a moment of inner struggle, Jan Xiao Oyong squinted, thinking it over. Even though Sang Sining's original plan was all about himself, it was true he'd been a big help. He nodded in agreement and glanced at his crew. His boys like M. Sanson, Lao Owen, Seni, and the other two homies from class watched quietly. Han Xiaoyong thought hard, knowing his fortress still had plenty of room and the guy-to-girl ratio was off. Just then, a system notification sound cut through his thoughts, making him crack a slight smile. His eyes lit up when he read the message on the screen, thinking to himself, "Looks like this mission's got some extra perks. Even this chance could score me more points." New missions popped up over the old ones on the screen. System's new mission, Sacrifice of the Wife and Son. Requirement, rescue Sang's wife and son. Reward, 25 points. Current mission, street cleanup. Requirement, eliminate infected and creatures outside the fortress. Progress, 70%. Reward, 10 points. After checking the missions, Hanya finally replied to Sang, "Chill, I got your family's back." Sang Senche, still begging, doubted Jian Oyong would really help his wife and kid. Hearing those words, he got super emotional, tears streaming down his cheeks, no pride left at all. He dropped to his knees, bowing his head and banging it on the ground in thanks, saying with feeling, "Brother Xiaoyong, in this life, I, Sang Senche, can never repay all you've done for me. In the next life, I swear to be your loyal servant like a faithful steed. If that's what you want." After banging his head on the ground till he was wiped out, Sang Senche slumped down, head hanging low, mentally bracing for his last moment. Shaking, he whispered, "Brother Xiaoyong, go ahead, do it." Haim stayed quiet for a sec, then looked at him and asked, "Do what?" Sang Senche squeezed his eyes shut. His voice trembled with pain. "I got no hope left. Please, end me. I don't want to turn into a monster and put my wife and kid in danger." Even though Sang Senche seemed hostile to the world, he had deep love for his family. Looks like he still had some loyalty left. Haiyang thought quietly, surprised to see that honest side of him. After a moment, he and Xyong turned to Meng Sanson and said, "Sanson, grab a bike for him, please." Mengan was shocked by this move. But she said nothing and quietly obeyed. Hiano Xiaoyong slung his weapon over his shoulder, looked at Sang Sen and said, "You better bounce as soon as possible, and the farther you get, the better. Find a deserted spot and stay far away from here." Sang Senshi looked up, kinda confused. "Why do I gotta do that?" Hai stayed calm, though his tone softened a bit. "You don't need to know why. You ain't got much time, so use it wisely." Sang Sencha dropped his head and gave a smile mixing satisfaction and resignation. "Got it. Thanks, big bro." A few minutes later, Sang Senche left the Heian Ongi base, pedaling away in a rush. On the way, he tried to think about his wife and kid, clinging to one last shred of hope. Even though he felt the virus was already taking over his body, his left eye had changed color, turning black, and his life seemed more fragile than ever. Back at the Hyansia Ojong base, everyone was gathering zombie remains under his watch. Exhausted, they hurried to stack the bodies into a big pile. Hyong poured gasoline over the pile of infected corpses, enough to make sure they burned completely. He lit the fire, and in an instant, flames shot up, turning all traces of zombies to ashes. The flames roared high, and a thick column of smoke covered the sky. Everyone watched silently, except Jimin, who sighed and said, "Man, today really wiped me out." After finishing the mission and helping the team get used to fighting zombies, Xiao Yong started sizing up the situation. He figured that with the strength and experience they'd built so far, everyone could handle solo zombies without getting hurt, as long as there were at least 2 or 3 people armed with melee weapons. At that moment, the system next to Jian Ouyang showed a notification. Street cleanup mission completed. Reward, 10 points added. Current points, 28. Even though they had some initial experience, Xiao Yong reminded the whole crew about zombie dangers, even if they could handle a few isolated ones. If you run into a big group or stronger variants, it ain't gonna be that easy. Hearing this, everyone got serious, faces full of worry about the challenges ahead. After dropping those warnings, Hanon led everyone to the big warehouse at the base. Sangin couldn't hide their curiosity, wondering what new orders Xiao Yong would drop on them. When they reached the warehouse door, Xiao Yong signaled for Laoan to come closer. When he arrived, Xiao Yong handed him a key and said, "This warehouse has weapons already prepped. Tonight, I gotta roll into the city to handle some business. I'm leaving the base in your hands." Laoan took the key, but a worried look flashed across his face. The city's totally out of control right now. You really think you can roll solo? Hearing this, Sanny and the burly Xiao Kai got hyped and volunteered to roll with Ji and Xiao Yong. Both said in unison, "Big bro, let us come with you." But Jimin stayed quiet, his face tight with caution. He and Xiao Yong just smiled and shook his head, calmly turning down the offer. "Not yet. You guys ain't ready to handle those dangerous zombies out there. If you come, you'll just be dead weight." Then he turned to Lao with a serious look. He entrusted him. "It's all on you now." Laoan slapped the pack on his shoulder and answered confidently, "Don't sweat it, big bro. Take care of yourself." He and Xiao Yong carefully set up the base defenses, prepped the weapons and protective gear, then took off in his ride. On the way, the system suddenly popped up a store notification, but the screen was empty except for a single manual refresh button that cost 2 points. He and Xiao Yong stared at the screen, worried, muttering to himself, "This system store updates way too slow." Without hesitation, he hit the manual refresh, thinking, "This mission ain't gonna be easy. Better upgrade to make sure I'm solid." As soon as he pressed the update button, the system showed new items in the store. Black Tech Supply Box, Level 1, 20 points. Emergency Box, Level 1, 5 points. Intimidation Weapons Box Level 1, CCO points. The next update would cost 4 points now. He and Xiao Yong closed his eyes for a moment, thinking, another update's gonna cost double the points. Good thing I got enough points this time. Without wasting time, he picked the Black Tech Supply Box Level 1. The system confirmed the purchase and deducted 20 points, leaving 6 points left in the vehicle. Hai and Xiao Yong opened the box he got from the system. Suddenly, a blinding flash forced him to cover his eyes with his hand. "What the hell is this?" he thought, surprised. When he lowered his hand, he saw he was holding a huge syringe filled with a special liquid. Seeing the words Physical Enhancement Serum on the system, he immediately understood the Black Tech Supply Box's reward was designed to boost his combat skills. Without hesitation, he and Xiao Yong injected the serum straight into his arm, letting the liquid flow through his body. Instantly, a wave of strength and energy surged through every cell. His body started glowing. His eyes flashed a white light and his hair stood on end from the powerful energy. The system screen showed a new attribute update. Current strength 13 equal to 260% of a normal person. The scene switches to the apartment tower where San Senenji lives. Inside the apartment, his wife and son, little Xuahing, are locked in a room. San Senenji's wife holds their son, whispering softly to calm his fear. "Don't worry, baby. Daddy's gonna come back to us real soon." Right then, Jay Tao and his accomplice burst through the door and storm into the room. The woman jumps, terrified, screaming, "What do you want from us?" Jay Tao grins wickedly, steps closer, takes her hand and strokes her hair with a sinister smirk. "What do we want? Just to have a little fun." His accomplice licks his lips, eyes full of nasty intentions as he looks at her. A second later, they ripped off her top, exposing her trembling, slender shoulders. She tried to fight back, but it was useless. Tears streamed down her face. Overwhelmed by terror and hopelessness, San Senengi's wife was thrown to the floor. Trapped by those two abusers, Zhang Tao and his tall, burly partner. Zhang Tao held her down while his buddy, dressed in white, smiled with satisfaction as he quickly tore off her jacket. Little Xuehing, despite his young age, couldn't stay still. He lunged at them, trying to push them away. Little Xuehing, even though he was young, couldn't stay still. He lunged at them, trying to push them back, hitting them and yelling at the top of his lungs to defend his mom. But no matter how hard he tried, his cries and pleas couldn't stop those two disgusting jerks. Right at that peak moment of tension, the bedroom door slammed open. A figure appeared, but it wasn't Jian or John, it was some dude with dyed blonde hair, known as Lig, the gang's top dog. Hearing the ruckus, he strolled in, scratching his neck, asking with a chill tone, "What's all the noise about?" The guy in the white shirt. Seeing Lee, his face lit up and he said, "Brother Lee, come join the fun." It looked like things were about to spiral out of control, but to everyone's surprise, Lee frowned and cut him off coldly. "Cut it out. First, we gotta finish the job. Don't get ahead of yourself." The white shirt dude frowned, clearly annoyed, and asked through clenched teeth, "Why stop me? Haven't we done this a bunch of times before?" Lee, who seemed a bit more level-headed, answered firmly and threateningly, "If we mess with a woman and kid now, what if she decides to off herself? Then that dude won't have anything holding him back, no reason to follow our orders. Who benefits from that?" Then he glanced at the woman and kid with a sly look and added with a mocking grin, "Let's finish this first, then you can have all the fun you want." Jay, Tao and the white shirt guy heard Lee, and though they were reluctant, they stood up and stopped what they were doing. The white shirt dude grunted annoyed. "Damn, gotta listen to him." And just when he was getting into it, Tao turned and, not missing a beat, threw a mocking look at the mom and kid, stretching his eyes and sticking his tongue out provocatively. "Just wait till tonight." Then both of them left the room, leaving Sang Sining's wife, shaking with fear as she held her son tight, Sue. In the dim light, the mom and kid could only cry silently, with the boy rubbing his eyes and curling up in his mom's arms, looking for some comfort in the middle of all that terror and uncertainty. Outside the city, darkness covered everything. The streets were full of wrecked, abandoned cars with no one around, except for the shadows of nasty zombies roaming that desolate scene. A rare car headlight cut through the darkness. Hyun was behind the wheel, focused, thinking about his combat level after upgrading the system with some mad skills. He drove, dodging broken-down cars blocking the way. With his 13 physical condition points, he and Xiao Yong had doubled his strength, significantly boosting his reaction speed and body control, which pumped him up. When he reached a main avenue full of flipped vehicles, he and Xiao Yong knew it was time to go on foot. Carefully, he stopped the car, got out, locked it up, and then looked toward downtown. At that moment, a growl broke the silence from a nearby corner, and turning, he saw two zombies who had spotted him and were now running his way. The two hungry zombies lunged at Jian Xiao Ouyang with terrifying speed, glassy eyes and mouths wide open like they wanted to tear everything apart. Seeing them, Xiao Yong flinched but quickly regained his composure with his current strength. He knew he had enough power to take these creatures on. Xiao Yong swiftly dodged the first zombie's attack, sliding past its shoulder and landing a hard hit that made it stagger and fall right onto the second zombie coming up behind. The two tumbled over each other while Haimia Ouyang stood firm, ready to keep fighting. Haim looked at them coldly, extended his hand, and summoned his sword. In a flash, the weapon appeared in his hand from the car, his face ruthless. Zhou Yang didn't hesitate. He charged like a sharp wind, moving fast and packed with deadly intent. His precise slashes left streaks of light as he moved. After just a few hits, he stopped behind the two zombies. In the blink of an eye, their heads hit the ground before they could even realize what happened. Under the car's headlights, Hienzia Ouyang held his sword, scanning the scene and muttering to himself about strength and reflexes. Under the car lights, Hienzia Ouyang held his sword, watching the scene and mumbling to himself about strength and reflexes. "Now I'm on top. I can take out these creatures with ease. This is truly the power of doubled physical ability." I even noticed my hearing got way sharper and suddenly caught a faint noise in the distance, like sound waves vibrating in my ears. Hian Xiao Ouyang frowned and thought to himself, "Damn, we're surrounded." He looked toward the sound, which came from a crowded residential area full of buildings. He figured it was only about 800 meters away. At that exact moment, the system triggered a notification for a random mission, a meetup mission. The scene shifts to 800 meters from Hyannia. At a mini-market, a bunch of zombies were packed at the entrance, banging on the glass and door trying to get in. Inside, screams of desperation and fear echoed. "Damn, we're surrounded." In the middle of the supermarket, a security guard was in charge, holding a pistol and shouting fast, "Bring something heavy to block the door." Everyone around him hurried to push heavy shelves to reinforce the entrance. A dad and his kid were pushing a big shelf with all their might. The kid, tears in his eyes, looked at his dad with a shaky voice. "Dad, we're gonna die here." The exhausted man, sweating buckets, tried to comfort his son. "Don't worry, they won't get in, though." His words turned bitter as he said, "And if they do, it don't matter. We'll meet up with Mom." Hearing this, The kid got even more scared and broke down crying. Meanwhile, the security guard, who overheard, lost his cool and yelled at the dad, annoyed. "Uncle Son, what kind of dumb crap you talking? You just making everyone panic more." The man named Son sighed and responded frustrated, like letting out all his built-up complaints. "If I was so good at talking, I'd already be the condo manager." The guard said nothing, just worried more about everyone's safety. Looking at the crazed zombies outside, he muttered to himself, "Damn, we might die here today." Just when everyone in the supermarket was losing hope, suddenly, loud noises came from outside, like someone was fighting the zombies. There were footsteps and hits that made everyone jump. They immediately grabbed their makeshift weapons, ready for the worst. The only woman in the group quickly hid at a safe distance, trying to stay out of danger. The security guard immediately loaded his gun and shouted, "What the hell's going on out there?" A zombie headbutted the glass with a loud bam, almost smashing it to pieces. The dad and kid inside shuddered from the scare. The kid stepped back and fell, while the dad froze, staring at the door. Outside the glass, black blood dripped from the zombie's head over a big part of the window. For 30 minutes, the blood spread more and more over the glass. The group, tense and barely breathing, fell into total silence. The guard was sweating cold, breathing hard while keeping his gun ready, and cautiously said, "Uncle Son, you and Xiao Yong pull the barricades off the door, but do it carefully." The woman hiding behind heard this silently and looked confused. Dad and son, Uncle Son and Juan started moving a big table away from the door very carefully, whispering, "Yeah, yeah." Moments later, when everything was set, the guard was first to open the door and step out, keeping his gun on alert. To his surprise, he saw all the zombies outside lying on the ground, motionless. They were scattered with no sign of life. The group, the dad, the woman, and the kid followed the mini-market guard. Always on alert, Uncle Son, with a metal bar on his shoulder and eyes wide open, muttered, "Who could have done this?" Siwon's face was pale. He gripped a metal bar tightly in his hands, trembling as he whispered, "It has to be a mutant. It has to be a mutant." Uncle Son frowned and asked, "Mutant? What the hell's that?" The kid, Siwon, eyes still teary, clenched his teeth and answered, "Compared to normal zombies, they're monsters with way more strength and speed." He gripped the iron bar hard and continued, "That's what they say in comics and video games." Hearing his son's words, the dad looked surprised and annoyed. He turned to him and scolded, "Comics, novels, video games. You spend all day glued to that stuff. How you gonna get better like that?" He kept scolding him. "You're always zoned out on that, and your grades keep dropping." The security guard, not really into the convo, stayed sharp with his gun in hand, focused only on what was going down around him. Annoyed by the family's chatter, turned to Uncle Son and said, "Uncle Son, you really don't know when to chill. Instead of wasting time on this nonsense, follow me. Watch the surroundings and make sure no one catches us off guard." The group of four, each holding a weapon, started moving. The security guard led the way with his gun ready. He reminded them, "Everyone keep your eyes on the path. Move slow and stay focused." After a bit, the group reached a corner. The guard raised his hand to signal a stop. They looked around cautiously and, surprised, exclaimed, "What's that?" Right then, they saw Xuahing standing in the middle of the street. Focused on his system panel, the system showed a notification saying the mission was complete, and experience points were added. The kid C. Jones stared hard and said, "That's the mutant. Definitely a mutant." But the guard checked Xuahing up and down and said, "To me, he looks like just a regular guy." Even though the group was pretty far and speaking low, Hano Xiao Yong caught every word thanks to his current skills. He looked up, glanced their way, smiled, and said, "A mutant. Haha, y'all got wild imaginations, huh? It's gonna be a long time before mutants are roaming the streets like that." Hearing this, the security guard felt relieved, relaxed his stance, and flashed a friendly smile as he approached Jan Xiao Yong, saying, "Finally found someone still alive. But walking alone around here is straight up dangerous. In times like this, sticking together is the key to survival. Join us." He stayed cautious and asked, "Is it just you guys?" The guard nodded and explained, "We're scavenging for supplies. There's a good number of civilians gathered in Dongxian Yan." When Haiyan Xiao Yong heard Tongxian Yuan mentioned, his curiosity spiked. Tongxian Yuan. "If I'm not mistaken, there's a spot called Jin Yufu nearby, right?" Tong quickly stepped up and replied, "Exactly. It's not far, just a block away." It seemed like both Uncle Son and the guard had taken a liking to Hainia or Yong and wanted him on their squad. Uncle Son put a hand on his shoulder in a friendly way and said, "Come roll with us. The more of us, the stronger we get. Plus, our leader, Leader Li, has a gun and mad experience dealing with these zombies." Haiyansia Oyon Younges gave a mysterious smile and said, "That sounds dope. Thanks, everyone." A little later, when the group of four, the guard, the father and son duo, Xuan, and the woman accepted Jian Ong into the team, the five organized and started moving toward the base. The four up front moved carefully, each alert and focused, but Jian Xiao Yong strolled relaxed behind them. At that, Uncle Sun turned his head and asked with curiosity and caution, "Hey, kid, you digging into Jin Yufu cause you're looking for someone important?" I nodded slightly, saying just a simple yes, adding no more details and avoiding eye contact with Uncle Sun, worried about him. Uncle Sun stopped, turned around, and kept asking, "Is it family or a girl you're after?" Xiao Yong stayed silent, not answering right away. Thinking he was probably worried and sad about the whole situation, Uncle Sun gave him a pat on the shoulder trying to comfort him. "Hyun, we're in the apocalypse now. The person you're looking for might not even be around anymore. You gotta brace yourself for the worst." Hearing this, Leader Lee, who was walking up front, added annoyed, "That's true. Even if zombies don't get you, you might run into those animals." Hanong, curious about that, looked at him and asked, "What animals?" Lao Li started telling about the gangs, causing chaos in the east side of the city with a hateful look. He said it was a bunch of thugs settled in the Bishuasan Villa area, out east, ready to survive no matter what. They were hurting other survivors. He kept going with a voice full of outrage, his face muscles tensing up. "We ran into those bastards before, and a bunch of our crew got taken out by them." Just as he finished talking, Lao Li suddenly spotted a black shadow right in front of him. All he could clearly see was a pair of white teeth sticking out. Not realizing the danger, Lao Li waved his hand to change the subject, talking about the thugs, reminding everyone to stay sharp around strangers. Little Siam was the first to spot the zombie and shouted out in alarm, "Uncle Lee, watch out." The shout made Lao Li jump. The zombie, with its greenish, nasty face, had already lunged at him, trying to grab his arm. Lao Li reacted fast, spinning around and raising his pistol. He fired just in time. A loud bang echoed, and the zombie dropped to the ground with a bullet through its head. Lao Li, still shaken, stared at the corpse as sweat dripped down his forehead. Holding the gun in his hand, he muttered a curse, but the shot had caught the attention of other nearby zombies. Lao Li started hearing their groans and dragging footsteps getting closer. Horrified, he yelled, "Damn it, that shot drew these damn zombies right to us." Seeing the horde of zombies slowly moving toward them, Lao Li started to panic. He turned his head all around, trying to find a way out while mumbling non-stop. "What do we do now? Chill, chill." At that moment, his eyes locked onto an empty bus parked nearby. Excited, he shouted, "Got it," and immediately ran toward the bus. The other three followed fast, while Hainia Xiao Yong strolled calmly behind. Watching the scene quietly, he noticed the bus was a closed shelter that could be useful for defense, but he also thought if they got surrounded, there'd be no way out. The group quickly climbed inside the bus. Hien Xiao Ouyang sized up the situation and, satisfied with his call, muttered to himself, "Good choice. I'd give this 70 points in this mess." Lao Li kindly stood by the bus door, holding it open for Jianong. From there, he called out loud, "Dude, hurry up, this way." Just as a zombie was dangerously close behind him, Han Yao Yong sped up and ran into the bus. Lao Li nimbly stepped aside to let Han Yao Xiao Yong get in straight. No sooner had he stepped on the bus, and before he could steady himself, Lao Li slammed the door shut, breathing a sigh of relief. But he didn't forget to tell Sian to check every row of seats carefully to make sure no zombies were hiding. Siwon looked out the window, watching what was going down outside, and reported with worry, "They're not giving up yet. They're still gathering around." He saw several zombies already close to the bus, pounding hard on the windows while growling nonstop. Lao Li, growing more tense, exclaimed nervously, "Damn, I think we moved way too slow out here." Outside, the zombies kept piling up in bigger numbers. Pale, skinny arms kept banging on the bus doors, making a terrifying racket. The situation was getting worse as the zombies crowded around the vehicle, pressing their faces against the glass. They kept hitting the windows, their voices shaking and desperate. Lao Li muttered, "We're screwed. No way out now." Suddenly, a zombie hand slipped through a crack in the door, trying to force it open. In this critical moment, Lao Li thought all was lost, but right away, Hien Yao pressed his hand against the door and pushed hard to close it again, helping Lao Li hold back the zombies. Hien Yao's move left Lao Li totally stunned. With just one hand, Hien Yao Xiao Yong shut the door easily, calming the panic of everyone inside the bus. Faced with this show of strength, Lao Li was so shocked he froze, eyes wide, staring at Hien Yao Xiao Yong. He finally pulled himself together and stammered, "That strength is insane." Hien Yong stayed calm, holding the door tight while coldly telling Lao Li, "As long as I hold this door, they ain't getting in. Quick, tell the others to break the windows and fight back." Lao Li jumped and ran straight to the back of the bus, screaming desperately for everyone to act according to Hienya or Yong's orders. Just as the bus windows started breaking, the zombies outside began pushing and growling, stretching their arms inside, making a deafening noise. Among them, a zombie suddenly let out a gut-wrenching scream when a metal bar pierced its head. Turns out Uncle Sun was leaning out the window. He gripped the metal bar tight as he pushed it further in, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Die, you bastard." Inside the bus, Sanjone and the woman held him firmly to keep him from falling, while loudly behind them gripped a gun tight, aiming at the window. Seeing the overwhelming number of zombies, loudly shouted worriedly, "With this many zombies, we won't have enough bullets." At that critical moment, Xiao Yong's voice rang out beside him. "Use this." Loudly glanced to the side and saw Xiao Yong, still holding the bus door shut with one hand, while handing him a crossbow with the other. Surprised, loudly asked, "A crossbow? Where'd you get that, Hyung?" "Calmly," he replied, "picked it up by chance on the way." Without hesitation, Lao Li grabbed the crossbow with both hands and shot an arrow straight into a nearby zombie's head, taking it out instantly. Uncle Sun and Lao Li quickly teamed up. One shot the crossbow, while the other pushed the metal bar. Within minutes, they'd taken down almost all the zombies. The lifeless bodies lay scattered around the bus, while just a few weak ones still clung to the windows. Uncle Sun kept pushing the metal bar. He yelled furiously, "Damn zombies! Eat your own crap." Finally, after wiping out all the zombies, the group of 5 stepped off the bus, sticks in hand. His eyes filled with satisfaction and pride, mixing joy with cockiness. He exclaimed, "Surviving this twice in a row ain't no coincidence. We're clearly the favorites of fate in this apocalypse." Hai Ouyang Yang heard Siwen's words and just curled his lips into a cold smile, shooting him a serious look. He reminded him, "Don't get too cocky. Always stay alert. Don't mess up from carelessness." The scene shifts to Hyania or Yong's base camp, where the sky is still dark. Inside the base, Jinan wore a worried expression as he murmured quietly, "Hope everything's going well for Jianong over there." At that moment, Laoan, Mansan, and the Sanxian group were heading back to their rooms to rest after the meeting. Suddenly, Jinan stood up, pointed at himself, and told Laoan, "I'm taking watch duty tonight." Laosi, the bulky guy in the group, laughed, surprised, and gave Jimin a light shove on the shoulder. He joked, "What's up with you today? Why so hyped?" Jimin flinched slightly, looked at Lao with an annoyed expression, and frowned as he replied, "I've always been like this. Mind your own business." Laosi was a bit taken aback. He stayed silent for a few seconds, then just shrugged. Turning around, he put a hand behind his neck and commented with little interest, "Why you gotta react so strong?" Jimin, still serious and grumpy, stared hard at Laos. Laolan noticed the tension and patted Jimin's shoulder to calm him down. "It's cool. If you volunteer, we can all rest easy," he added before leaving. "Remember to watch carefully. If you see anything weird, wake everyone up right away." Jimin nodded quickly and replied, "Don't worry." Once everyone fell into a deep sleep and the night grew darker, Jimin was on watch at the fort. He looked bored, sitting with a distracted gaze, muttering to himself, "It's late. Bet everyone's asleep, probably scheming something." Jimin suddenly stood up, turned, and started walking away while mumbling, "Gotta move fast before Xiao Yong wakes up." At that moment, Laoan was sleeping deeply. He had carefully placed the key to the weapons storage that Xiao Yong had entrusted him with right beside his bed. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared over his blanket. Someone had just opened his room door. However, Laoan remained asleep, unaware of anything. Just as suspected, Jimin had bailed on his post at the fortress, ditching his watch shift, and now he'd snuck into Laoan's room. With a wicked grin, Jimin slowly cracked the door wide open, eyes sharp, watching every move the old man made. He crept forward, stepping light as a shadow, inching closer to Laoan's bed, reaching out carefully toward the key, lying right next to it. Laoan, deep in sleep, didn't show a sign he noticed until he felt a faint warmth on his hand from Jimin's touch. Instantly, Laoan's eyes shot open wide. He sat up and yelled furious, "What the hell are you doing?" Startled, Jimin jumped back, but in a flash, he clenched his teeth, knowing he'd been caught. Without hesitation, he slammed his fist into Laoan's head. "Who?" Laoan shouted in pain before he could even react. Jimin snatched the key from the old man's hand and bolted. Laoan, too old to chase, stayed put. "You damn bastard, what you think you're doing? Give me that key back right now." Laoan screamed, waking everyone in the nearby rooms. Mengen and Yanni rushed out fast, faces full of shock. Mengen, spotting the cut on Laoan's forehead, asked, worried, "What's going on?" Holding his aching head, Laoan said, "Jimin, that punk just stole the weapons storage key. Stop him, quick." Hearing this, Mang Shannon, Sansi, and Laosi took off after Jimin. Sansi yelled while running, "Stop him." Meanwhile, Laosi, despite his bulk, ran with all he had, shouting, "Jimin, what the hell you doing?" Jimin heard his crew's voices but didn't answer. He kept running as fast as he could. Spotting the chance, he slammed a metal bar down hard, knocking over stuff nearby with a loud crash, blocking the path. Faced with the mess, the three chasing him had to slam on the brakes. Sansi, pissed off, frowned and gritted his teeth, yelling, "Damn, that filthy brat. Can't believe this." Right then, Jimin passed the infirmary and suddenly stopped. He glanced at the door, his face turning sly. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he whispered, "Since I'm in this deep, might as well go all the way." Without hesitation, Jimin stepped inside the room where Change Chong, now a zombie, was tied to a bed, though he looked kinda scared. He crept closer. Chen Chong sensed someone and tensed up, growling wildly. Jimin clenched his teeth and reached for the ropes binding Chen Chong's wrists. Suddenly, the zombie's left arm broke free from one of the ties and lunged straight at Jimin's hand. Grrr! Jimin jumped back, horrified, yelling, "Damn it." He stared at Chen Chong's pale arm, still trembling and rising, muttering in disbelief. What the hell? Why was one of these ties so loose? Didn't they tie him up right before? Thinking that, his face darkened with a sinister grin. In a cold tone, he muttered, "Perfect. Saves me the trouble." Without another word, Jimin spun around and left the room, leaving Chen Chong with one loose tie, not even bothering to fix it. Meanwhile, Meng Shannon, Sansi, and Laosi cleared the debris and kept chasing. They reached the infirmary door, just in time to see a tall, skinny figure staggering out. Sansi immediately recognized Chen Chong and yelled angrily, "That damn Jimin. How dare he free Chen Chong from the infirmary? He's trying to doom us all." Chen Chong had fully turned into a zombie. His pale skin and dull eyes made him unrecognizable as he staggered toward his old crew. Low guttural growls came from his mouth, no trace of reason left. Laoan ran up behind and exploded with rage, gritting his teeth while yelling, "Damn, I never thought that punk Lu Jimin could be so damn despicable. I messed up trusting him." Men Sanzan, standing right next to him, stared at the zombie Chen Chong with eyes full of fear and worry. Looking at Laoan, he asked, "What do we do now, boss? All the weapons are locked up in the storage." Laoan clenched his fists tight, making a firm decision. "No matter what, we gotta team up first to take down Chen Chong and lock him back up in the infirmary." He quickly calmed the group and set a plan in motion. With a sharp gesture, Laoan started barking out orders. "Sangi Laosi, split up. Use the tactics Hainia Ouyong taught us, but watch out, don't let that freak bite you." Following the instructions, the four crept slowly toward the zombie Chen Chong, staying super cautious. Chen Chong, motionless. Didn't seem like he noticed them yet. Seizing the perfect moment, Laoan shouted loud, "Now's the time." As soon as they heard the signal, Sani and Minin lunged forward with mad speed. Thanks to Hainia Ouyong's training, Sani was way more confident than before, gripping Chen Chong's head tight, growling, "Hurrah!" Laoan and Minin quickly grabbed the zombie's arms, struggling to pin him down. Chen Chong thrashed like a cornered beast, growling fiercely, but he couldn't break free from the combined strength of the three. "We got him under control," Sani yelled. Laoan, already opening the infirmary door, made a quick gesture and ordered, "Get him inside, fast." The three moved in perfect sync, shoving Chen Chong hard into the infirmary room. Once everything was set, Laoan started counting out loud. 3, 2, 1. With all his might, Sani pushed Chen Chong inside while shouting. The infirmary door slammed shut, and Sani locked it up fast and firm with a padlock. Finally, the crew had neutralized a major threat. Laoan stared at Chen Chong through the glass door, a thoughtful look on his face. Sani, standing beside him, looked surprised too and blurted out, "Am I tripping, or was it way easier to handle him this time?" Laoan nodded, sharing the uneasy vibe as he cautiously replied, "Yeah, I got that feeling too." Right after dealing with Chen Chong, Laoan spun toward the others, face full of worry and rage, grinding his teeth while cursing. Damn that bastard Lu Jimin. He already got his hands on the weapons. Suddenly, from the nearby hallway, Lu Jimin's mocking voice rang out. "Oh, well, who are you calling a bastard?" Lu Jimin appeared with a smug look mixed with some annoyance, holding up a small pistol in his hand with a sarcastic grin and bitter tone. "Damn, I don't know which storage that bastard Hanya or John hid the weapons in. I searched everywhere and only found this pistol." The group barely had time to react when Lu Jimin made an even bolder move. He raised the gun and aimed it right at his crew, speaking arrogantly. "This is enough to take care of you all. Once I'm done with this, I'll keep looking for the rest." His words and actions left everyone stunned, especially Laoan, who couldn't believe Lu Jimin had the nerve to show his true colors so blatantly. Lu Jimin kept barking orders, raising his voice and pointing his finger. Move it, everyone. Get into that back room right now. Sani, pissed off, raised his voice to confront him. Lu Jimin, what the hell are you doing? Xiao Yong is the one who saved our lives. Far from feeling sorry, Lu Jimin showed his true self with a hardened face. His voice was firm as he kept the gun aimed at his crew. A big favor? Ha, look at him, good. That arrogant attitude Ungo always has is clear. He saved our lives, but I bet his real plan is to turn us into slaves forever. Lu Jimin's ungrateful words made Laoan tremble with rage, grinding his teeth and snapping back with pure contempt. Ham. Some people are born straight up ungrateful. You're like a snake feeding right off my chest. Laos, who was standing nearby, also felt deeply pissed off, but tried to keep his cool while reasoning with him. Lumen, don't do this. You can't just betray everyone over some personal grudge. Tension was rising fast outside the room. Inside the infirmary, Chen Chan, now fully turned into a zombie, was watching through the window. Even with those lifeless white eyes, it seemed like he understood what was going down. Despite the warnings and the others' anger, Lu Min stood his ground, still pointing the gun straight at the group. He spoke with a bossy, sneering tone. Cut the crap, you better do what I say. Chen Chang's face twisted into something freaky. His eyes glowed, a fiery red and veins popped all over his face, making the whole scene totally creepy. The craziest part? The key had appeared in zombie Chen Chang's hand. Outside, Lumen's cocky voice kept echoing. Move it now. Scene changed to downtown. Dongxiang Yuan. The crew he and Xiao Yong met had settled down for now after those surprise zombie attacks. Right then, Lali carefully pointed out the way to Han Xiao Yong. Take one more intersection and you'll hit Jin Yufu. But you gotta be super careful in the residential complex. The terrain's tricky and there might be zombies lurking with fake kindness. Lali raised a hand to show the direction while still warning. After you find who you're looking for, come back here and meet us at Dun Yuan. Remember, we're on the 8th floor. Enter through the side door of the apartment building. Don't use the main entrance. Hearing that, he and Xiao Yong gave a thumbs up to show thanks and responded with a slight smile. Got it. Thanks a lot. After that, he and Xiao Yong took off fast. Uncle Sun and Lao Li watched he and Xiao Yong's silhouette as he walked away, both looking thoughtful. Uncle Sun, worried, asked, shouldn't we follow him to back him up? Lao Li sighed before answering. We don't know what's going on inside Jin Yufu. If we walk into a zombie nest, we're all dead. Uncle Sun frowned, even more uneasy. But doesn't that mean he's basically walking straight into his death? Seems like neither of them really got he and Xiao Yong's true power yet, just worrying for nothing. Lao Li ignored it, even shaking his head with regret. I already told him everything he needed to know. What a shame. Someone with that much physical strength. And yet, scene changed to the Sang Sang building. At the foot of the building, countless zombies wandered aimlessly. There were all kinds, old folks, young ones, kids. Their bodies were covered in blood and grime, roaming back and forth, unable to find a human to attack. The scene made the building look like a forbidden zone full of death. At that moment, Jan Tao's helpless voice rang out. Damn, we lost the signal. Not even the phone's working anymore. Arms crossed, leaning against the wall. His face showed a mix of irritation and exhaustion. Jan Tao muttered, pissed off. What the hell is that damn Sang Sang doing? Bet he hasn't even shown his face around here yet. Meanwhile, some of his goons looked more hyped than worried. The guy in the white shirt, who kept glancing around, spoke with excitement. Screw it, I don't care. I've held back long enough. Tonight, I gotta blow off some steam or I won't sleep. A few other guys, including one in a black shirt, laughed while nodding. The last one added, exactly, if Sang Sang went out alone, he probably got taken out on the way. Hearing that, Jan Tao thought it made sense, though he stayed leaned against the wall. His expression shifted to a cold, ruthless glare. In a calculating tone, he said, all right, but be careful when you do your thing. Make sure to tie her up tight. Don't give her a chance to off herself. One of the goons, visibly pumped, jumped in enthusiastically. Exactly. These days, you never know if you'll live or die tomorrow. Better to enjoy it now than regret it later. Inside the room, the mother and her son, Sue Soy, clearly heard every dirty word coming from the group outside as they foresaw the fate awaiting them. Both were trembling, desperately holding each other tight. Their sobs were barely audible, drowned out by fear and anguish. The group leader, Jay Tao, had already agreed to the plan of his henchmen. Standing by the window with his arms crossed, he spoke coldly. All right, do it, but be careful. Don't let the mother and son die. The henchmen erupted in cheers, shouting excitedly. Perfect, perfect. One of them, visibly hyped, asked, Boss, you joining in too? Before Jan Tao could answer, another guy stepped up jokingly. If he stays quiet, he's up last. Yo, at that moment, Tao's eyes shifted to something outside the window. His face froze in shock, showing pure surprise. Looking down, he saw the zombies that used to roam around were now sprawled all over the ground. Their bodies were mangled, torn apart, with blood and guts scattered everywhere. What the hell's going on here? Hearing the noise outside, Boss Tao stepped out of the room, looked around cautiously, then fixed his gaze on the stairs. His face showed tension and anger. Damn, could there be reinforcements? Murmuring his thoughts, he took a few more steps outside. Suddenly, a flash bright as lightning lit up the air. Slash. A clean cut appeared on his neck. His eyes popped wide open, full of shock. Before he could react, his head rolled to the floor, separating from his body. His torso stayed stiff, motionless, while blood splattered everywhere, creating a totally creepy scene. Inside the room where Sue Soy and his mother were, both sat on the floor, hugging tight, frozen in fear. Sang Sang's wife was shaking as she protected her son, desperately trying to calm and shield him. "Get out of here," she screamed with all the strength she had left. One of the henchmen, the guy in the white shirt, flashed a wicked grin as he tightened his belt. He started creeping closer. "Get out of here. What's with all the fake tough talk?" he replied mockingly. Then he lunged at the woman, violently ripping off her shirt. Another man grabbed Soy by his collar, yanking him roughly to the side. "Let go of my son," the woman cried out in panic. Instead of listening to her pleas, she got slapped hard across the face. Her once beautiful face instantly swelled and twisted from the blow. Bam! Sue was thrown hard against the door, writhing in pain. He hugged himself, crying his heart out. "Ah, Mom." Reaching out to his mother, the weak body of Soy couldn't do a thing. The henchman in front of him smirked maliciously and said, "She's the target, not you." Despite his injuries, Sui Soy struggled to sit up. His tear-filled eyes burned with pure rage as he shouted, "I'm gonna fight you guys." But how could little Soy stand a chance against those ruthless men with just one kick? The henchman violently tossed him aside. Thud. Soy's body slammed hard onto the floor, echoing through the room. The door to the room slammed shut right after. Despite the unbearable pain, Sue lifted his head, his eyes blazing with hatred as he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Damn it, let go of my mom. My dad won't forgive you." Right outside the door, the decapitated body of Boss Tao hit the floor with a heavy, deafening thud. Sue shuddered at the sound and quickly turned his head. What he saw froze him solid. The headless corpse lay right there, a pool of blood spreading beneath it, his face drained of color and terror. Before he could recover from the horror, Sue Soy noticed a dark figure appear at the entrance. The glowing eyes of that person stared straight at him. A cold, distant voice broke the silence. "Hey kid, your dad is Sang Sang, the one who's dead, right?" Sue Soy froze. His hands trembled as he stammered. Yeah, that's right." Hanong, the main character of our story, finally showed up just in time. Under the dim light of the lamp, he walked in slowly with a calm but commanding expression. Yeah, that's right. Hanong, the main dude in our story, finally showed up just in time. Under the dim lamp light, he walked in slow with a chill but boss-level vibe. Inside the small room, Sang Sang's wife was curled up on the floor with tears streaming down her face. She tried to cover the torn parts of her clothes with her hands. The boldest of them all, Jiang Tao, lunged at her and slapped her so hard it made her stagger. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, scream for me. You scared your kid might hear you. Scream, or I won't be happy." Poor Sang Sang's wife, biting her teeth and holding back the pain without making a sound, scared her son would hear something awful. The lackey in the white shirt, with a disgusting, sick expression, stepped closer, stroked her head, and mocked her. "If you're not going to scream, then let me take care of you first." Sang Sang's wife kept her head down, resigned, tears still falling. Just as the man finished his sentence, the door to the room was kicked down. The loud noise startled the whole group, making them spin around immediately. One of the lackeys, dressed in blue and standing at the back, assumed Sui was the one responsible. With a mocking laugh, he said, "That brat's got some strength. Hey, who'd think he could bust down the door like that?" But before he could finish, a bright flash zipped across the room like lightning. Slash. The flash cleanly sliced through his neck, leaving a deep red line. The blue-shirted lackey froze, not understanding what just happened. Just seconds later, his body hit the floor with a dull thud, and his head rolled to the side. Jiang Tao turned his head, confused about what was going down. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get him out of here." "What the hell are you waiting for?" But the blue-shirted man was already motionless on the floor, showing no signs of life. The other three lackeys stared at the scene in front of them, completely stunned, unable to make a sound. Jiang Tao frowned, annoyed, and growled, "What the hell is going on?" Before he could finish, Xiao Yong had already lunged at him like lightning. grabbing him by the forehead with fierce strength. Xiao Yong squeezed his grip tight and, in the blink of an eye, slammed him with a devastating blow. Jiang Tao flew backward, crashing into a shelf with a deafening crash. The impact was brutal. His body convulsed in a spasm, and a stream of fresh blood shot out of his mouth. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed on the floor in a pitiful state. Everything happened so fast that one of the lackeys beside him panicked. He crouched, trembling, and stammered, "You, who are you?" Without a word, Xiao Yong stepped forward and delivered a brutal kick straight to the man's face. The sole of his shoe crushed the lackey's face, knocking him down and making him roll on the floor. At the base of Xiao Yong, Min stood facing the group, pointing his gun directly at Laoan. The atmosphere was suffocating, thick with extreme tension. Laoan, furious but trying to stay calm, spoke firmly to Meng Sansan. "Do what he says, Meng Sansan." Meng bit her lip, clearly reluctant to obey, murmuring with slight resistance. But Yun Lao Anan interrupted, speaking in a severe tone. "This is life or death. He's got a gun. We can't take any chances." "Let me think of something." Min heard Laoan's words but suddenly burst out laughing. His laugh was full of sarcasm and malice. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Think of something, you useless old man. Who the hell do you think you are? If I don't make myself respected today, how am I going to lay down the law?" As he finished speaking, he pointed the gun straight at Laoan. "You'll be the first to die, you damn fake old man." Meng shouted, horrified. Grandpa Sanjo, furious, clenched his fists so hard the veins popped out. He shouted indignantly, "Luim, stop it right now." At that exact moment, a loud noise shattered the silence from the nearby infirmary. Everyone whipped their heads toward the source. Luim frowned, clearly confused, and asked, "What was that? What's going on?" That door was locked. Everyone's eyes turned to the infirmary door. The padlock securing it was spinning at a strange speed, like something or someone was puppeteering him from the inside. Everyone there exchanged looks full of confusion and fear, too scared to say a word. A second later, the door to the room slammed open. Standing in front of the group was Chen Chan. Now fully turned into a zombie, he stood there with a menacing presence. Everyone took a step back. Their eyes locked on Chen Chan's grotesque figure, his pale skin and eyes glowing with an intense red that screamed pure hostility. The black, bulging veins showed through his translucent skin in a creepy way. Meng screamed in terror. "The key! The key's in the lock!" All eyes darted to the padlock on the infirmary door. The key was inserted, turned all the way to the unlocked position. Sani, stunned, looked at Chen Chan and said with a cracked voice. He opened the door himself. Lumin, stepping back with wide eyes, stammered, "That's impossible. He's a zombie. How the hell can he use a key?" Chen Chan, now a zombie, moved forward slowly with a deep growl. His bright red eyes burned with rage. Meanwhile, the veins on his face stood out grotesquely, making him look even more terrifying. All his anger seemed aimed at Luimin. Luimin, pale and sweating cold drops down his forehead, babbled, "Damn it, don't come closer." He immediately raised the gun and pointed it straight at Chen Chan's head. Screaming in desperation, "A zombie that knows how to open doors. We can't let you live. Die." He pulled the trigger, but all that came out was a dry click. Not a single bullet fired. Lumin stared at the gun in his hand with pure panic. Jammed. It jammed before he could react. Chen Chan lunged at him like a lightning strike. Lumin, utterly terrified, let out a blood-curdling scream. No, yes. How is this even possible? The next moment was a gruesome show. Chen Chan grabbed Lumin and tore him apart without mercy. The sound of ripping flesh and breaking bones echoed through the room. Blood and Lumin's remains splattered everywhere, freezing the others in horror. Chen Chan now looked like a real demon. He stood up with blood still dripping from his mouth and his red eyes blazing with unquenchable fury. His breathing was heavy, and he let out low, threatening growls. In front of everyone's stunned eyes, Chen Chan dragged Lumin's shredded body across the floor, leaving a chilling trail of blood. Lumin's stomach was completely destroyed. With his insides scattered everywhere, the team stood frozen, unable to react. Oan, trembling and pale-faced, barely managed to speak. What does this mean?" "Yes." Swallowing hard and eyes full of confusion, she muttered her theory. "He was so calm just a moment ago. Why is he like this now?" Suddenly, Chen Chan turned toward them. His breathing was still heavy, his red eyes were terrifying, and his face was covered in blood. He started moving slowly toward Laoan and the others. Laoan put a hand to his nose, trying to hold back the nausea from the metallic smell of blood. Chen Chan said nothing. With deliberate movements, he reached for the padlock on the door, pulled out the key, and without hesitation, tossed it far away. Clack! The key hit the floor right in front of Laoan and Sani. Both stared at the key with total confusion. Without another word, Chen Chon turned his back on them. He walked slowly toward the infirmary. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang and locked himself inside. Chen Chon's unexpected behavior left the four completely baffled. Laoan, Meninsen, Laosi, and Sani. They couldn't believe that the zombie Chen Chon had become could tell friends from foes and hadn't hurt any of the team members. At Sang Seng's house, Hiania Xiao Yong had successfully snuck into the room where Sui and her mother were hiding. Jan Tao and the guy in the white shirt were tied up and curled in a corner, totally terrified. He and Xiao Yong stood there. His sharp, cold gaze watched the scared mother and son hugging each other. He leaned in a bit and spoke softly. "Kid, come here." Sui looked up, his eyes full of confusion. Sang Seng's wife eyed the strong, mysterious figure of Hiania Ouyang with suspicion. Her face showed doubt and distrust. While holding her son tight, she said with cautious eyes, "Why are you calling my son?" Hyong stayed calm. He answered in a low but firm voice, "Come here." Maybe sensing that Hiania Ouyang wasn't a threat, Sui slowly pulled away from his mother's arms. He stood up and looked at her with clear, honest eyes to calm her down. "Mom, I'll be fine." Sang Seng's wife, clearly distressed, didn't stop him. At that moment, Hiania Ouyang pulled a carrot from his pocket, handed it to Sui, and said, "Take it." Sui, who was confused. Sui's eyes widened as he stared at the carrot in Hiania Ouyang's hand. With a firm gesture, he pointed toward Jan Tao and his crew huddled in the corner and ordered, "Aim at them and throw it." Hearing this, both Jan Tao and the white-shirted thug shuddered. Their bodies trembled as they started begging desperately, "Forgive us. Please, forgive us." Sang Seng's wife, horrified by the scene, looked at Jianong with pleading eyes and cried out desperately, "Sir, please, he's just a kid. Don't ask him to do something like that." Sui lowered his gaze to the carrot in his hands. His innocent face turned pale. Confusion and fear filled his mind. At that moment, Hiania Ouyang leaned toward him, looking straight into his eyes and said with a determined voice, "From today on, you won't be the same." Hiania Ouyang continued, strengthening the boy's spirit with a deep, cold voice, but full of encouragement. "Kid, from now on, you're the only one who can protect your mom. Take a deep breath and take out the beasts that hurt your family." Holding the carrot in his hand, Sui couldn't stop recalling the horrible images of those scumbags hurting his mom and dad. His face hardened, his eyes opened wide with determination, lit up by a burning will as he understood what he had to do. The boy clenched the carrot tightly as tears ran down his face. But those tears didn't hide his resolve. Gathering his courage, Sui suddenly lunged at Jan Tao and his thug with surprising speed. He shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, the scene was covered in ketchup splattered everywhere. The miserable duo's screams of pain echoed non-stop. When everything calmed down, Sui stood in front of the fallen bodies of Jan Tao and his thugs, who lay on the ground unable to resist. Around them, the floor was soaked with ketchup, forming a big puddle. The boy still held the carrot in his hand, now completely stained with red sauce. From a corner of the room, Sang Seng's wife watched the scene, unable to believe what she was seeing. Trembling, she exclaimed, "My son." At that moment, Sui looked up at Jian Ouyang with eyes full of sadness. The boy asked in a broken tone, "Uncle, was my dad killed by them too?" Haim stayed silent for a few seconds before nodding firmly. Looking down, he answered honestly, "Yeah, that's right." Hearing the answer, Sui threw the carrot to the ground and bent over, crying uncontrollably. He ran to his mom, hugging her while screaming through sobs, "Mom." Sang Seng's wife couldn't hold back her tears either. She bit her lip hard, feeling the pain tear her apart as she learned the tragic news about her husband. Having completed the mission to rescue Sang Seng's family, Hania Ouyang turned around, ready to leave. However, Sang Seng's wife quickly called him urgently, begging, "Benefactor, please, take my son with you. I'm willing to pay any price." Sui heard this and immediately shouted, "No, Mom, I'm not going with him. I'll stay here to protect you." Seeing the touching scene between mother and son, Hania Ouyang spoke with a deep voice. "Both of you gotta come with me. I promised Sang Seng I'd protect his wife and son." Hearing this, both mom and son started crying but understood that following Hiania Ouyang was the best choice. So, Hiania Ouyang took the lead, escorting Sui and his mom on their way to a safe spot at the base. When they left the building, each carried something in their hands to defend themselves. Around them, bodies were scattered on the floor and the smell of blood filled the air. Sui, seeing the huge pile of dead zombies, opened his eyes wide. Shocked, he looked at Jianong with admiration and exclaimed, "Damn, he's strong enough to take down so many zombies." His eyes sparkled like he was staring at a straight-up hero. He stared hard at Jianong, but, Xiao Yong didn't say a word, just waved his hand coldly, signaling them to keep moving, but then suddenly stopped. Wait up. Xiao Yong frowned and perked up his ears, hearing some weird noise nearby. The vibe got tense as he focused hard, trying to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. After a moment, he turned to Sang's wife and asked, Big sis, do you know roughly where building number 8 is in the Jonan UN complex? She gripped her sword tight, clearly uneasy, and quickly replied, Building number 8 in Jonan Yuan. I think it's in the direction you're looking. Why, you ask? Seen at building number 8. Zhan UN complex. Outside the building's entrance, a bunch of thugs armed to the teeth were shouting loud and cocky. One of them, with a mocking grin, yelled, Chill out, we're gonna split their supplies fair and square. Then, even more brazen, he added, and all women under 40 gotta come with us inside building number 8. On the 3rd floor, the crew led by leader Li, who showed up in earlier episodes, was holed up. This time, his squad had 2 new members, a middle-aged dude in a yellow shirt and a young woman. The guy in the yellow coat, totally freaked out, asked desperately, What do we do? Why don't we just give up? Maybe they'll leave us alone if we surrender. Leader Li, with a serious face, turned to him and said firmly, No way we're giving up. Those beasts won't keep any promises. If we surrender, we're all dead for sure. Except for you, Yueo fan, no one will survive. Under the building, the angry shouts of the thug gang echoed loud. We give you 10 minutes. If you don't surrender, don't blame us if no one walks out alive. Inside the group, Yuian, terrified, curled up with tears in her eyes and said with a shaky voice, What if we beg them? Maybe then we can save our lives. Hearing this, young Ao Fang, dressed in black, exploded in despair and shouted, Hell no, I ain't becoming some toy for those bastards to vent on. Ollie, noticing the panic spreading, raised a finger to her lips to hush everyone. Her firm voice cut through the tension. Quiet, calm down, we ain't backing down. As long as we hold the stairwell entrance, they can't touch us. Outside the building, a thug gripping a huge machete frowned and told the leader annoyed, Even though we got weapons, that damn leader's packing a gun too. Those cowards hide like turtles in their shells. We can't just rush in crazy. The thug leader, pistol in hand, smirked arrogantly and said mockingly, Humph, no need to bust in by force. You guys go shut off the water valves on the lower floors. Let's see how long they last without water. Near building number 8, Haya was leading Xuahing and his mom. Hidden behind a corner opposite the building, little Xuahing looked cautiously at the thug group and asked, Uncle, these people are bad too, right? Xiao Yong gave the group a cold look and nodded as he answered, Yeah. After that, he stepped out of hiding and started walking toward the thugs. He moved slow but steady, adjusting his gun on his shoulder, aiming calmly. His voice, cold as steel, rang out. They're the same ones who bullied your mom and you. On the stairs of building number 8, Laoli held his weapon tight, leading the group, looking at the others. He gave orders, Keep the stairwell entrance secure. Don't let them find out where we're at. I'll go check what they're up to outside. From behind, Uncle Sun voiced his worry. Yo, watch out, all right? Ollie crouched low, sneaking up to the front door, trying not to make a sound. She peeked outside real careful like, checking the scene. Yeah, there's 7 of them, all strapped, and 3 got pistols. Suddenly, a massive explosion blasted off. The deafening boom made everyone jump. A blinding flash lit up the spot, making Ollie flinch hard, ducking down quick, covering her ears with her hands, face full of panic. Damn, what the hell just went down? This whole event threw the Laoli crew inside the building into total chaos. Everyone was wondering what the hell was going on downstairs. One of their thugs just got a bullet straight to the head. Dude dropped to the ground, blood spilling all around him. The rest of the thugs freaked out and started screaming. What's happening? Seeing their boy down, the thugs bolted like crazy, looking for a safe spot to hide. Their leader, pistol in hand, yelled out, pissed off. Who the hell was that? Who shot from the 3rd floor? Laoli peeked down. In the dim light, he spotted a dude creeping up slow, gripping a gun tight. Laoli stammered, he's the one. Looking closer, Laoli instantly realized the shooter was none other than Hyani or Yong, the guy they ran into last night. With a cold stare, Anyao Oyong moved forward step by step, radiating deadly vibes. He slung the gun over his shoulder, taking down thugs one by one without hesitation. Laoli couldn't help but shout, That's the kid under the building. Hyo walked steady, shooting at the gang like it was nothing. The bad guys, scared out of their minds, scrambled for cover, and some who didn't duck fast enough hit the ground after getting shot. One dude holding a pistol that wasn't even loaded yet got caught off guard when Xiao Yong aimed right at his forehead and gifted him a bullet instantly. The man screamed in pain as he fell back. Ah. Seeing his buddy down, another thug hiding behind a steel container started sweating buckets. He only dared to peek one eye to check the scene, then panicked, yanking another homie while yelling to follow him. Both loaded their guns and started blasting at Jiano Zhang. They screamed while their guns spat bullets nonstop. Shoot, shoot, but not a single bullet hit him. Hian Xiao Yong dodged the spray like he was just chillin' on a stroll. His steps were steady and confident, and he gave off this boss-level vibe, like the ultimate hero straight out of a novel. With a smirk, he raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Airs." The gang leader, hiding behind a metal container, was breathing hard, grinding his teeth, full of frustration. Ha, ha. Yeah, where the hell did this crazy dude come from? But he didn't realize Jianong was already right next to his hideout. Without thinking twice, Hainong aimed his gun at the metal container and fired repeatedly, making the whole thing shake violently. The leader, terrified, crouched even lower, covering his head with both hands while screaming. Furious, he started yelling orders at his crew. "What the hell are you doing? While he's shooting at me, attack him." But the gang's team wasn't working together right. One of them suddenly popped his head out, yelling to try and get Hyena's attention. Ah, Hyena aimed his gun straight at him. But Hyena Xiao Yong's sharp eyes caught the move instantly. With crazy fast reflexes, he switched targets, turning his gun barrel toward the thug who just showed himself. "You only got 2 bullets left." Hi, Xiao Yong took the guy down with one shot to the head and another to the right chest. The thug hit the ground before he could even pull the trigger. Watching his crew drop one by one, the gang leader still acted all cocky, leaning against the metal container, confident. He thought Jian Yong was out of bullets. With a satisfied grin on his face, he muttered with disdain, "Ha, you ran out of bullets, dumbass." Without thinking twice, he bolted out of his hiding spot, aiming his pistol straight at Jian Yong, shouting excitedly, "Die." Henong stood frozen. He dropped his gun to the ground and locked his cold gaze on him. This move threw the leader off, who hesitated, couldn't pull the trigger right away. Stood tall and confident in the middle of the hallway. One of them charged at him from the left with an axe, while 2 others attacked simultaneously from the right. Hai Xiaoyong tilted his head to the side, dodging the bullet easily. Before the leader could react, Jiano Xiong had already disarmed him, snatching the pistol from his hands and applying brutal force that dislocated his wrist. The leader froze in pain, unable to move, eyes wide open, completely stunned. He and Xiao Yong didn't hesitate, placing the gun barrel under the man's chin. His face moved close to the leader's ear, creating terrifying pressure. Cold sweat started dripping from the criminal's forehead, totally confused and scared out of his mind. Wasting no time, Jin Xiao Ouyonong, with a cold and determined look, pulled the trigger. Bang. A loud bang echoed, and the leader's blood sprayed out from the top of his head, forming a big puddle on the floor. He collapsed, dead on the spot, eyes wide open, filled with terror. He and Xiao Ouyong stared at him for a moment, then stepped forward and checked the leader's pockets, grabbing some necessary stuff. Calm as hell, he walked ahead, crossing the big door and entering the building. Inside, several thugs hid behind walls, armed with sharp weapons, waiting to ambush him. Ojianchia with his cold expression, like he already knew all their moves, stood tall and confident in the middle of the hallway. One of them charged at him from the left with an axe, while 2 others attacked from the right at the same time. Minutes later, Hyano Xiong was still standing in the same spot, unshaken. At his feet lay the bodies of those who tried to attack him. Scattered on the floor, blood stained the ground red from the center of the big lobby. His voice rang low but full of authority. "Everyone out. Let's finish this once and for all." After some tense hours, everything was settled. At that moment, the group of survivors Hyena Ouyong had saved started slowly coming down the stairs. Mother and son Sui followed him, entering the lobby behind him. Little Sui Wei looked at him with bright admiring eyes, shouting excitedly, "Uncle Soy, that was insanely cool." He and Xiao Yong smiled slightly while his gaze shifted to the system panel in front of him. A new notification popped up on the screen. New system mission: recruit and transform survivors into Deng Xiang Yuan. Survivors must be at least 5. Reward 25 points. Then, Hyano Xiao Yong looked at the scattered corpses on the floor and calmly asked loudly, "Who are these people?" Lally looked at the bodies, still eyes full of outrage, and replied, "Those animals from the Bishua Mountain residential area." Hearing that, Hian Yao furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Bishua Mountain? Where's that at?" Lally continued in a serious tone, "It's on the south side of the city. Let me call someone who can explain better." He turned and called 2 young guys nearby. "Liu Chao, Cheng, come here and tell Jianong about the people from Bishua Mountain." Hearing the order, both came over immediately. Liu Chao quickly replied, "Here I am, Brother Li. You called me?" Lao Li nodded firmly and gave clear instructions. "You're from the south side of the city. Explain in detail to Jianon what you know about Bishua Mountain. Both started recounting the facts. They explained that the residents of the Bishua Mountain residential area were a dark, powerful, and heavily armed force. They'd taken control of that area, and most survivors on the south side of the city had been subdued by them. Xiao closed his eyes, thinking deeply for a long while. A disturbing idea popped into his mind. The place where Lysan, Yo and Ting were also located on the south side of the city. Could they be too? Sorting through his thoughts, he opened his eyes and asked to be sure. So, Bishua Mountain is the only stronghold on the south side of the city. Chang, hyped up, replied, "Nah, it ain't the only one, but they got weapons. The other small hideouts ain't strong enough to hold up if they get hit." Both showed their bitterness when talking about those people. Cheng kept going with a voice full of hate. "Those damn bastards. Every time they hit a hideout, they kill half the people they find there. Then they snatch up the young, pretty girls, and anyone who submits to them." Hearing this, Hiania Ouyang-Yang's face got even more serious. He nodded and muttered to himself, "So, just like I thought." Laoli noticed the serious look on Hania Xiao Ouyang-Yang's face and couldn't help but get curious, so he asked, "Xiao Zhang, what's up?" But Hian Xiao Yong didn't answer. He walked over to the bodies, checked them out, and said, "These three got weapons. Check them thoroughly. Make sure you search every inch. There's probably more mags around." Hian Yang handed his rifle over to Laoli while giving instructions. "This assault rifle's yours now. It's got 5 mags. Take good care of it." Laoli grabbed the gun with both hands, his face full of awe. He could barely stammer out, "For real?" Hayo didn't answer. He stared at Bishua Mountain, his eyes burning with hate, and said in a deep voice, "Those damn Bishua Mountain bastards won't leave anyone alone. But with these weapons, it won't be easy for them to attack." Laoli was still stunned, holding such a powerful weapon. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at the rifle. Hyani Xiao Yang kept talking. "Hold out here for at least 2 days. I'll head back to get what we need, then I'll personally go finish those bastards." Hearing about Bishua Mountain, Cheng shouted, alarmed, "You can't take those people on. There's way too many of them. They got dozens of men, and the number's probably even higher now." The whole group showed signs of fear when Bishua Mountain's men came up. Even Laoli jumped in to try to talk him down. "That's true, man. It ain't worth risking yourself like that for us. Instead, we should look for a chance to move to another base," he said cautiously. Laoli looked at Hiania Ouyong's determined face and went on. "Anyway, we're a few clicks away. They can't search the whole city. We can still hide out a bit longer." Even though he heard the group's advice, Hiania Owen's gaze stayed firm. He spoke honestly. "You don't gotta worry so much. There's a score settled between them and me already." Seeing Laoli and the others' confused looks, he added, "Plus, in a few days I'll come back with a big ride to take you all to East City." Laoli, a bit surprised, asked about East City, and he turned to explain. "In East City, on some land in the Laoche area, I built a fortress for refugees." Hearing this, Laoli felt Hiania Ojong's words were pretty convincing. He nodded and said, "All right, I trust you." After giving the last instructions, he and Xiao Yong turned to leave. Sue and his mom followed him as they walked away. Haiyong raised his hand to say goodbye, giving a final warning. "Take care of yourselves, stay safe." Laoli also raised his hand to wave goodbye, his voice full of gratitude. "You guys take care too." The whole group watched Jianan and the 2 family members with hopeful and thankful eyes. Scene changed to the south side of the city. Outside an iron fence, a zombie head caught in the metal bars hung grotesquely, swinging in the air. Outside, several fully armed soldiers kept a sharp watch in the dark. At a mountain house in Bishua, 3 zombie corpses, 2 guys and a girl were hung up like trophies on the porch. Inside a big room, 4 people sat around a table. Apparently, in a meeting, a good-looking redhead man had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. With a bored look, the dude in white asked, "Yo, y'all still haven't scored the supplies from Jeju City?" Lyson quickly shot back, trying to keep a smile on his face. He pointed outside while giving his report. "Ah, Brother Wen already sent some guys out. We should be hearing back soon." Right then, a guy in a suit sitting nearby cut in with a bit of a sarcastic tone. "Brother Wen, I heard Jin Yufu's got mad high-class girls. We shouldn't just be stressing about supplies, right, Little Linny?" Hearing himself called Little Linny made Li Song boil with rage, but knowing he had to survive, he swallowed his pride and forced a smile. "Ah, Brother Kai, ain't we on the same page? I already told my men, if they find anyone alive, they'll bring him here." The red-haired dude, the crew leader, kept playing with his cigarette. He blew out a long puff of smoke before speaking coldly. "Little Leany, you never finish any task I give you, right?" Long heard that. His face went pale, though he tried to keep his cool. Inside, He was straight up terrified. He answered, "Brother Wen, don't sweat it. This time, no matter what, I'll handle it right." The guy in the suit on the other side smirked with disdain and superiority, seeing his discomfort. After the meeting wrapped, Li Song bounced out of the room. He kept wiping sweat off his forehead with one hand, breathing heavy like he just escaped a nightmare. On the way, one of his underlings spotted him and asked, "You good, Brother Li?" Long didn't answer. His face showed pure anger. With a dark, worried look and a deep voice, he asked, "Those 7 back yet?" The underling, kinda nervous, cautiously replied, "Brother Li, I sent someone to check an hour ago. That bad news." Hearing that, Li Song got even more pissed. He shouted loud, "What? They all got wiped out?" Overflowing with rage, he started yelling at his underling nonstop. His eyes showed a mix of fury and fear, thinking his crew was getting wiped out. The folks in Dongxi and Yuan are supposed to be just civilians. How the hell did they get 3 guns and still take out ours? In his rage, he slammed the table hard and barked an order fiercely. "Round up everyone who knows how to handle a weapon. This time, I ain't letting any screw-ups happen." Cut to Xiao Yong's base. In the dead of night, Xiao Yong's ride rolled up from a distance. The car horn beeped beep loud, signaling his return. Menon heard the horn and got hyped, running out shouting, "Yo, that's Hianya's ride. He's back." Lao and San popped out right away too. On the system panel in front of Jian Ouyong popped a notification. "Mission complete, wife and kids safe. System plus 25 points. Current points, 36. The crew at the base, after all the recent chaos, felt like kids waiting for their mom to come back from the store. Everyone gathered around, hyped up waving. He and Xiao Yong stepped out of the car. As soon as Mingansan saw him, her face lit up like a flower blooming. "Anja, you finally made it back." Laoan felt way more chill seeing him safe, but in this whole welcome, one person was missing. Lu Jiming Haniao Ouyang gave a slight smile like he already knew what went down. Calmly, he said, "Ha ha. Just as I thought, Lumen." Hearing that, the whole crew was stunned. Men Sanson, confused, asked in disbelief, "You knew all along?" Hai didn't answer right away. He pointed to Sangang Sui's wife and told Sani, "Take them to a room to rest first. Then we all head to the med bay to talk." Sang nodded quick, following orders right away. A bit later, he and Xiao Yong, Laoan, M. San, and Xiao Kai gathered in front of the med bay door. Laoan, looking shocked, said, "Jin Xiao Zhang. So you already knew from the jump that Lu Jimin had bad vibes." Haini Xiao Yong picked up the gun off the floor, calm as hell, and laid down the truth. He wasn't totally sure it was him, but one thing was clear among Sani's crew. There was definitely a snitch. Hearing that, Sani, Xiao Kai, and Meng San all showed looks of sadness, disappointment, and lost thinking about their close homie. In his memories, Haino Xiao Oi flashed back to a moment from his past life, when San painfully confessed that one of their friends had betrayed the squad. Hieno Xiao Ouyang's face back then was full of rage as he seriously dropped 3 words, "A traitor." Back in the present, he grabbed the gun Lu Jimin had used, lifted it up, and checked it out carefully. Suddenly, a look of shock hit his face when he pulled out the magazine and inspected the bullets inside. He held one in his hand, staring at it closely, and blurted out in disbelief, "Rubber bullets." Hearing that, Laoan glanced toward the medbay behind them, where Chen Chong was locked up. He seemed to have pieced something together, his voice shaky. Laoan then asked, "What was the name of the kid in the medbay?" "Oh yeah, Chen Chong." Hai remembered the moment Chen Chong turned into a zombie. He told the crew what went down. "He's not your average zombie, but a rare variant. Chen Chong can understand what we say." In the memories, he and Xiao Ouyong stepped into the med bay where Chen Chong was tied tight to the bed. He leaned in, staring straight into Chen Chong's bloodshot red eyes, speaking each word clear as day. "Blink if you can understand me. Do it 3 times, steady and even." At first, Chen Chong stayed still like a rock, but right after hearing Hayano Xiaoyong's words, he started reacting just like he was told. Chen Chong blinked 3 times with perfect rhythm. A soft growl came from his mouth. "Glue, glue, glue." Hyunsi Ouyong nodded, satisfied, and gave him props. "Good job." He hit him with another question. "What's your cognitive reflex level?" "Yeah, blink the number of times to answer me." Chen Chong immediately blinked 4 times. Haong smiled and praised him again. "Well done." This pleasantly surprised Jianon. He could sense the uniqueness and crazy potential of this variant. Back to reality, Hania Xiao Ouyang broke it down for the group. "In my past life, I discovered how zombies evolved after the apocalypse. People infected by the otherworldly source have a super low chance of turning into rare variants. These variants usually have way higher intelligence or potential than regular zombies. They can even inherit some memories from when they were alive. Without showing any caution, he and Xiao Yong swung open the medbay door. At that moment, Chen Chong was already standing. He was crazy calm, his eyes still sharp as hell. The only difference was his skin, now pale, giving him a kinda creepy vibe. Hyong spoke with a satisfied tone. Luckily, Chen Chong's one of those rare variants. Chen Chong stepped on Lu Jimin's tomato-splattered head. The crack sound echoed, making the dead traitor's face look even more grotesque. Seeing this, Sanny and the other two couldn't help but shudder. Their eyes were full of panic, but Hai and Xiao Yong looked damn pleased. Suddenly, Chen Chong turned his pale face toward the group, his bloodshot eyes, veins popping all over his face, and his brows furrowed intimidatingly. He let out a soft growl. Everyone thought he was about to lose it, but nah. Zombie Chen Chong unexpectedly raised his hand and gave the group a friendly wave. The scene was so insanely adorable that the four remaining froze for 5 seconds. Hanong, watching the situation, smiled slightly, but kept it serious while giving the order. All right, no need to hold back. Take him out. Chen Chong clearly got the message and without hesitation, grabbed Lu Jimin's corpse and dragged it outside. The sound of the body hitting the floor echoed all around, a straight-up pitiful sight. Sangyi was stunned by Chen Chong's ability to regain consciousness. He was the first to step forward, walking up while asking, "Sung, you really remember everything?" Chen Chong's steps froze when he heard Sanny's voice. Slowly, he turned his head and flashed a friendly grin. Chen Chong nodded and let out 2 low grunts as a reply. Sai stood frozen for a moment, seeing his friend's reaction, though he felt a little nervous. A big wave of joy started filling his heart. Next to him, Yuki was totally stunned, looking like a statue that couldn't believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, Chen Chong lunged forward, reaching out to grab Sanny's neck like he wanted to pull a heavy prank. Sanny reacted fast, dodging the attack at the last second while yelling out in alarm. Damn. The prank left Sanny breathless, panting hard. But Chen Chong looked thrilled with his own mischief and burst out laughing. Sanny frowned, clearly annoyed but also kinda amused, mixing irritation with confusion, and said, "What the hell are you still remembering? But your hands are just as mischievous as before." Even though he turned into a zombie, Chen Chong seemed to have kept his playful habits from back in the day. Everything started to chill out. That night, everyone headed back to their rooms to crash. Henny Xiao Yong was lying down with his hands behind his head, staring at the system screen in front of him. Hidden achievement unlocked. Got a mutant teammate completed. The system awarded 10 cumulative points as a reward, boosting his total score to 46 points. Henny Xiao Yong was surprised and muttered, "Oh, so I triggered a hidden achievement. Whoa, what a surprise. Let's see if there's anything new in the shop." Right away, a new system window popped up. Supply box, level 1, costs 5 points. Threatening weapons box, level 1, costs 5 points. Advanced tech box, level 2 costs 50 points. Manual upgrade costs 8 points. He eyed the level 2 box option and couldn't help but feel hyped. He sat up quickly in bed and said excitedly, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen a level 2 box." But he quickly calmed down, rubbing his chin as he thought, "Too bad it's so pricey, 50 points. Better open 2 level 1 boxes first so I don't waste space." Quickly, Henny Xiao Yong picked the 2 boxes. The system showed notifications one after another. Supply box level 1, successfully exchanged. 5 points deducted. Current points, 41. Threatening weapons box, level 1, successfully exchanged. 5 points deducted. Current points, 36. Immediately, 2 bright flashes lit up the whole room. Henny Xiao Yong, sitting on the bed, watched the screen closely. The system kept showing the results. Supply box, level 1, opened. Reward obtained, interdimensional origin infection inhibitor. Function, has a chance to prevent infection from interdimensional origin before full transformation, but can't reverse a completed transformation. Threatening weapons box, level 1, opened. Reward obtained, special Barrett M82 sniper rifle. Large caliber BMG 50 caliber 12.7mm ammo includes 10 bullets. He leaned back on his pillow, unable to hold back his excitement, and exclaimed, "Damn, such an insane weapon from a level 1 box. Then with level 2 or 3 boxes, they might even give me a tank." Looking at the inhibitor, he kept murmuring, "This means it can cure someone bitten before they turn into a zombie. Awesome." Then he clicked the screen to check the current mission info. Mission, strengthen the human team. Requirement, recruit at least 5 survivors in Dongxi and Guan. Reward, 25 points. Reading it, he said excitedly, "I'm already itching to open a level 2 box. Gotta finish this mission fast tomorrow." That night, while everyone at the base was deep asleep, only Chen Chong was busy getting rid of Lu Jiming's corpse, tossing it out of the base. In the morning, in the base courtyard, Xiao Yong gathered everyone to organize a shooting training session. He spoke with a firm and determined voice. From today, everyone must spend at least 1 hour daily practicing with firearms. This isn't just to protect yourselves, but also to defend the base. The team accepted enthusiastically. This ain't just about protecting themselves, but also defending the base. The team nodded, hyped up. They lined up in a row, including Laoen, Men San, Sani, Xiao Kai, and even little Sui Wai. Everyone focused on shooting water bottles and other objects placed on a table, using them as practice targets. At that moment, Xiao Yong walked up to Laoen, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Boss," later called Sani and the others to clear out some empty rooms. "Today, I'm heading to Don Zanyan to bring the survivor group here." Laoan, while reloading his weapon, nodded quickly. "All right, don't sweat it. I got this. Get ready to roll." After giving the orders, Xiao called Chen Chong to roll with him. At that moment, Chen Chong, worried about accidentally hurting his teammates because of his attack instincts, decided to wear a mask to keep his impulses in check. His growls echoed through the mask but sounded more like barks, making the whole scene kind of funny. Hai Zhang smiled and said, "Follow me down the main road." They both reached a wrecked bus, stuck in the middle of the road, probably been there for a while. At the base of Mount Bishua, south of the city, Lyson and Ting were prepping their troops for departure. Their subordinates started climbing one by one into a van, faces full of rage. Haya Oyan and Chen Chong quickly cleared the area. Xiao Yong took out a zombie with precision, stabbing a knife right into its forehead, making it collapse. Meanwhile, Chen Chong handled the rest of the zombies. In the driver's seat, a zombie-turned driver was trapped by the seatbelt. He roared furiously, trying to get at them. Chen Chong, like a machine, grabbed him and yanked him out of the seat in one pull. After clearing the bus of zombies, he and Xiao Yong pulled out a key, handed it to Chen Chong, and said, "Here, take this." Chen Chong accepted the key carefully, like he was scared of hurting high-end Xiao Yong. His slow, cautious moves made Jian Xiang burst out laughing. "Don't worry, you can chill when it's just you and me." Chen Chong, who seemed to have regained some awareness and feelings, paused for a moment, touched by He and Xiao Yong's words. He slowly turned the key in the ignition while He and Xiao Yong kept giving instructions. "When we get to Dongsang Yan, put the mask back on. We don't want to scare the others." Chen Chong let out a soft growl. His signature woof woof sounded like a sign of agreement. Scene change. At the foot of Mount Bishua, south of the city, Lyson and Ting were prepping their troops' departure. Their subordinates started loading up one. Lyson shouted, "Where's everyone at? Why ain't the whole crew here yet?" Just then, a woman and a man came running from behind. One of the guys already in the vehicle shouted quickly, "We're all here, boss. Let's roll." Sitting up front, Lyson gripped a rifle in one hand and held a cigarette in the other. His face showed frustration and anger as he yelled, "Perfect. This time I don't think we're gonna fail taking that damn Dun Yuan." After saying that, he threw the cigarette on the ground and crushed it hard with his boot. The vehicles roared to life. Engine sounds filled the air as the thugs shouted in unison, hyped up and ready. "Let's go, let's go." Everyone was full of confidence, moving forward with a threatening vibe. Along the way, tons of zombies wandered aimlessly. A group of them was gathered, tearing apart a corpse in a bloody, disgusting scene. Suddenly, headlights lit up their faces. One zombie, head buried in the corpse's belly, looked up, surprised to see a bus speeding toward them. That bus was the same one Hyania Ouyang and Chen Chong had secured the day before. Without hesitation, they drove straight into the zombies. The crashes echoed loudly as bodies flew through the air, accompanied by the frantic growls of the creatures. Hanum moved with impressive skill. He was skillfully maneuvering the bus, dodging wrecked cars and obstacles on the road. The scene was as chaotic as it was epic. In the tall Dun Yuan building, Lao Li, Uncle Sun, and the other survivors sat in a circle, sharing small portions of cookies to ease their hunger. Everyone stayed on high alert, not drifting apart for a second. When they heard the sound of an engine approaching, "Yeah, Joan," he said, munching on a cookie, "for sure. Brother Xiao, no doubt Brother Xiaoong is back to pick us up." But Lao Li didn't drop his guard. With a serious look, he raised his hand for silence and said firmly, "Sheesh, don't step out yet. Let me check first." Clutching his AC tightly, he carefully approached a window to peek outside. As he leaned in, cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. Lao Li saw the group coming wasn't Jianong, but Bishua's gang. The crew led by Listen finally rolled up to the spot. As soon as he got out of the vehicle, the bulky Listen shouted with an authoritative voice, "Check your weapons. Building number 8 is right across the street. Move out." Holding an AC in his hand, he waved his arm giving orders while his men obeyed quickly. All armed with guns and cold, ruthless looks, they started advancing slowly toward the building from inside, watching the situation through a window. Lao Li clenched his teeth in fury, cursing under his breath. Damn it, it's not Jian or Yong, it's those damn Bishua animals. Meanwhile, Uncle Sun, who now also had a gun Lao Li had given him earlier, showed a firm, fearless attitude, speaking in a harsh, determined tone. He said, "Those bastards dare to come back again. Didn't they learn last time?" Thanks to the weapons Hyena Yan left before leaving, the survivor group in Dun Yuan was now better prepared and way more confident, leaving behind the fear that had ruled them before. Lao Li turned around, waving his hand, shouting to everyone, "We all got guns, time to fight." But he didn't forget to warn, "Don't underestimate the enemy, size up your strength right." The group responded united, gearing up for the brutal showdown ahead. From the building's height, Lao Li's team could clearly see the number and type of weapons License Group carried. Unlike them, the attackers were more numerous and better equipped. After sizing up the situation carefully, Lao Li started giving orders. "Everyone to your positions. I'm heading to the rooftop." In the courtyard, License Gang pushed forward with fierce energy. They showed total confidence, no sign of fear. Each had their weapons slung over their shoulders, aiming at the windows of the Tung Cien Yuan building, ready to shoot at any moment. Uncle Sun and his son Cien peeked out cautiously, just enough to see what was going down below. Uncle Sun, sweating buckets but trying to stay calm, whispered to his son, "From here, it's good. Let's move a little closer. Those bastards gonna pay." Lyson's crew started firing. The deafening sound of gunshots echoed non-stop. Bullets shattered the building's windows into 1,000 pieces, glass raining everywhere. Some hit Lao Li, who immediately covered his head with his hands and yelled, "Yeah, Joan, fall back." "Damn, this is getting intense here." From the courtyard, Lyson turned to one of his men, a long-haired subordinate, and ordered, "Hand me the megaphone. Everyone else, get ready at the windows. If anyone sticks their head out, shoot immediately." The subordinate quickly passed him a red megaphone. Lyson brought it to his mouth to test it. Hey, hey, but before he could say more, bam. A bullet pierced the long-haired subordinate's head. He dropped dead instantly, no time even to realize what hit him. Still clutching the megaphone, Lyson jumped back in shock. His face went pale before he could react. The subordinate's body fell beside him, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Lyson and the few men left stared at the scene, completely stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. In a panic, he shouted, "Sniper rifle." Right after, another bullet fired from the rifle hit one of his men directly in the leg. The guy dropped to the ground screaming in pain. "Ah, my leg." Lyson, frozen like a dumbass, stared at the gun still smoking up high. Couldn't say a word down below. His crew went into total chaos. Desperate screams filled the air. "Find cover fast. Watch out, there's a sniper rifle on the rooftop." Lally rested the rifle on the concrete edge, aiming with crazy precision. That last shot was his. Down below, Lyson's crew was a hot mess, yelling and freaking out. One of them shouted, "Damn, it's an automatic rifle. We lost one. Quick, take cover." The bulky Lyson, pissed off, hid behind a wall. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it. The intel said they only had one pistol. Even the 7 guns we got earlier were just pistols. Where the hell did that automatic rifle come from?" Next to him, one of his men, a brown-haired dude hiding behind a tree, looked worried as hell. Lyson asked urgently, "What do we do now?" Confused, not knowing what order to give, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "What else can we do? Retreat." As soon as he heard retreat, one of the guys bolted in a panic, screaming, "Ah, run for your lives." Seeing this, Lyson exploded with rage and roared, "Wait for my order to run together, dumbass." A shot rang out. The dude who tried to bail early got a fatal bullet. His body hit the ground, blood splattering everywhere, forming a spreading red puddle. Despite the chaos and his anger, Lyson felt a twisted relief seeing that at least the others still followed his orders. With a firm voice, he shouted, "Serves you right. Now listen up, everyone. Attack." Even though Lyson yelled orders like a madman, he and his gang ended up running away in a stampede, leaving behind all the arrogance they had when they rolled up at Dung Xiang Yuan. Heads down and fear written all over, they ran full speed, just wanting to get the hell out of there. Lyson, the ruthless coward he was, stayed at the back of the line, letting his crew take the bullets for him. While his men ran scared doing what he said, many didn't make it and dropped dead. Shot down by bullets from the rooftop, bodies piled up in the street. A bloody reminder of Lyson's cruel strategy, clearly using his crew as bait so Laoli would run out of ammo. When he noticed the shots from above stopped, Lyson figured Laoli had finally burned through all his bullets. He took the chance to sprint to his truck. Gasping for breath, he jumped into the driver's seat and yelled, "Start it now. Fast." His surviving men scrambled into the back of the vehicle, ignoring one of their own left behind, screaming desperately, "Wait, I'm not up yet," but nobody cared. The truck tore off at full speed, leaving the unlucky dude at the mercy of the bullets. One of them, fired with deadly accuracy from the rooftop by Lao Li, hit him, leaving him sprawled in a pool of blood. From his spot, Lao Li kept shooting, now aiming at the truck's tires. The vehicle started wobbling as the scared guys in the back shut their eyes and prayed, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong's bus sped down the main road. Xiao Yong skillfully maneuvered, dodging obstacles like a pro driver. At an intersection, he caught a glimpse of a familiar truck speeding past. "Hey, who was that?" he muttered, but didn't think much of it. His main focus was still getting to Dongxian Yuan and finishing the system mission, racking up those valuable points. Finally, the bus stopped in front of Dun Xian Yuan's entrance. As they got off, both Jian Xiao Yong and Chen Chan heard gunshots from a distance. Ahead of them, a man's corpse lay in the road surrounded by blood puddles and traces of a recent fight. Hanong, checking out the body and sizing up the scene, thought to himself, "Damn, looks like the weapons I left behind did their job. That van I saw earlier was the bandits' ride, hauling ass after getting pushed back." While scoping the area, he noticed something weird. Chen Chong was starting to lose it. Drool was dripping from his mouth while he let out low growls. Grr, grr. Seeing this, Xiao Yong couldn't help but grin and turn to the mocking crowd. "What's up? You hungry?" Chen Chong let out a growl that sounded like a yes, his red eyes blazing with wild hunger. Hansia Unto laughed at his reaction, giving him a pat on the shoulder while saying, "All right, go ahead. Better you chow down than end up as zombie chow." B. Hearing this, Chen Chong showed a joy you couldn't put into words, like a pup just getting his favorite meal after days of starving. His eyes sparkled with excitement and a twisted smile spread across his face. Without wasting time, he lunged at the corpse like lightning, but not before turning back to look at Haiyan Yonjikasiones. From a safe distance, Haiyang gave one last loud warning. "When you're done, meet me at house number 8 in this complex." "Got it?" Chen Chan. Seemingly understanding the orders, he responded with another approving growl before diving into the corpse, starting his grotesque feast. Every time he tore off a chunk of meat, he let out a satisfied growl, like he was savoring the best delicacy of his life. Meanwhile, Jan Xiaozhong, strolling calmly toward his destination, couldn't help but chuckle to himself, mumbling, "Ha ha. It's like watching someone chow down on a juicy, tender monkey steak." From his makeshift feast, Chen Chong briefly lifted his head, ripping off a big piece of fresh meat and slurping the dripping blood. For a moment, something strange flickered in his red eyes. A spark, like some unknown energy, was kicking in. The look of pure bliss and pleasure on his face hinted that this weird food might be powering him up even more. The growls he let out, full of delight, grew louder and clearer. For a moment, it sounded like he was saying something, a message ringing out with eerie clarity. "This is glorious." Xiao Yong entered the Dun Sang Yan building calmly, though beneath his feet lay the bodies of Li Song's men. Taking in the scene, Jan Xiaoyong muttered, "Damn, old Lisan didn't leave many behind." "Hey," looking through a broken window, Cyan spotted Jian Shui and shouted excitedly, "It's brother, Xiaoyong. This time it's really brother Soyong." Right away, several from the group rushed out to the balcony, waving their hands enthusiastically while calling out, "Xiaozhong, Xiaozhong." Hian Xiaoyong stopped and confirmed it was indeed Lao Li's crew. Soon after, Lao Li led the group down to meet him. Seeing them, Hian Xiaoyong asked straight up, "You took all these guys down?" Lao Li waved proudly and said, "Yeah." But he didn't take all the credit, pointing behind him and adding, "We gotta thank you too, Xiaozhong. It was all thanks to the rifle you left us before you bounced. You're a damn good shot." Before he could say more, a loud roar suddenly echoed. Grr, grr. The noise startled everyone. Hyon frowned and looked back, wondering, what was that? In the distance, a man in black shoes was slowly approaching. It was Chen Chong, now a zombie. After finishing his feast, he happily followed Jianong. Though his face looked a bit pale, he still seemed friendly. But seeing him, Lao Li immediately raised his rifle and shouted, "Watch out, he's infected." Xiaoyong quickly pulled the rifle away from Lao Li and replied calmly, "Chill, don't freak out, he's someone we know." Lao Li wiped sweat from his brow. He looked at the pale-faced zombie walking heavily toward them in disbelief. "Someone we know." Fully aware that Chen Chong was there, drawn by the smell of fresh meat, Hian Xiaoyong pointed in a direction and said, "There's more over there. Go eat." Chen Chong leaned his body slightly, letting out a growl as a sign of approval, then calmly headed to where Hania or Yang had pointed. Watching this masterful taming of a zombie by Hania Yang, Lao Li was completely stunned. He immediately asked, "What the hell is going on here?" "Xiao, you can talk to the zombies. We gotta evacuate everyone as soon as possible," Hian Xiaoyong replied, turning toward Lao Lai. He wasn't just any regular zombie before. I can't explain it now. Get on the bus, and I'll tell you everything on the way. Later, he and Xiao Yong called back. Chen Chan, eat up fast. When you're done, join us on the bus. While gobbling down chunks of meat, Chen Chong raised his hand and made an okay sign. Shortly after, once his hunger was satisfied, he showed unexpected care. He carefully put on a protective mask to avoid biting anyone before boarding the bus. Inside the vehicle, everyone except Hyenia or Yong showed signs of discomfort and fear seeing Chen Chong live. Young Si-wen, leaning on the bus railing, exclaimed in surprise, "Damn. He even knows how to put on a mask after eating." "That's scary," Zhenong laughed. "He's teasing us. Scary. If he hears you, watch out. He might bite you." The comment quickly changed tone, lowering his voice. "Hey, well, he's got some style too, right?" He and Xiao Yong kept laughing and joked. "Yeah, you can tell him that." All eyes were now on Chen Chong, who climbed aboard the bus. However, when he took a heavy step, the force made the whole bus sway side to side. The already nervous passengers got even more scared. Loudly, mouth wide open in shock, shouted, "Oh man, the bus just tilted a bit." Chen Chong, with conscious movements, handed a thin, light key to Jianong. Then, struggling hard, he managed to say two words. Clumsy, but understandable. Hinong, completely shocked, pointed at Chen Chong and exclaimed, "Whoa, Chen Chong, you can talk now." Maybe the effect of the red meat helped Chen Chong evolve and get smarter. He kept trying to speak, saying, "Ah, glow." Though his voice was clumsy and he could barely form words like a kid just learning to talk, this was already an incredible achievement. While looking at the key in Chen Chong's hand, he and Xiao Yong couldn't help but reflect. He's already devoured 6 corpses. As a zombie, Chen Chong has definitely started evolving more. He made a quick decision. "I gotta get back as soon as possible. Trade points for power and focus on building the strongest fighting force in the region." Without wasting more time, he and Ouyang gripped the steering wheel tightly and shouted, "Hold on tight. We're heading back to camp." The bus took off at full speed, heading straight to He and Xiao Yong's base. Scene change. At the Bishua thug hideout, where Li Song was. He returned defeated from the fight. As soon as he arrived, 2 of his bosses grabbed him and started yelling hard. The leader, Kai, was furious, pointing his finger right at Leo's face without mercy. "Damn it. What did I tell you? You're useless." Li Song, having no defense, could only close his eyes and endure the humiliation. Sweating buckets and scared out of his mind, he desperately tried to justify himself. Seriously, it's not my fault. They had automatic rifles." Leader Wen squinted, showing total skepticism. With his hands crossed behind his back, he coldly refuted Li Song's words. "Don't feed me that crap. How the hell would a bunch of simple guards have automatic rifles? You think I'm dumb or what?" Li Song, on the edge of desperation, raised his voice trying to explain. "It's not true. If you don't believe me, send someone to check it out yourself." Seeing Li Song's confusion, Wen stayed calm, but Kai, known for his impulsive temper, lifted his leg and kicked Li Song's chubby body to the ground. He yelled furiously, "Get lost!" Li Song, hurt and beaten. He screamed in pain. Inside. He was full of resentment but didn't dare say a word. He knew he wasn't a match for those 2. He got up slowly, wiped the blood from his mouth, and shot a hateful glare. Then he quietly backed off. As soon as Li Song left, Kay clenched his teeth and angrily said, "I'm sick and tired of this useless dude. He ain't good for nothing to make his point." He ran a finger across his neck, hinting he wanted to get rid of Li Song, and added, "Now that he's lost so many of his men, why not?" Kai's dark plan was out in the open. Another guy, known as Lao Su, also a big shot in the crew, laughed and teased him. "You still got your eyes on the girl by his side, Kai." Hearing that, Kai visibly perked up. His face showed joy, but he tried to hide it. "Hey, Lao Su, what you trying to say?" Standing between Wen and Kai, he finally let his true self show, spreading his arms and loudly declaring, "Of course, we gotta share, Wen." Though he looked classy on the outside, a wicked grin flashed when women came up, with a malicious smile. He warned, "Don't rush it, Kai. Let me find the right moment first." The 3 dudes chatted happily, scheming how to screw over Li Song. But Li Song wasn't dumb. He was hiding just outside the door. Listening to the whole convo, his face burned red with rage, but all he could do was clench his fists in frustration. Gritting his teeth, veins popping on his face, Li Song stared inside the room with eyes full of hate. A little while later, in his room inside the Bishua camp, Li Song, full of fury, started smashing everything in his path. Letting out his anger, he cursed out loud. Ting, his girl. Hearing the noise, she came over worried and asked, "What's up, babe?" Then Ting gently approached and in a sweet voice tried to calm him down. Chill out a bit. But Li Song, still fuming, yelled, Quick, pack your stuff, we're leaving. Ting, totally shocked, immediately asked, Leaving where? Li Song grabbed her hand tight and with a voice full of frustration, replied, It's clear we can't stay here anymore. We gotta get ready now. In this post-apocalyptic world, women used to be a problem or even a danger in any crew. But Li Song needed to keep Ting close, at least so he could use her when it suited him. So he called one of his subordinates. Right away, a young guy dressed in white came in and respectfully asked, Liege, what do you need? Long quickly ordered him, Call the others. Tomorrow morning they roll with me. Noticing Long's unusual behavior, Ting showed a cold expression. When he turned around, Ting's eyes revealed clear disgust. She'd known for a while this dude wasn't trustworthy, especially since he forced her to try seducing Hania or Zhang, though that plan totally flopped. Scene changed to Hanong's shelter. His bus had just pulled up at the entrance. The four of them, Owen, Men, Sansan, and Sang Siyuan, stayed alert, thinking some stranger might be trying to get in. Everyone grabbed their weapons and took defensive stances. People inside the bus started getting off one by one after a long trip. Little Siyuan, stepping out and seeing the shelter for the first time, opened his eyes wide in amazement and exclaimed, Damn, this really looks like an apocalypse fortress. Xiao Yong hadn't gotten off the bus yet but immediately opened the mission system. The next notification popped up on the screen. Personnel strengthening mission completed. Requirement. Recruit survivors in Dunan 8 out of 5 seated. Reward 25 points. Bonus reward 5 points. Current points, 66 points. After reading this, Hainong muttered to himself, Wow, so overachieving gives extra rewards too. Confirming the total current points. Finally, he got off the bus. Seeing Chen Chong already waiting by the door, Xiao Yong said, Chen Chong, tomorrow night we're heading south of the city. Chen Chong, through his bite-proof mask, replied with difficulty. Lao Li, who was listening to the conversation, stepped forward to ask, South of the city? What's the plan? Xiao Yong smiled slightly, looked at Lao Li, and answered, I got some unfinished business with the crew from the Bishuisan complex, got some scores to settle. That same night, after setting everything up and making sure all was tight, Xiao bounced back to his room. There, all alone, he immediately fired up the system and picked the level 2 black tech supply box. On the screen popped up, Supply box, level 2 black tech, minus 50 points. Manual reset, minus 4 points. Under the dim glow of the system, Hyun Kone made up his mind and hit the manual reset option. He ran his fingers over the mysterious box icon, saying, My first level 2 box. The moment he pressed it, the system notified, Supply box. Level 2 black tech redeemed successfully. Current points, 16 points. A bright light spun like a whirlwind, wrapping Hainong's whole body. He stood tall, his entire body covered in some mysterious energy. Nervous but hyped, Haion told himself, Don't let me down. Right then, the chest popped open in front of Jinon. It was an object shaped like a syringe. We got the lowdown from the info table on opening the level 2 black tech supply chest. The reward was a physical resistance boost potion plus 2.0. Xiao Yong was stoked, holding that thing in his hands. He exclaimed in awe, Add 20 resistance points. Dope. Totally worthy of a level 2 chest. But then, out of nowhere, a loud scream echoed. Whoa. The scream was so loud it could be heard from outside the crib, with a light source shining from it. After struggling a bit with the dose, he and Xiaoyong finally snapped back to normal, but his body had gone through a major change. He lifted his arm, feeling the power flowing, saying a total of 33 resistance points. That's like a 6 times boost compared to a regular person. This feeling is just insane. Suddenly, a mosquito buzzed right past him, flying super close. Snap! With just 2 fingers, Hyania caught the tiny mosquito. He brought it closer to check it out, but the bug kept trying to break free, flapping its wings non-stop. Then he let it go, sparing the poor mosquito's life. As soon as it was freed, the mosquito shot off at crazy speed. This stunt proved Hania Ung's strength, now blew way past what it used to be. That afternoon at his base, the sky turned orange as the sun dipped down. Hainong showed up with Chen Chong, heading to the training zone. There, Lao Li and Mangan San were grinding hard. Seeing Jan Xiaoyong, Lao Li asked, Yo, brother Xiao Zhang, you planning to roll down south of the city? Hearing that, Hyano Xyong just smirked, looking at Lao without answering right away, carefully checking Lao Leizhou's shooting skills. Yeah, by the way, brother Li, can I ask you a favor? Lao Olio replied hyped, What you need me to do? Hansia, feeling good, said straight up, Your gun skills are the best here, so help me train the crew, please. Confident in Hania Ojong, Laoli answered, pumped. That's exactly what I'm best at. You can count on me. After handing off the task, Hainan headed to the bus. He called Chen Chan, let's roll. The bus driven by Hania took off, kicking off their revenge mission. By then, it was night, and the vibe was quieter than ever. Scene switches to the Lasong building. Who, with his crew, was getting ready to bail. He asked one of his guys, how's everything on Tanny's side? Tanny shot back, don't sweat it, boss Lei, everything's set. Hearing that, Li Song gave the order, move out. Li Song and his crew moved cautiously, watching their backs to dodge surprises. Suddenly, a car rolled up with headlights blazing right at them. The light was so bright the whole crew had to shield their eyes, yelling from the glare. While Li Song was still blinded, a group of people with some goons popped up in front of them. Turns out Ting had stabbed Li Song in the back. She was chilling in a car with Wenda Ji and Kaid. Tin wasn't new to the mindset of taking advantage when there's gain, but she didn't get the whole idea of sharing the struggle. Noticing something off, one of Li Song's men shouted confused, "Yo, what's going down here?" Lon still didn't get what was poppin'. He peeped the family ride his crew had set up, now packed with strangers, and right away felt something was off. Before he could think it through, Donzo Su rolled up from the front, pistol in hand, smirking as he said, "Lis, where you think you're headed?" Li Song squinted hard to recognize the dude in front of him. He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Ton." But quick as that, he switched his face, hiding the rage. He smiled and said, "Oh snap, if it ain't Boss Su. We were just taking advantage of the night to hit up John Zan Yuan and try our luck." Donu, hearing that, cracked a mocking grin and shot back at John Cian Yan. "Haha, interesting." Right then, one of Donzo Su's guys dragged someone and tossed him in front of Li Song. Seeing that, Li Song jumped and finally caught on. One of his own crew screamed in horror, "Tanny, he just finished talking." Li punched him in the face, dislocating his jaw, and yelled, "Open those dog eyes wide. Look close, this ain't the guy." Then he turned to Donu, nervously smiling, asking, "Boss Su, who's this dude?" I don't know him." Before Li Song could spit more excuses, Donu raised his gun, pointing it coldly at the crew. He ordered, "Shoot." Gunshots rang out as bullets flew at Li Song's group. The screams mixed with the shots, but when the dust settled, Li Song was still alive. He was shaken, hands on his head, looking around in horror. But those 3 bullets weren't for him. They hit 3 of his homies who now lay dead on the ground. Li Song tried to keep explaining. "I really don't know him, Boss Su." "Boss Su, what are you doing?" Like it was all planned, Don Su pointed at the car and laughed. "Haha, you're real good at faking it. Look close, who's in the car?" Right then, the car lights went out. Li Song was madder than ever. He couldn't believe that woman had sold him out. Gritting his teeth, he cursed silently while staring inside the car. Tin was clutching Kaid, which made Li Song even more pissed. Who screamed, "Ting." Kaid looked out and said, "Don't deny it. Tin already spilled the whole story about your betrayal plan." Hearing that, Li Song, filled with rage, wanted to jump right in, but Don Su's men held him back. All he could do was scream, "Ting, you dare betray me." Seeing it all was over, Kaidaje looked at Wendage and asked, "What's Boss S want to do with him?" Wend, with a cold look, just waved his hand slightly, giving a clear sign of what was about to go down. In the dark night, a rope wrapped around Li Song's neck. A big dude yanked the rope, hanging him up in the air. Li Song struggled hard, moaning to Agov. Tears of fear rolled down his face. It looked like the bad luck of Hiano Xiao Yong from his past life had hit Li Song now. His death was humiliating and painful. After a while, Li Song stopped breathing, hanging motionless in front of his crib. A bit later, the Henia Owen bus pulled up. He and Chen Chong slid down the wall to sneak in. But suddenly, Li Song's body started moving. He and Xiao Yong noticed and immediately signaled Chen Chong to stop. Turns out after dying, Li Song had turned into a zombie. Now he was fighting to break free from the rope holding him up. Seeing that, he and Xiao Yong snorted coldly and said, "Humph, serves you right, but I gotta admit, I'm a little sorry I didn't finish you off myself." Saying that, he threw a rock with his hand, cutting the rope. Lon, now a zombie, fell to the ground, hitting his face hard. Hianong stepped up, grabbed his head, and said, "Beast, given how tragic your fate is, I'll avenge your death. This Jianong's too soft." No, scene switches to a building. Weird sounds come from outside. O mixed with laughter. Hey hey hey. Through the lit window, you see silhouettes of 2 dudes massaging someone on a bed. Turns out Ting was handcuffed. Lying on the bed, completely helpless, she said in a flirty tone, "Aw, you jerks. Is this how you treat me after a big win? Hurry up and untie me, don't keep me waiting." Wendage rolled up with a sly grin and asked with some heat, "Ain't this the perfect reward?" Here I am. Right then, Tin looked like he was zoning out, totally spaced. He stopped laughing and just started mumbling nonsense. Suddenly, some weird noise popped off outside the window. Cade, who was about to make a move, froze up. He peeped outside and asked, "What was that noise?" then stepped closer to the window to get a better look. The sound behind him was so loud. Cade could clearly hear what was going down outside. When he looked closer through the glass, his eyes popped wide open. One of his crew was lying face down on the floor, with a puddle of ketchup splattered from his head. Right then, the room's door started getting slammed hard, like someone was trying to bust it down. The banging came in a steady beat, getting louder and louder. Cade and Wendaj snapped their attention to the front door, their business interrupted. Both visibly pissed, they yelled, "What the hell is going on?" But, out of nowhere, Yonda slid in behind them, sneaking through the window real quiet. Yong's face was straight up deadly serious. His eyes burned as he locked onto the two dudes. In his hand, he held a tiny carrot, which he coldly pressed against Cade's pale neck. Cade felt the chill of the weapon and his face drained, sweat breaking out. Glancing sideways, Kaidage freaked out as he saw the carrot slice through his neck like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Kaidage dropped flat on the floor. His mouth spat out thick streams of red syrup, his body shaking with intense pain. Riding the momentum, he and Xiao Yong jumped into the room, seeing his buddy drop dead right in front of him. Wendage freaked out and screamed, "Kai! Yeah, who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, Ting, still lying in bed and having enjoyed nothing, struggled to get up and shouted in horror, "Hein Xiao Yong!" Xiao Zhang, the cold and calculating main dude, wasted no time. He immediately threw the knife in his hand with mad force at Wenji. The blade flew fast and stabbed deep into his throat. Wendaj instantly spat out red syrup. Blood filled his mouth, making him cough before he fell off the bed to the floor, rolling a few times before going still. Ting was covered in Wendaj red syrup, terrified and screaming nonstop. Ah! Her hands and feet were tied tight, and she could only watch in despair as Xiao Yong closed in. She screamed at the top of her lungs, Xiao Yong, what the hell do you want?" Looking at the ridiculous scene of Tin on the bed, Xiao Yong threw a cold, sarcastic jab. "Haha. Looks like y'all are having a blast." After saying that, he ignored her and turned toward the front door while gripping the knob. Hyun said in an icy voice, "I wonder what that beast Lizong would think if he saw this mess." At that moment, Ting, sweating buckets, showed a completely pale face, cautious. She asked, "Leon says." Hainong slammed the door open and stepped aside, letting Lisong storm in like a wild animal. Now Lisong, totally out of control and turned into a meat-hungry zombie, growled and lunged at Ting in a frenzy. Ting, terrified, cried her heart out. The moment Lisong's rough hand touched her face, she screamed, Xiao Yong. "I was wrong. Forgive me, but it was already too late." Lisong, the one she betrayed, showed no mercy at all. He bit brutally into Ting's neck. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Without a shred of doubt, he and Xiao Yong slammed the door shut, leaving Ting and Lisong's hands to deal with on the stubborn bed where she'd been. Ting's desperate screams echoed through the whole room. Hi Xiao Yong cracked the door open, coldly watching as two of his enemies who once ruined him now tore each other apart. After wiping out the traitors, he stepped out and met up with Chin Chan outside, staring at the fresh bodies. Hanong said, "Let's eat. All these corpses are for you." By then, Chin Chan had already changed and gotten way stronger. He looked at a nearby corpse and slowly muttered, "Eating a person, the best." Understanding Chen Chang's intent, he and Xiaoyong turned away and nodded in approval. The zombie Chen Chang immediately lunged, burying his face in a corpse's belly and started devouring it eagerly. Meanwhile, Jan Xiaoyong focused his ear, listening to sound waves coming from far away with his steady hand. In a spot not too far off, in a room sealed tight as hell, there was a man, a woman, and a little girl, all huddled up. They looked like a small family. Suddenly, a fat dude dressed in a chef's uniform popped in, opening a metal door with a long, screechy creak. The guy was bulky, with a fierce look on his face. In his hands, he held a massive butcher knife, pressing it against his body. A long, scary scar decorated one of his eyes. At that moment, another dude, skinny and tall, wearing a white shirt, burst into the room like lightning. He grabbed the little girl's arm and said excitedly, "This kid's got soft skin, tender meat." "What a freaking marvel," the terrified girl broke down crying, screaming, "Yuba, Yua." The chef frowned, checking her out from head to toe, then growled, "Shut up." Pointing somewhere else, he ordered, "It ain't just these three. There's a whole bunch more trapped here." Fab's gaze landed on a chubby kid clutching his mom tight, tears streaming down his cheeks. Fat Chef pointed at the kid coldly and said, "Take him." The mom, full of pain, bit her lips hard, powerless to do anything. Without waiting, the same guy grabbed the chubby kid with a calm expression, like he was picking out a fish to slice. "Cold as ice," he said. "You, chubby, come with me." The kid cried his heart out, reaching his arms out to his mom for help. The desperate woman screamed, "Let my son go. Set him free." Annoyed by the yelling, Fad spun around, raising his butcher knife and swung it at the mom. The woman was thrown to the floor, shocked and with no time to react. In a cruel tone, Fat Chef shouted, "Shut the hell up already." The kid, seeing his mom getting hurt, screamed heart-wrenchingly, "Mom." The woman, full of helplessness and rage, slammed her hands on the floor as tears flooded her face with a desperate cry. She begged, "Please, no, let him go. I'm begging you, please." In the room, no one dared to move. The other prisoners lowered their heads, filled with fear. In her desperation, the woman stretched out her hand into the distance and softly pleaded for help. "Someone, please, save my son. I'm begging you." Suddenly, a loud bam-bam sound echoed from outside, grabbing everyone's attention in the room, including the two thugs and the mom with her kid. Everyone turned toward the noise. The door now had 3 big round holes. Fat Chef, startled, shouted aggressively, "Who's there?" Clearly feeling something was off, the goons in the room grabbed their weapons, ready for the worst. One of them exclaimed, "Those are gunshots. Who else has a gun?" Another replied, confused, "No one else. Only the boss has a pistol." Taking advantage of the chaos, the kid ran to his mom, hugging her tight and crying. "Mom." The exhausted mom hugged him tight, trying to comfort him. "It's okay, baby. Everything's gonna be fine." There were a total of 5 thugs in the room. All were armed and aiming at the door, waiting to hold the line. Fat Chef, frowning, backed up slowly and then gave an order. "You, go check what's up." He pointed at Tichman. Tichman, holding his weapon, asked cautiously. "Me," Fat Chef, irritated, yelled, "Stop talking and go already. No other choice." Tichman obeyed. Carefully, he stepped toward the door, gripping his pistol tight. Sweat covered his forehead as he looked nervously. Suddenly, a pale, cold hand of Chen Chong reached out, grabbing him by the neck. Tichman jumped and started screaming wildly, "Ah, ah, ah," but he didn't have time to react. He was brutally dragged outside. His body slammed against the doorframe, causing intense pain. The other 2 goons, witnessing the terrifying scene, were completely terrified and shouted, "Zon, shoot fast." In total panic, the 2 henchmen aimed at the door and started firing nonstop. The gunfire filled the room, but out of fear, their shots were wild and hit nothing. Noticing Chen Chong's shadow passing through the doorframe, they switched targets and kept shooting nonstop at the door, which was reinforced with several wooden planks. On the other side, Chen Chong moved like lightning. He busted down the door and stormed into the room with a cold, killer glare, not even flinching at the guns pointed at him. He let out that classic zombie growl, making Fat back up in pure terror. But that move just shoved him right into the spot where Chen Chong had slipped in. Chen Chong seized the moment and lunged at him. Realizing there was no way out, Fat Chef opened his mouth, screaming in a fear so raw it couldn't be described, but it was already too late. Chen Chong grabbed his head with both hands and suddenly snapped it hard to the right. A chilling crack echoed through the room. Fat Chef's neck snapped clean. His eyes popped wide open, mouth hanging agape. It couldn't close. Riding the momentum of his jump, Chen Chong twisted the chef's head once more, sealing his fate instantly. Fat Chef crashed to the floor, dropping the butcher knife he'd been holding. Chen Chong landed light as a feather, his stance cold and calculated like a ruthless assassin. Without missing a beat, Chen Chong zigzagged forward, radiating fierce killer intent. Outside, desperate screams echoed. "He's coming in! Help! Help!" Moments later, it was all over. Chen Chong stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by the motionless bodies of the thugs. A young woman who'd witnessed the scene in horror whispered in disbelief, "No way, this can't be a zombie. What the hell is that?" Chen Chong's pale skin and empty white eyes made him look like a ghost. Yet now Chen Chong was fully in control of himself. He shoved his hands into his pockets, said nothing, and stared at the door where high-end Xiao Yong calmly walked in. He and Xiao Yong glanced around and grinned. "Nice work, Chen Chong. Even with those chains and that mask, you still move that fast. Your moves are steady, and your reflexes sharp." Chen Chong raised his slightly twisted hand and replied in a cold voice, "Makes me look cooler." Everyone in the room watching this was straight up terrified. The woman from before, still clutching her kid tight, trembled as she muttered, a zombie that talks." Chen Chong stood center stage, drawing all eyes because his behavior was way different from the mindless zombies outside. A young mom holding her little girl tight wore a face full of fear. The kid, though shaking, eyed Chen Chong cautiously. Seeing their discomfort, Hai and Xiao Yong stepped forward friendly-like, waved at the girl, and said, "Don't be scared, it's all good. He won't hurt anyone." Hearing that, Shen Chan nodded a few times, trying to build trust. But the girl, with big tear-filled eyes, still wasn't totally convinced. Her face, red from crying, showed a flicker of doubt as she whispered, "He's a high-level monster, can kill without blinking." The girl's words made Hai and Xiao Yong's expression turn serious. His curiosity piqued, hearing high-level monster. He asked with interest, "Have you seen anyone like him before?" The girl, terrified, hid in her mom's arms. Finally, the mom's voice shook as she answered, Yeah, we've seen him." Hanong, with a solemn face, asked, "Where did you see him?" The woman looked a little nervous under Hai and Xiao Yong's gaze but quickly said, "In Xuahing City, on the east side." Hearing that, he and Xiao Yong's eyes darkened as he stared off into the distance, murmuring to himself, "So soon? I thought it'd be at least a month or two. Plus, Xuahing City isn't far from Ohei." Chen Chan, watching the convo from the side, suddenly started stammering. What? He and Xiao Yong turned to him and explained, "They're mutant forms like you. Depending on the case, you can keep some level of consciousness and memories. That makes you way more effective hunters than regular zombies. But because mutations are unstable, most of you have crazy violent tempers and are super dangerous." Chen Chan's face mixed fear and worry. He frowned and stammered, "So, I'm like that now." He and Xiao Yong calmly placed a hand on Chen Chong's shoulder. "Yeah, but don't sweat it. We'll figure this out." Chen Chong's face showed a mix of fear and worry. He frowned and stammered. Then, I now. He and Xiao Yong calmly placed a hand on Chen Chong's shoulder. He calmed him down. "You're a kind zombie. Don't sweat it. You're hella lucky. Plus, I'm right here. I ain't gonna let you lose your mind." After talking, Hai and Xiao Yong looked at the crew and asked, "Yo, in this Bishua Villa area, there's gotta be more survivors, right?" A dude from the group answered, "There's still a bunch stuck in the real estate sales office." A chick nearby added, "Also, maybe there's more survivors down in the basement." A moment later, he and Xiao Yong led the crew as they headed down to the basement. When they cracked the door open a bit, they saw the floor splattered with red spots looking like ketchup. The ones behind him went pale and started sweating buckets when they saw the scene inside. Jean Xiao Zhang, clearly shook, asked, "What the hell is this?" In the dark, you could barely make out bodies hanging like it was some kind of pig slaughterhouse. The prisoners explained. Every day, they snatch people alive from nearby areas and bring them here to be sacrificed. Walking into the cold, dark basement filled with a creepy vibe, Hai and Xiao Yong glanced at a corner and instantly got it, murmuring, "So that's why there ain't other meetup spots in the south side of the city." At that moment, Hianu's face changed, clearly showing his horror at how savage these folks were. Then he asked, "But with all this slaughter, how the hell do they eat all this?" A long-haired dude with a pissed-off look fired back quick. "They haul the meat out regularly. We don't know the total count exactly." Looking at the pile of human bodies stacked on one side, Xiao Yong felt a massive rage. He thought, no way they can chow down that much. Are they raising zombies or what? Then, Soyong turned to the long-haired guy, asking him to spill more details. He asked, "You mentioned the real estate office earlier. Can you tell me more about what goes down there?" The guy answered right away. "That office is south, about 1 kilometer from here. The captured folks get taken there first and locked up. Those they toss aside or get bored of, get sent here to be sacrificed." Hearing this, Yong couldn't hide his shock at how brutal these methods were. Oyong blurted, "What?" Just then, a system panel popped up in front of him. Utopia System Version Beggar activated. Mission content, expand the community. Mission requirement, hustle hard to boost the community evaluation score. Current score 2, reward 20 cumulative points. Current cumulative points, 36 points. 30 minutes later, at the real estate office in the south, 2 dark figures stood guard outside the building entrance. By then, night had fallen. One holding an iron bar said cautiously, "I heard something at the north door a while ago." "Shots fired," the other replied with a serious face and cold voice. "Yeah, probably using live targets for shooting practice again." Before they could react, Chen Chan suddenly jumped out from behind the 2 guards. He hit the ground in a pro stance, landing one hand skillfully. All you could hear then were the desperate screams of the 2 men, followed by zombie groans and total chaos. HRM FAS, CL. In a small empty room inside the real estate office, 4 women sat together, completely naked. One was wiped out, lying under a thin blanket trying to catch some sleep. Hearing noise outside, all 4 jumped, fear clear on their faces. They all looked worn out and drained. The woman in the red shirt peered out cautiously and asked nervously, What's going on out there? The woman lying on the mattress, clearly irritated, grabbed her hair and yelled, I don't care what they do. Just don't let him come in here. Don't let him come in here. Right then, the door latch moved. Everyone in the room froze, staring at the door. The woman who spoke before put her hands on her head, nervously whispering, Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Please, don't come in here. Luckily, whoever came in was who they hoped for. As soon as they saw him, the four women's eyes lit up with a spark of hope. But when she noticed their fear and their quick attempt to cover up, Hai and Xiao Yong spoke up straight. Everyone out. After that, Hai and Xiao Yong led the crew as they stepped out of the real estate office. At their feet lay the bodies of the baddies scattered all over the floor. The woman in red, still in disbelief, stammered, You really gonna give us a place to live? Dead serious. He and Xiao Yong replied, Yeah. Then he looked down and quietly added, But on one condition. Y'all gotta work for it. So, all the folks, guys and girls alike, reacted positively, hyped up, shouting, No problem, we're ready to grind. Another one chimed in, Yeah, I'm down to pitch in too. Right away, Xiao Yong stepped up front, leading the crew as they moved away from the door. He raised his hand hype and said, This can't wait no more. Let's roll right now. Just like that, the Hainia bus was rolling, taking everyone back to the base in the chill darkness of the night. An hour later, the bus pulled up at the spot. Everyone started getting off one by one, while Hainia and Yun Chench waited to guide them inside. From the watchtower, Meng San and Sang saw Jan Yandi Chen Chan coming back and got hyped. Meng San yelled out excited, He's back, yo, I'm opening the door. But Sonny, more cautious, stopped her saying, Hold up a sec. Haing didn't drive the bus straight here. Let's see what he's trying to do down there first. Haing looked straight at the base and then told everyone, That spot over there is my fortress, but I can't let everyone in just yet. The people, who'd already been through hell, got exactly what he meant right away. The long-haired dude spoke first. In this cruel world, we totally get it. A woman standing farther back asked, So, where are we gonna crash now? Hyung turned around and explained, Next to the fortress, there's some temporary housing with metal mesh fences, not as safe as inside the fortress, but way better than your usual refugee camps. Then Hyano Yang kept talking to everyone. In this part of Laoche City, there's still a lot of empty land and abandoned buildings. We'll rebuild them bit by bit and living conditions will get better. Hearing that, everyone nodded at him, saying all together, Words can't express how thankful we are for your kindness. Thanks, benefactor. The next day, a bright sunny day at the Bishua mountain base. Two big rides rolled through the gate. The truck was loaded with tons of black plastic bags stacked high, all hauled to the base by a massive vehicle. Inside the car, a woman sat, clicking her tongue with a pissed-off look. This woman had bold, modern black hair styled to the side, paired with standout black fishnet stockings, but her face clearly showed pure disgust. Resting her hand on the table, she said bored, Why ain't nobody picking up the phone? That dumbass San Kingan's up to some shady shit again. Frowning in frustration, she kept mumbling. This don't make no sense. Then, flanked by a tall, bulky dude, she headed straight to San Kingwen's room. When she got there, she slammed the door open with a visibly pissed look. Inside the room were 3 zombies locked up, the fatless and 2 bosses she was hunting, sniffing the scent of human flesh. Listen, as a zombie started sniffing around, turning while making guttural sounds. HRM-A. Right away, the 3 zombies, totally wild, lunged to attack, hoping to chow down on some meat, but this woman was no ordinary chick. Facing the zombies, she didn't show a shred of fear. With just one quick hit, she knocked down Fatlison. Right after, she unleashed a rapid series of hard-hitting attacks, so strong the zombies barely managed a few screeches before getting taken down one by one. A moment later, the woman pulled out a piece of cloth and calmly wiped off the ketchup stains from the carrot she'd just used as a weapon, showing mad skills with ease. Holding the carrot all clean and fresh, she checked it out like it was her favorite weapon. The dude behind her said, Sis, San Kingwen's dead. What we gonna do now with all this meat? She dropped her hand and shot back cold. No choice. We gotta handle it ourselves now. After saying that, her face turned dangerous, full of rage, clearly pissed off because her work got messed with. She muttered in an annoyed voice, I want to take out whoever dared break our rules. Both of them headed to the front yard of the Bishua mountain villas. The woman, still holding that carrot, scoped the scene around her. The place was littered with the bodies of San Kingwen's crew. The guy following her said, Not a single soul left alive. But she didn't seem fazed and asked coldly, What about the meat? The guy answered right away, The meat's untouched. Without hesitation, the woman spun around and ordered the dude, Bring the truck here and load up the goods. Soon after, the big-ass truck roared to life, getting ready for a fresh deal. The crew jumped into action, lifting the goods and loading them into the ride, while the woman stood there, arms crossed, watching like a hawk to make sure nothing sketchy went down. Suddenly, she spotted something and yelled, "Yo!" She crouched down to check out a tire track on the ground, real careful. The guy behind her, curious, asked, "What's up, sis?" The woman caught onto something, squatted down bold as hell and said firm, "Humph, I want to see who's got the balls to pull this stunt." The subordinate came closer to check it out with her. Scene switches to the Xiao Yong base. At that moment, he was chilling on a chair on the balcony, enjoying the breeze. Hyung was intently watching a system notification. Mission: expand the community. Mission requirement: hustle to boost the community score. Current score: 2. After reading it, Hyun got thoughtful and wondered, how the hell do I raise this? Population count is a big deal. Sitting in the watchtower, looking over his huge base, he smiled and said happily, "We got plenty of land." Haha, all thanks to that damn guy from before. Suddenly, Janong's eyes snapped wide open and he shouted, "That rare kind." Not long after, Xiao Yong rolled up with men and sand to the homeless zone of the base. As soon as they showed up, everyone cheered together, "Benefactor. Benefactor's here." A woman full of gratitude ran up to Xiao, bowed deep, and with hands clasped started crying, saying, "Benefactor." "Thanks, Benefactor Hanon." Rushing over, he reached out to hold her hands and said softly, "No need for all that formality." Then he looked at the mother and daughter he met the day before and asked, "That super scary monster you talked about, where exactly did you see it?" The woman looked at him and answered honestly, "At the Wan Ruenfa supermarket, in Xuahing City." She started telling the story. "We were about to hit the supermarket for supplies when suddenly we ran into that monster." The mother kept talking with a scared voice. "Lots of people got killed by it. In the chaos, everyone scattered. My daughter and I escaped and met up with the group at the Bishua Mountain Villas. At first, we thought we were safe, but turns out they were animals." Hearing this, Xiao Yong lowered his head with a furious look. In a deep voice, he said, "Huan Ruan for supermarket." "Right, Menen." Nearby and overhearing the talk, Xiao Yong said worriedly, "We still got plenty of supplies. No need to mess with that monster," San added cautiously. "But the more supplies we have, the better." Still, he didn't totally disagree. Yong turned to them and said firmly, "The most important thing is Sangxi City is less than 2 kilometers from us. We can't let some monster threaten our safety this close." The mother and daughter, still confused by his plan, showed panicked faces. The woman, way too scared, dropped the container of clothes she was holding onto the ground. Panic all over her face, she stepped forward trying to stop him. "Please, Benefactor, don't go. That monster kills without mercy." With a calm look, Jenya Ouyang replied coolly, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing." Then she turned to Sani and said, "Call Chen Chan. We're gonna meet that guy." Elsewhere, a group was entering a big building. Everyone had backpacks and protective gear. Leading the crew was a pretty fly woman, rolling with a dude in a shirt and suit. The guy glanced sideways at her and said, "Told you. I remember there was a big supermarket around here." The young guy walking behind her answered cautiously, "Don't let your guard down. They might have already looted everything inside." The fly woman, hearing that, added, "But let's not get too down. We've hit a bunch of supermarkets and still found plenty of stuff." The whole crew stepped into the supermarket, hoping to score some supplies. The fly woman, confident, said, "Looks like we got enough guts and skills in this apocalypse. Not many folks move as free as we do." Haha. But as soon as they stepped in, everyone froze, shocked by the emptiness inside. The place was dark, dead silent, no sound at all. Food shelves were empty, though some corners still had scattered stuff. Seeing this, one of the group shouted, "Hey, even if it looks looted, they haven't taken everything yet." The woman, without a word, grabbed a pan and slammed it against the wall, making a loud echo bounce through the empty space. Right away, the group gathered, each grabbing some makeshift weapon to defend themselves. The fly woman raised her voice and asked, "Anybody there?" From how she acted, it was clear she knew how to handle zombies. Staying calm and not rushing, she leaned in to check the situation closely. Just minutes later, suddenly fast footsteps came from the exits and doors inside the mall. From every corner, tons of zombies started pouring out screaming mad. The creatures, with torn-up faces and pale green skin, charged at the group. Everyone screamed, terrified. "Here they come, crazy zombies." Then the sound of battle filled the place. The fly woman and her crew fought carefully, every hit thudding loud, mixed with grunts of effort. Ha. Finally, the zombies were wiped out, scattered on the floor. Nobody in the group got hurt. The fly woman, with a confident grin, laughed out loud. Ha, that was a piece of cake. The young dude with the backpack, looking at the zombie bodies, he showed a scared expression and said, "There are undead. but not many. Looks like the zombie horde got drawn away by another group earlier. One of the guys in the back, all hyped up, leaned forward and said, "Yo, today we hit the jackpot for real." Hey, but the dude in the shirt and suit wasn't feeling the hype. With a serious tone, he warned, "Stay sharp, let's keep moving." What they didn't notice was a huge dark shadow creeping out from a doorway in the distance. It was a mutant zombie. It slowly emerged, looming in the shadows. Its blackened face peeked out in the dark, eyes crackling with electricity. Its teeth, white as pearls, showed as it growled, giving off mad, dangerous vibes. The mutant zombie suddenly let out a rough, threatening voice. "Prey. Fresh prey." Meanwhile, the group still didn't catch the danger coming. They were hyped about the supplies left on the shelves, pointing excitedly and saying, "Yo, this is like Christmas. Take it all. We got enough to last years." The hot chick, with a glowing face, pointed to the side and shouted hyped up, "Look." What caught her eye was a luxury bed. Pointing at it, she yelled with joy. "A bed. It's a bed. Looks hella comfy." Without any caution, she ran to the bed and flopped down in full chill mode, shouting, "I don't care. I want to stay here." Man, the hype spread fast and the crew started getting hyped up. One of them threw out, "What if we just live here?" A bunch were down with that. Sounds like a solid plan. The dude in the shirt suit turned to the backpack kid and said, "I'm gonna smoke. You coming?" The kid replied, "Let's roll together." A sec later, the guy flicked his lighter and the flame lit up the dark. He took a long drag off his cigarette, then leaned back and blew out a cloud of smoke. The backpack kid, puffing on his own cig, turned to him and asked, "So what's the move? We really gonna stay here?" The guy, kinda cautious, said, "This mall's got too many entrances and exits, hard to guard. Plus, supplies are stacked, which means it's gonna attract all kinds of curious folks." Everything seemed chill, but then he added, "When we got here, I spotted a two-story building over there that still looks solid." He suddenly stopped. Something felt off. Out of the shadows, a blade smeared with ketchup popped up, pressing against his neck. No time to react. The sound of the blade slicing flesh echoed as a spray of bright red liquid splattered right in front of the backpack kid. The kid froze, speechless, watching his buddy get killed right in front of him. The mutant zombie was still there. Eyeing them closely, it lifted the dying man up and with a raspy voice said, "Soft skin, this is gonna taste real good. Ha ha." The terrifying scene made the kid stagger, almost dropping to the ground. Unable to take it anymore, he spun around and bolted, screaming, "Help! Help! A monster!" The rest of the crew, still grabbing supplies inside the supermarket, heard the desperate screams and looked around confused, wondering what the hell's going on. The kid, thinking he'd escaped, was quickly caught by the mutant zombie. The creature hurled a bunch of sharp blades at his body. The kid couldn't say a word more, just coughed out his last words. "Cove. Cove." Before collapsing, everyone in the group could now see the gruesome scene. The mutant zombie hoisted the kid above its head. The kid's backpack hit the floor, while the creature, with brutal strength, ripped his body in half under the dim lights. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, painting a totally chilling picture. The hot chick leading the group froze at the sight. With a shaky voice, she whispered, "What the hell is that?" Then she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Retreat. Quick, let's get out of here." Legs shaking, she tried to run as fast as she could to escape that nightmare. But the mutant zombie, huge like a hunting beast, leapt high into the air, stretching out its sharp arms while roaring, "You ain't getting away. Not a single one of you walks out of here alive." Haha. The terrified group scattered, running every which way to save themselves. But sadly, a girl running at the back got sliced through by the mutant zombie's sharp hand. The blade pierced her from back to chest. She dropped dead right then and there. The rest, panicked, could only sprint with all they had. Desperate to survive, the hot chick at the front tried to pick up the pace. While running, she screamed in terror, "No, I don't want to die." She kept running, not daring to look back until she finally made it to the supermarket exit. When the sunlight hit her, she realized she was totally alone, thinking her crew was still behind her. She yelled to warn them, "The exit's close," but when she looked back, no one was there. Her panic scream echoed through the air. "Ah, ah, ah." Stepping out of the supermarket, the hot chick, exhausted, dropped to her knees on the threshold, gasping. Looking up, what she saw was the shadow of the fierce mutant zombie creeping slowly toward her. Her face showed pure terror as tears streamed nonstop. Biting her lips, she let out choked sobs, followed by one last heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, ah." Facing the giant monster, Nin Buan was bawling her eyes out, tears streaming down her cheeks. She stretched both hands forward, trying to hold it back, not knowing what else to do but scream with all her might. Ah, ah, ah. It looked like her short life was about to end, But suddenly zombie Chen Chong bravely stepped in under the light filtering through the supermarket door. His silhouette appeared like a hero coming to save the damsel in distress. Meanwhile, Nin Buan, still confused and scared, screamed, "Hey, I don't want to die." But Chen Chong, cold and determined, passed right by her without even glancing. Ninu Yuan was stunned, wondering why he just walked past. While trying to make sense of it all, a deep, warm voice sounded behind her. "Don't be scared." The trembling girl jumped and spun around fast. Standing in front of her was Yonggi Sani, who had just walked in. His sudden appearance left Nin Buan shocked and stammering. You're... Xiao Yong's face showed a kind expression. He reached out his hand and said, "The buyer of that house." At that moment, Nin Buan remembered. She couldn't forget Ninten, the one who sold her the land back in the first episode. Shaking, she grabbed Hainong's hand to stand up. Calmly, he repeated, "You're a real estate agent, right?" Scratching his head, he tried to recall. "I think your name's Nin Buyuan, right?" While Hienia or Yan and Nin Buyuan talked, on the other side of the room, constant sounds of fighting echoed. Bam, bam. It was Chen Chong battling the huge mutant zombie. Nin Buan, still trapped in psychological trauma, started hitting her head with her hands and screamed, "A ghost. A monster. The mall's got monsters. Run." Xiao Yong stepped in gently to calm her down. "It's all good. It's already contained." Hearing that, Nin Buan slowly turned her head, still kinda scared. She opened her eyes wide. Shocked by the scene before her, Chen Chong, the zombie, was facing off directly against the monster that had slaughtered his crew. The monster, massive as hell, threw a powerful punch at Chen Chong. It sneered with a mocking laugh, saying, Think you can keep it all for yourself?" From a distance, he and Xiao Yong raised his voice and asked, "How's it looking?" "Chen Chong, you got this solo." With a cold, piercing gaze, Chen Chong locked eyes on the monster and after a quick assessment, replied bluntly, "Let me handle this." As Chen Chong moved closer, the monster swiftly backed off. Its speed caught Chen Chong a bit off guard. Then the creature stuck out its long tongue and crouched low to the ground, striking a grotesque, terrifying pose. It kept laughing excitedly, shouting, "Ha ha ha. Hell yeah, it's the first time I've met someone like me." Barely finished talking, the mutant zombie lunged at Chen Chong, using all its strength to attack. Despite the pressure, Chen Chong stayed calm and watched closely. In a flash, boom, the monster swung a heavy punch from above that almost hit Chen Chong, but he dodged with a quick step back. The mutant zombie's eyes glowed redder and redder, flashing arrogance with a mocking laugh. Taunted. "Haha, I wonder if eating one of ours would make us evolve faster." Nah. The monster was getting ready to strike again, but before it could move, a whoosh of wind cut through the air. Chen Chong's fist had already shot straight at its face. The monster's eyes went wide and its mouth dropped open, frozen, unable to react. In real time, Chen Chong followed up with another devastating punch, slamming it headfirst into the ground without stopping. Chen Chong jumped high into the air and threw a punch so hard downward the impact shook the ground, showing off his insane strength. Still, the monster got up, its grotesque face rising from the dirt. With a deep, angry voice, it growled, "Damn you. HMPF. Looks like you got some strength." Before it could say more, Chen Chong immediately fired a high kick. Crash. The kick, packed with all his power, hit so hard chunks of the ground flew up from the massive pressure, but Chen Chong realized things weren't looking good. He looked around carefully and noticed the monster had escaped just in time. It had climbed up to the ceiling, hanging right above his head. From up high, the monster showed off its 2 rows of sharp teeth, snapping them together with a clack-clack sound, creating a weird interference noise mixed with a deafening screech. Then it let out a creepy laugh. "Heh. Been building up power all this time, and now I can finally show what I got. Heh." After saying that, Chen Chong felt a gust of wind rush past behind him. He opened his eyes wide and quickly sized up the monster's attack position. When he turned his head, he saw a grotesque grin stretching ear to ear on the creature's face as it let out a long laugh. Hey, boom, boom, boom. The violent clashes between Chen Chong and the monster echoed nonstop inside the mall. Both charged at each other at crazy speeds, and every hit was hella dangerous. From the side, Sani, watching his boy fight, couldn't help but worry and shouted, "Hien Xiao Yong. Chen Chong's getting wrecked. How the hell is this monster so damn strong?" Hanong stood nearby. He frowned, analyzing the scene with a serious tone. He replied, "This time we gotta finish it once and for all. If it gets away and keeps hunting, it'll be way harder to deal with later." After saying that, he and Xiao Yong activated the system and suddenly pulled out a machine gun A from thin air. This move left Nin Baiyuan behind him, totally shocked, eyes wide open, exclaiming, "What's that? Where'd that weapon come from? Calm as hell, Hyam adjusted his aim through the gun's sight, locking onto the target with steady voice and zero stress, saying, Chen Chong, if you can hold it down for just one more second, I swear I won't tease you again. While grappling with the monster, Chen Chong immediately grabbed both of the creature's hands and held on tight. The mutant zombie, now caught, it roared furiously. Damn it, let me go right now. Just like he and Xiao Yong asked. Bang. A shot rang out with a flash of fire. The bullet flew straight and lodged perfectly in the monster's forehead. The monster, face twisted and torn from pain, staggered backward with heavy steps, screaming, Ah, ah. Trying to hold on, it dragged its feet on the floor to keep balance. From the opening on its forehead, endless streams of red sauce poured out, making it look pitiful as hell. Its two eyes blazed with rage, growling furiously, shouting, Ah, ah, hey, heh. That hurts, damn you. How dare you hurt me? Ha. I'm gonna kill you, tear you to pieces. Ha ha. Sani, watching the scene, was stunned and exclaimed, The brain got shot, and it still ain't dead. That ain't enough. Meanwhile, Jian Xiao Yong kept firing repeatedly at the monster, throwing even more lead sweets its way. He firmly aimed machine gun A right at it while the gunshots echoed loud. Bang, 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 bang. The mutant zombie's huge body was like a shield, taking countless bullet hits on its muscular torso. Howling madly, it roared fiercely. Hagra, ha ha ha. The echo of gunfire filled the whole supermarket. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, moments later, the four Chen Chong, Jianong, Sanguine stood staring at the monster's corpse, now twisted on the floor. The blood, red sauce spread around it while the body still let out weak groans. Sans cautiously asked, Is it dead? Seriously. Hyong turned to Chen Chong and ordered, Try eating this monster. Maybe that'll boost your strength. Chen Chong agreed with the idea. He nodded and said, Yeah, meat, human meat. At that moment, a system panel suddenly popped up in front of Jianong, showing the following message. Mission, expand the area. Mission requirement, strive to improve area rating. Mission progress, eliminate dangerous factors. Area rating increased by 1. Current rating 3. Cumulative reward 10 points. Current total points 46. Hyung showed a surprised expression while reading the notification and commented, Oh, this counts too. His mood shifted fast, looking more hyped. With a slight smile, Janin said excitedly, Since we're here, let's make the most of it. Let's see if we can clear out this whole supermarket. Nin Buan, standing behind him, jumped and asked, What? Cleaning everything up with mad confidence, Hein Xiao Yong pointed upwards. You could see spiraling streams of spiritual energy swirling around, forming a little tornado. That tornado was sucking up all the leftover stuff in the supermarket into itself. Nin Buan, totally shook, stared wide-eyed as it all went down. Meanwhile, Sani, hands on hips and hyped up, shouted, Yo, this is insane. What kind of magic is this? Everything got perfectly stored inside the space ring. Hyo calmly eyed the dead bodies of Nimbiani's crew with a cold look. He said, We'll leave these corpses for the other zombies. Then he turned to Chen Chan and said, You good, let's bounce. Scene switches to another spot. A white ride belonging to the female leader of the Bishua Mountain faction slammed on the brakes on a main road near the Hyang base. A dude inside the car shouted, Hold up, stop right here. The female leader, acting all high and mighty, turned to her subordinate who was peeping through binoculars and asked, What's up? In the guy's binocular view was Meninsan standing on the watchtower, locked in on her task. Then he shifted the binoculars to the area where the folks rescued by Hyenia or Zhang were chilling. There, a bunch of people were walking back and forth, busy with their stuff, looking pretty satisfied. The binocular guy turned to the female leader and said, There's quite a crowd here. Their weapons are old school, but the one thing they got going is their workshop looks solid. The dude driving up front asked, curious like, So, how'd they get rid of San Kingwen and Lin Han Kai, boss lady? With a cocky tone, she broke it down. Still don't get it? They set up an ambush and unleashed zombies on their base. I told you before, using a villa as a base ain't safe. That said, the female leader leaned back in her seat, smirking as she checked out the survivor zone. Resting her arm, she smiled and said, Ah, the heavens must have seen our struggle and hooked us up with survivors and a base. From above, the binocular guy replied, all hyped. For real. Makes me feel kinda guilty, haha. The driver, looking sly, asked, So what now? We hit him right away. The female leader, arms still resting, calmly eyed the dope base and said with confidence, Nah, we're heading back first to get organized. Then we bring the crew and weapons as soon as possible. The white car spun around and sped off toward their base. Scene flips back to Hanya Ouyang and Sanny's crew. Hyano Xiao Yong's ride cruised smooth on the road, heading back to their base. Inside the car, Nin Buan was super stoked. She leaned forward and shouted, "For real, San, all friendly-like." He turned to her and said, "Of course, not just comfy beds but hot water for showers too." Hearing that, Nin Buan couldn't hold back her hype and yelled, "Oh, heck yeah." Suddenly, Hainia Ung spotted something weird up ahead. He squinted to get a better look and warned, "Heads up, everyone. Anyone up front, get your weapons ready." Nimbu Yuan and Sanny, who were chillin', quickly switched to defensive mode. Both stared ahead with eyes full of caution. Without another word, Sanny grabbed a rifle and leaned out the window to check it out. Ahead of them, a white car zoomed past, heading the opposite way from Hanya Ouyang's crew. It was the Bishua Mountain faction's female leaders group, rushing back to their base. In the brief moment their rides crossed paths, Hyaniao Ouyang squinted, carefully watching the other car's situation. Sharp as ever, the female leader also kept an eye on Han Yong's ride. Their eyes locked for a second, full of mutual distrust and caution. Two rivals met for a moment. Right then, Ji and Ouyang's system kicked in. Ding ding. A new mission activated. A system panel popped up in front of Ji and Ouyang. New mission, punish the wicked. Mission requirement, face the invaders. Reward, 50 points. Reading this, Hyania Ouyang got kinda curious and muttered, "Facing the invaders? Why does that sound so familiar?" Thinking about the woman he crossed paths with on the main road, he looked up at the window and wondered, could it be them? A little while later, Jainong's car rolled up to the base. Eyeing the watchtower up high, he decided to climb up and check out the scene. That day, Meng Sanshan was on guard. Xiao Yong asked, "Seen anyone sketchy around here lately?" with sharp focus. Mengen pointed in a direction and said, "I think I saw a car pass by far off, but it wasn't heading our way. At first, I thought it was you guys coming back, so I got a bit mixed up." She kept asking, "What's up, Xiao Yong? Is there a problem?" with a serious face. Hyanyong replied, "I got a bad feeling something's off." His expression shifted fast, and he immediately ordered, "Sani, Laoli, gather everyone. I got something important to discuss." 30 minutes later, at a coal plant on the southern outskirts, a man was holding a walkie-talkie trying to catch a signal. The device kept buzzing with a zzz sound. The group leader listened closely as the signal started to clear up. "Survivors, please head to the coal plant on the southern outskirts. We've set up a meetup point here. We need more people right now." In the group, a young dude in a yellow tee standing in the back scratched his head, looking around, and said, "Gotta be close by." Right then, a luxury car rolled up and pulled up to the group. The young guy in the yellow tee, hyped up, raised his hand high and shouted happily, "Yo! Survivors! Hell yeah!" The group of men signaled to stop the car. It slammed on the brakes, kicking up a cloud of dust everywhere. From inside, the Big Sis and two of her crew stepped out cool and chill. Seeing the new group, Big Sis flashed a smile and asked, "You came because you caught the radio signal, right?" The young guy in the yellow tee, barely able to hide his hype, answered quick, Yeah. These days, women are rare treasures, man." The eyes of the new guys locked onto Big Sis's captivating figure with her killer curves, making the yellow tee dude's mind run wild. His face flushed red, her dazzling presence and almost hypnotic elegance, plus her flawless look, made every step she took seem like she was casting a spell on the guys. Big Sis, fully aware of these dudes' minds, quickly played innocent, acting sweet and flirty. "You showed up just in time. Stick with us, fellas." They were stoked, couldn't hide their excitement. The yellow tee dude, eyes shining like stars, basically spellbound, answered fast, "Oh, thanks a lot." With a sweet voice, Big Sis added, "It's not far from here. The car's short on seats, so we'll walk a bit to get there." The group leader replied cheerfully, All right. Meanwhile, the yellow tee dude and his buddy, walking beside him, exchanged sly looks, cooking up some shady plans. But what they didn't know was they were just small fries. A little later, Big Sis and her crew eagerly led the newcomers to the entrance of a huge warehouse. They lifted the rolling door to welcome them. The yellow tee dude, mouth wide open in awe, shouted loud, "Wow, this place is massive. Never seen a spot this big before." Pumped up, the yellow tee dude exclaimed, "Crazy. Finally, a place to crash." Then, scratching his face, a bit embarrassed, he added, I suddenly gotta hit the bathroom. Let me handle it outside, then I'll come in." Big Sis, keeping her friendly vibe, replied, "No need. There's a bathroom inside. Follow me." The yellow tee dude, head full of dirty thoughts and face totally red, stammered, All right. Inside the bathroom, a strong yellow stream. The young dude's vibe was flowing down, while a shaky smile crept onto his face. He shot a quick glance back. His mind was packed with dark thoughts and a sly fox attitude. The older sis, rocking a voluptuous figure, stood with her arms crossed, watching him from behind. The young guy thought to himself, let's see who can resist this move. In a rush, he pulled up his pants. Without even buttoning them all the way, he spun around, flashing his red boxers like a boss. With a pervy grin, he declared, "Hey cutie, I already know what you're thinking. Come on, don't be scared." The older sis, still arms crossed, stared back with a cold, deadpan face. The dude kept trying to impress. "Check it, this boss is mad strong." His voice, suddenly, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, mixed with the metallic sound of a blade slicing through flesh. The young guy's eyes went wide, totally frozen, unable to process what just happened. Cax. With inhuman coldness, the older sis had mercilessly stabbed a sharp carrot right through his throat. Her icy, ruthless vibe was enough to make anyone watching shudder. She was, no doubt, the living embodiment of brutality. The dude's head, which just minutes ago was full of dirty daydreams, now dropped heavy between the older sis's legs, clad in fishnet stockings. In his last breath, he felt the ultimate shame, the disdainful glare of the woman looking down at him with eyes cold as ice. In a frosty voice, she said, "I thought you were quality, but you turned out to be just this." The older sis, carrot still dripping with ketchup, walked out of the bathroom with a chilling calm, like nothing had gone down. One of her crew waiting outside asked cheerfully, "All set, big sis?" She replied coolly as she approached, "Yeah." "Drag that dude from the bathroom too." Then she headed over to the still warm bodies of the previous group. After a moment's glance, she ordered, "Call Lauer and Lau to come here." Elsewhere, at the Hainan base, he had gathered everyone he'd helped before to hash out a plan. It was rare to see the whole crew assembled like this. With a doubtful look, Lao Li asked, "Jania or Zhang, anyone got a beat on us?" "Who's the enemy?" Hein explained clearly. "We don't know squat about the enemy. From now on, there's a risk of attack every single day." After that, Xiao Yong pointed at Sani and Chen Chan, assigning tasks. "You two come with me later to clear out the abandoned building southeast of here. For now, we'll move the refugees from outside to that spot. Otherwise, if the enemy hits, they'll be sitting ducks." Min and Yokai, noticing they hadn't been given much to do, they volunteered. Mangan said, "Hi and Xiao Yong, I'm coming too." Xiao Kai quickly added, "Me, too." Even the two brothers in Lao Li's protective gear chimed in, "We're coming too." A bunch of others, including women and kids, started showing mad determination to defend the base. Little Sang Sang, small but quick, raised his hand fast and shouted excitedly, "Then I want to go too." Sang Sang's wife cut him off, scolding, "What's this brat doing, sticking his nose in this?" That shocked Nimbian. Who? Though a bit scared, she raised her hand and said, "With this vibe, I think I want to go too." Hanong, grateful for everyone's spirit, laid out the situation honestly. "It probably won't be that dangerous over there with Laowen and Laoli staying behind to guard the base. The rest can join in soon." The plan was set. He and Xiao Yong led the group, followed by the crowd of people he'd saved earlier. Each one carried a weapon, ready to throw down. The group hit a tall building, the crowd gathering like a tight squad, whispering low, "Time to move and wipe out the zombies." He and Xiao Yong took point, firing the first shots straight into a zombie's throat, kicking off the fight. The others teamed up, using knives and guns. Chen Chan, with his brute strength, even used his bare hands, pouring all his energy into taking down every single zombie. After a wild brawl, all the zombies were wiped out, their bodies scattered across the floor. The exhausted crew was gasping for air. Jiansha or Zhang, always on point, asked, "Did anyone get hurt?" "Check it out, good." Everyone answered in unison, "We ain't good." Moving up to a broken window, Hiano Xiang peeped down at the base. From a distance, he spotted a bunch of chimneys puffing smoke, marking the spot as Big Sis and her crew's turf. Turning back to the squad, Kanxiang warned them carefully, "Somebody's gonna hit our base in the next few days. Y'all stay put here for now." Hearing that, a woman and a man who'd been rescued earlier by Hania or Zhang spoke up with grit. "We can fight," the man added. "Yeah, we can help too." Moved by their spirit, Hianong nodded, stroking his chin, and said, "All right, you're in." Then he handed a task to the guy who just spoke, "Clean up this area first. I'll bring guns and ammo later. When the enemies attack, we'll radio each other. You gotta follow my orders to the letter." The brother clenched his fist with determination and shot back. "Got it. No problem." Scene switches to the villain crew. Big Sis stood chill with her arms crossed, watching her minions grind hard. One of them called out, "How's it looking, Big Sis?" Big Sis turned her body slightly, throwing them a cold look without a word. A skinny dude, hands shoved deep in his pants pockets, asked, "How's it going? Everything cool?" Behind them, a tall man with long hair and a dazed look like he was hypnotized muttered, "Human meat, eat human meat." Suddenly, the tall guy bent forward sharply, resting on his hands, and yelled furiously at the other two. "What's so good about that? The Bishawasana area has been wiped out completely. From now on, we gotta find our own food." The skinny dude, clearly pissed, asked incredulously, "Hey, who did that?" The tall man roared in anger, "Human meat. No human meat. Nothing makes sense now." Big Sis, trying to fuel the hate against Heian's crew even more, spoke up. "It's a group from the east, and they ain't few. Tomorrow morning, Lao Ode and I will take the crew to handle them. We're gonna wipe them all out." Scene switches back to Hyunong's base, in his private room. Under the harsh lamplight, his voice echoed in the air. 46 points accumulated. "Let's see if the system's got new boxes available." The system panel popped up before him, showing System Shop. Supply box. Special Skill Awakening. Level 2. Points. Supply box. Apocalypse Cultivator. Level 2. 15 points. Supply box. Sugar, oil, and protein. Level 1. 5 points. Manual Refresh. 2 points. Hyunong, leaning on the bed with one hand, smiled excitedly and said, "Finally, some new stuff." With a finger extended, he selected on the system panel. His face lit up with big anticipation as he exclaimed, "Oh, this time there's 2 level 2 boxes. I need 40 points total. Let's see what surprises they bring this time." Hyung immediately opened the system. Superior Physical Capacity, Level 1. Features. Boosts own attributes for 25 minutes. Side effect. After it ends, you enter a weakened state. A faint smoke cloud appeared in front of Jianong. As the system confirmed the skill was accepted, his body seemed to have fully absorbed the new attribute. This reward was clearly valuable. With a face glowing with joy, Xiao Yong exclaimed, "Oh, a boost for 25 minutes. Now I got 33 points of physical capacity. With a boost, I'm over 40 points, which means strength 8 times that of a normal person." Crack flexed his arm, watching it eagerly, and said, "Can't wait no more. Gotta test this new strength right now." Scene change. A long cloud of smoke and screeching brakes echoed on the main road. It was Rui's crew rolling deep with a 6-seater car, 2 PKP vans, and 3 bikers tailing inside the main ride. A subordinate with a Muitoki turned to ask, "Ruji, what's the move now?" Arms crossed and serious, Rui replied, "Let's reshuffle the attack plan for everyone again. First, let's finish off the refugees on the outskirts." Suddenly, he lowered his voice and dropped the final plan. "When Lauer opens the door, all the drivers will cover with suppressive fire. Use all the firepower to keep them pinned down." The subordinate nodded slightly, making it clear he got the orders. Inside the car, the bulky, grotesque dude, known for his insatiable hunger for human flesh, was swaying uncontrollably. Sitting next to Rui, he let out a loud roar. "Perfect, perfect. I'm starving." With a fierce look, he showed growing excitement and screamed like crazy. "I'll kill, I'll eat." The convoy sped under the blazing sun of a clear sky. Today was a perfect day with awesome weather, ideal for a showdown at the Hanya Yang base. He and Lao Li stood on a raised platform, watching closely. Both leaned their arms on the railing, focusing on what was below. Lao Li, with some doubt, said, "This setup is pretty low-key, but compared to the watchtower, the visibility sucks. There are way too many blind spots near the base of the wall." Heian of Xiao Yong, chill. He immediately calmed him down. "Don't sweat it. The defense here isn't based on visibility." A bit surprised, Lao Li turned, frowned, and asked, "Then, what is it based on?" Hai just gave a slight smile and looked off into the distance. Then, with a chill expression, he turned his gaze to Lao and said, "I remember you once mentioned you worked as a sniper a few years back, right?" Hearing that, Lao Li, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Ah, you must be mixing things up. Years? Nah, it was just a few months. I only learned the basics and covered a temp shift back then. That's why I reported fake info. Nothing more." Despite this, Hyano Xiao Yong fully trusted Lao Li's skills. Having seen his mad weapon skills, he kept pressing. "So, from distances between 1 and 200 meters, can you shoot accurately?" With total confidence, Lao Li laughed, slapped his chest, and proudly declared, "Haha, you're underestimating me, dude. As long as there's no strong wind, I can hit targets up to 500 meters dead on." Henon nodded with a smile and said, "Impressive." Then, looking at Lao Li with a meaningful expression, he added, "That's more than enough." Suddenly, a loud voice called out from afar, "Hania, the supplies have arrived." It was Sansi coming, carrying a heavy package. Sweating buckets, he arrived and gasped between breaths, "Damn, what is this thing? It's way too heavy. Xiao Yong and Laoli turned to look. San dropped a wooden crate on the ground, bent over, hands on knees, trying to catch his breath. Hidong quickly moved to inspect the crate while Laoli, a bit confused, asked, "What exactly is this?" When the wooden crate was opened, it revealed a luxury sniper rifle inside, flawless and top quality. Laoli, totally shocked, exclaimed out loud, "A sniper rifle. How the hell do we already have it?" Right after I asked, "Sweating bullets here?" he asked in amazement. "Damn. Hansia Ojong, this isn't something just anyone can get. Where'd it come from?" Hanon, calm and knowing the source, replied with a slight smile while looking at the crate. "We only got 2 magazines with a total of 10 bullets. Use them sparingly." Laoli held the rifle in his hands, eyes shining with excitement. This was a long-held dream since his army days. Stammering in disbelief, "No, I get it now. I get it. Damn." After finishing with the gear, Hiano Xiaoyong turned to San and asked, "Is everyone already in position?" San, with a serious tone, answered right away. "Yeah, they're all set." Haim was satisfied. He praised the crew and reminded them, "All right, let everyone know to stay on high alert. The enemy could pop up any time at the watchtower." Mengen was struggling to adjust the signal on his headphones. Suddenly, he sensed something off and started calling repeatedly. "Yo, yo. I picked up something sketchy." On the other end, a voice replied cautiously, "Got it." Meanwhile, Laoli was already in position. He rested his sniper rifle on the railing, laid flat on the ground, and began operating with pro-level precision. While scanning the area, he exchanged info with Men Sanson. "I spotted it too." The voice on the line kept reporting, "The enemy's packing weapons. Do your job right. Get ready." Outside the Jinong base, the captain's squad still hadn't gotten out of their rides. One of her crew, armed with binoculars, was staring into the distance but couldn't spot any movement. He voiced his confusion. "Weird. Where'd those folks from the camp near the fence go? Don't tell me they already got caught. They got torn apart and eaten." The guy sitting in the driver's seat said, "What if we just stop the car and watch for a bit? This ain't looking good from the jump." The captain, hearing that, leaned toward the front seat and replied in a harsh tone, "No way. Rolling in now would be way too risky. We're already close enough where we're at. If they spot us, it'll be tough to strike again." The subordinate took the order seriously and answered right away. "Understood." The captain's crew thought they were moving stealthily, unseen. But every move their convoy made was being watched by Meng Sanson, who kept reporting constantly through his comms. Static crackled in the headphones as the orders came through. "Attack as a unit. Get close to the fence. Find cover and strike at the right moment." Following Haiyan Xiao Yong's orders, Mengen kept his eyes locked on the enemy convoy, constantly updating their position. At that moment, the enemy had entered shooting range. Haiyan Xiao Yong gave the command, "Abraham, fire." From the upper floors of the base, several men from Hania Yong's team were already locked and loaded in their spots. They aimed their weapons at the convoy and opened fire. The gunfire roared. Rat-a-tat-tat. The coordination was flawless. Every bullet hit its mark. The captain's squad got caught in a brutal hailstorm of bullets. With no time to react, the whole enemy convoy got hammered nonstop. Sparks flew everywhere as they tried to speed away. But every escape attempt just meant more bullets, smashing their rides. Inside one of the cars, a driver took 2 shots to the left side of his chest. Stunned and panicked, he started screaming desperately while losing control of the wheel. The car he was driving veered off the road, crashing into a cluster of trees on the side. The impact was so hard the vehicle got wrecked, and one of the tires flew through the air. The Jianu team successfully took down one of their targets. In another vehicle, the captain was still safe. Seeing her squad taking heavy losses, she clenched her teeth, furious, and shouted, "Damn it. How is this even happening? What's the move now?" The whole convoy had to slow down, but doing that just made them even more exposed to enemy fire. The vehicle zigzagged left and right, trying to dodge the shots, but it was almost pointless. Inside the cars, the subordinates yelled out orders. "Move straight to the fence. Find a safe spot to get in." After a tough ride, the convoy finally reached the entrance of the Hania base. A huge, rough foot slammed hard on the ground. It was the cannibal giant, holding a massive chainsaw in his hands. When he fired it up, the blade started spinning with a screeching roar, throwing out a terrifying threat. With his mouth wide open, he screamed in rage. "Kill, kill, kill." Chainsaw in hand, he started cutting through the gate, dragging the blade repeatedly across the metal surface, leaving a long, deep mark. From the watchtower, Meng Shan spotted the break-in attempt and shouted in alarm, "Damn, there's some psycho trying to bust through the door." The giant gritted his teeth, face tense as hell, still trying to force his way in while the whole squad at the base zeroed in on him. Menin quickly rallied the team. "Fire. Shoot non-stop. Don't hold back." Immediately, the guns switched targets and aimed straight down. Down below, the captain and her crew had already jumped out of the vehicles. Everyone ducked behind cars, waiting for the right moment to return fire. The roar of gunshots filled the air, and the smell of gunpowder hung heavy all around. The battle officially kicked off with brutal intensity. The captain yelled, "Return fire, cover Lauer with suppressive fire." Up top, Mengen and another teammate barely dodged several shots that zipped past, making them shake from the enemy's fierce counterattack. For someone like Meng Sansan, a high schooler, going up against a notorious gang was a straight-up losing battle. San's crew was under mad pressure. Kai got hit in the shoulder, which freaked out Sani, who screamed. Kai shouted fast. San pulled Kai inside while warning the rest. "Watch out, they've got tons of light machine guns too. Their firepower ain't much weaker than ours." Everyone tried to keep their targets while shooting and reloading on the fly. Elsewhere, Siyuan's dad was also dealing with a heavy hail of bullets coming from below. Looking back cautiously, he warned, "Don't be scared. Hold your ground. We got enough ammo." With his mad experience, Lauan figured out the enemy's plan. Turning to his teammates, he said, "They're cutting through the door." A guy lying next to him shot back right away. "If they break through, we're gonna be in deep shit." Meanwhile, the team fought with everything they had. Hienon, from another spot, spoke through his earpiece to calm the group. "Don't sweat it. I got this all planned out." Turns out Hienyong's disappearance wasn't random. He was pulling off his own tactical move without anyone catching on. Hienya Xiao Yong sneaked out his side door and slipped outside. Then, gathering all his strength, he bolted straight for the watchtower. His footsteps echoed, but no one caught his moves. On the captain's side, after a fierce shootout with Hyenya's team, a subordinate rushed up to her, panting and reporting, "Our ammo's halfway gone." Looking at Orr, who was still trying to cut through the door, the captain got impatient and yelled loud, "Lauer, you still not done?" Lauer was pushing hard to break through the reinforced steel door that Hyenia Xiao Ouyang had meticulously set up. Nearly losing his cool, he shouted back, "Almost there, almost there." Boom! A loud bang shook the door. An explosion lit up the place with fierce flames and a thick cloud of dust spreading everywhere. The blast stirred up the group up top, who quickly dropped down to back them up. Mengen yelled at the top of his lungs, "The door's busted. Reinforce the entrance right now. We can't let them in." The captain was straight up hyped in that moment. Her face, looking like some demon, broke into a wide, satisfied grin. Laughing cruelly, she declared, "Ha! Now I'll show these rookies what an evolved terror really looks like." Right then, the captain used the evolved zombie as a shield. Looking back, she waved her hand to order her crew, "Move up, hide behind the AR. Quick." Once inside, the group took the control point fast. Jianong's base door was finally wrecked. The evolved zombie, massive as hell, shoved the door, smashing it to pieces. Dust rose, blanketing the area with thick fog. Nearby, Haiyan Xiao Yong had quietly climbed up the watchtower. He spoke through his earpiece, "Report in. Get ready to move on my signal." Up top, Laoli was already set from the jump, waiting for this moment to flex his skills. Li Wandel stayed sharp, listening closely to Hien Xiao Yong's orders. When the giant, the deadliest enemy of the crew, stepped into his line of sight, Laoli quickly aimed right at the chest of the raging evolved zombie. Target locked. The massive evolved zombie, known for its hunger for human flesh, kept roaring madly, opening its huge mouth full of razor-sharp teeth like it lost every bit of its mind. Inside the base, Lan and his two buddies watched, faces drenched in cold sweat, straight up terrified by the monstrous beast right in front of them. One of the guys behind Lauan, unable to look away, stammered with a shaky voice, That's a human." Lauer stomped forward with heavy, firm steps, stepping up like a shield in front of the captain and the guys behind him. From the base side, Lauan and his two partners fired nonstop at Lauer's bulky body. But the bullets just barely scratched his thick skin without doing any real damage. The giant zombie frowned, clearly annoyed, and let out a long puff of smoke. He stared hard at the bullet marks on his skin, which not only failed to pierce him but started healing up fast. With a shout full of shock, Lauan exclaimed, that dude can regenerate his wounds." Behind the evolved zombie, the captain, barely reaching the giant's waist, grinned triumphantly while watching her fighter. She let out a cocky laugh and yelled, "Ha, ha. Surprised, ha. Bet this is the first time you've seen an evolved one, right?" Upstairs, Laoli stayed crouched, ready behind his sniper rifle's scope. He listened closely to Lauan's voice, who spoke through the earpiece with clear worry. That giant idiot can regenerate. Our weapons can't kill him." Fully focused, Laoli replied briefly, "All right, let's try this." From Laoli's rifle barrel, a bullet shot out with insane force. The projectile sliced through the air with a fiery flash and a sound that shook the ground itself. Boom. The evolved zombie's upper body exploded instantly, leaving a huge hole where his head used to be. The massive monster's body crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, making the whole area shake as dust and rock chunks flew everywhere. The captain's crew's big shield was totally wrecked. Panic took over the henchmen's faces now. One of them, a long-bearded dude, widened his eyes and yelled in disbelief. What the hell just happened? How did this even go down? The captain no longer looked arrogant like a few minutes ago. Cold sweat covered her forehead as she frowned and stammered. Those people got weapons that powerful? How? How is this possible? Amid the chaos, unaware of what was going on, the captain didn't notice Xiao had already raised his weapon, aiming straight at her crew from behind. A moment later, he fired a cold, precise burst at the captain and her henchmen. The gunshots echoed through the air, sending their group into full panic as they desperately returned fire. The captain, startled, screamed furiously. "They're hitting us from the back. We're surrounded." When she realized it was already too late, the captain turned her hate-filled gaze toward Xiao Yong. Her usual arrogance vanished completely, leaving only frustration and rage. Gritting her teeth, she muttered bitterly, "Damn losers. We seriously underestimated these useless fools." Cornered, the captain raised her weapon and ordered, "Fall back. Get to the vehicles." Gunfire kept raining down, and several of her henchmen dropped, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, the captain, teeth clenched and eyes blazing with fury, kept running toward the vehicles. When her eyes locked closer on Hyannia or Yong, her face tensed with rage, veins popping out. She bit her lip hard, recognizing him instantly with a trembling voice. Half shocked, half desperate, she whispered, "It's him, that brat from the car that day." Meanwhile, Xiao Yong kept a firm grip on his weapon. Calm and steady, locked on her target, her face stayed stone cold, and her sharp eyes never stopped watching every move the captain made. Suddenly, the captain grabbed one of her nearby henchmen by the shoulder. With a sudden shove, she pushed him forward, making the dude face-plant the ground, totally confused. Without blinking, the captain used her subordinate as a human shield, making sure the bullets meant for her hit him instead. Showing zero emotion, the captain just stared down Jianong with a defiant glare, even throwing him a mocking look. Her coldness put Jian on high alert. Frowning, he thought to himself, she reacted that fast. Could she be one of those evolved ones too? Before he could think further, the captain grabbed the dead henchman she'd just used as a shield and with crazy strength, hurled the body straight at Jian. Her ability to throw a body with such ease and power was seriously terrifying. Xiao Yong quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the corpse the captain had launched full force. The body slammed into the ground with a loud rumble, lying still while he dodged and dropped his guard for a few seconds. The captain took that chance to switch direction and sprinted away in desperation, leaving the battlefield frustrated. Xiao yelled, "Damn it." She bailed without wasting a second. He grabbed his radio and spoke out loud. "Li Wangli, she's running. What's your status?" Up in the tower, Li Wangli was totally locked onto his sniper scope. Calmly, he replied over the radio, "She's running right into my range. No way she's getting away." The captain, sprinting full speed toward a nearby truck, didn't realize Li Wangli already had her in his sights, crosshairs aimed near her heart. He asked in a deep voice over the radio, "I'm taking the Barrett shot. Permission to fire." Getting the green light, Li Wangli pulled the trigger. Bang. The first shot hit one of the captain's long legs, slicing it clean off. She hit the ground, screaming in pain. Ah. Desperation was written all over her face. She was just a few feet from the truck and freedom, but now she was down with blood gushing from her leg. Inside the vehicle, the captain's trusted henchman, a long-bearded guy, jumped out yelling. The captain rushed toward him, trying to drag her into the truck. Meanwhile, Li Wangli, still in shooting position, ready to second shot. This time, he aimed straight for her heart to finish her off once and for all, but at the crucial moment, the shot missed the target. Frustrated, Li Wangli cursed out loud. "Damn it, I missed." The bearded henchman managed to drag the captain inside the truck. Though she was clearly in pain, she gritted her teeth and barely whispered an order. "Drive. Drive right now." The truck roared as it sped up, making a sharp turn to escape the battlefield. Despite the hail of bullets from Haniao Zhong's team, the driver clumsily maneuvered, dodging the shots, hitting the vehicle. Though struggling, the truck broke through the blockade and sped away. Up in the observation tower, Jian Oyong's allies watched the vehicle escape. One of them shouted worriedly, "Damn it. She got away." Eyes fixed on the speeding truck, Xiao Yong stayed calm while everyone else stared. Li Wangli's worried voice crackled over the radio. "What if they come back with more guys? What do we do then?" With a slight smile, Xiao Yong replied calmly, Don't sweat it, I know exactly where they're at. Right then, the system popped up in front of Jianon with the message, Villain's Nemesis mission complete. Mission requirement. Resist the invaders. Reward. 50 cumulative points. Mission. Community expansion. Requirement. Increase community evaluation score. Mission progress. Resist the invaders' attack. Member trust. Significant increase. Community evaluation score, plus 2 points. Current evaluation, 5 points. Cumulative point reward, 20 points. Current cumulative points, 76 points. As the captain's ride sped down the highway, the system kicked off a new mission. Villain's Nemesis Mission 2. Mission requirement. Attack the enemy base and wipe out the cannibals. Reward, 50 cumulative points. Once things calmed down at the base, M. Sansan, Lauan, and Sani celebrated the team's victory with mad hype. Men Sansan, hyped up, jumped up raising her hands while yelling. Yu Huju, Victory, Hanya, always on point and chill, stepped up to ask. Our squad took some hits. Yeah, speaking for the crew, she answered. No one died, but some got hurt. Hearing that, Hyanya quickly dropped orders. Get the wounded to the ER right now. Make sure to disinfect the enemy corpses, then move them to the freezer. They're for Chen Chan. After that, Xiao Yong kept giving commands, turning to the others. Call the survivors holed up in the abandoned building. For now, everything's locked down and safe. With everything in check, Hyun glanced back at the system screen with a grin and muttered to himself. This time I scored 76 cumulative points. Tonight, I'm treating myself right. Scene switches to the captain's HQ. The convoy finally rolled back to the hideout. The ride stopped at the entrance, where a bunch of thugs stood guard. The captain, now weakened and missing a leg, had managed to survive thanks to emergency treatment that saved her life. 12 tough guys helped her down from the vehicle. One of the dudes, seeing the captain's rough shape, stepped up quick and asked, What the hell went down here? With a face full of rage, the guy held a stick in his hand, clearly pissed about the heavy losses after the L. The captain, unable to hold back her frustration, clenched her teeth and snapped bitterly. Damn it, we seriously underestimated him. Who'd have thought that crew packed heavy weapons? The captain vented her anger at the dude in front of her, yelling, What you standing there for like a dumbass? Go get me some human meat right now. The guy scrunched his face, straight up showing his displeasure. His vibe said life under the captain's orders wasn't no picnic. Instead of obeying right away, he flashed a dangerous grin, looking at the captain with mad disrespect. The other toughs stayed frozen, watching the scene without stepping in or saying a word. Seeing this defiant attitude, the captain blew her top, pointing a finger while yelling, What you waiting for? Get moving already. Useless. You ain't even worth a finger of Lauer's. That big, ruthless Ower had always been her best soldier. But now, with the captain badly hurt and missing a leg, the crew started catching on to her weakness. Right then, the blonde thug, the leader of the gang, showed his true colors. With a dark look, he pointed at the captain's missing leg and shouted, You damn bitch. Looking this weak and you still got the nerve to talk to me like that. The captain, knowing she was at a disadvantage, stepped back nervously. Her voice shook as she asked, What? What were you scheming? You trying to rebel against me? The blonde showed zero fear. His eyes burned with resolve as he faced her. Feeling cornered, the captain ordered her 12 most loyal toughs behind her. Catch him for me. But the two men stayed still, not making a move. Both seemed to have sized up the situation and were rethinking their loyalty. Getting no response, the captain started feeling uneasy. She looked back and at that moment got the full picture. The blonde, holding his stick high with confidence, spoke with a challenging tone. Now that you're hurt and Lauer is dead, I'm the strongest here. Plus, the guys already accepted me as leader, nothing to fear. The blonde threw his head back arrogantly and shouted, What y'all think? Am I right or what? The captain, totally trapped and with no way to defend herself. She was surrounded by a bunch of traitors who used to obey her. Furious. She clenched her teeth and growled, Damn it, out here, they've all turned against me. Don't think I can't still control them. But it wasn't just a couple of guys. Almost everyone who'd ever been under her command swarmed around her like bees to honey. Her cruel, ruthless treatment of them back in the day was now biting her in the ass. The captain, now cornered, stammered in fear. No, stop, please. The blonde dude, leader of the rebellion, raised a metal bar with a satisfied grin. His eyes blazed with barely contained rage as he stared down the captain. His laugh echoed loud. Ha, ha, ha. Ready to land this hit, the blonde was dead set on kicking off the brutal fall of the woman who'd been oppressing them for so long. Without wasting a second, the group of burly men around him, all armed with metal bars, lunged at the captain. They hit mercilessly, unloading every strike with fury and pent-up resentment. You could see a mix of joy and satisfaction on their faces. Each one tried to hit harder, letting loose years of frustration and pain. Their laughter filled the air. Ha ha ha. The scene was savage and heart-wrenching. The captain, once feared by everyone, lay on the ground, curled up, trying to shield her head while screaming in pain. Ah, ah, ah. The blows kept raining down on her body, no matter that she'd stopped fighting back. Despite her efforts to hold on, she slowly lost consciousness. Her body went completely still. But the men kept hitting with rage, like they couldn't stop. Finally, after letting all their anger out, the group stopped. The blonde stood up, wiping blood off his fingers. An arrogant smirk spread across his face as he looked at the defeated captain with mockery and satisfaction. One of the guys behind him, clearly pissed off by the situation, muttered with disdain. Third boss. The blonde spun around sharply, his face hardened and his eyes burned with fury. He shouted loud, "What did you just call me?" The terrified man dropped to his knees immediately. His face went pale, and his body shook as he pounded the ground with his hands, begging, "Boss, boss, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." It was a mistake. With an air of superiority, the blonde shoved his hands in his pockets and waved him off, saying, "All right, spit it out quick. What do you want?" The captain's former henchmen couldn't help but feel uneasy. One of them looked up, visibly worried, and spoke hurriedly. "This woman's already dead, layers down too, and we've lost a lot of brothers. Our fighting strength has taken a serious hit. If we run into that guy again..." At the mention, the third boss, scratching his prominent cheek, remembered the image of a huge evolved zombie with tons of dangerous tentacles and muttered nervously, "That tentacle monster." But he quickly pushed the thought aside, waved his hand coldly, and declared, "Doesn't matter. We can join the 11 clan." After saying that, the third boss walked into the camp, leaving behind the shattered body of the captain. Now a soaked, mangled corpse on the ground. Hours later, Jian Oyanong's ride pulled up to the camp following the system's directions. He stepped out with San and Lao Li. San cautiously scanned the area and said, "Damn, Xiao Yong, you were right. This place really is a camp." Xiao Yong just smiled calmly, said nothing, and led the group forward. He motioned for silence and whispered, "Shh, sneak and quiet. Don't draw attention." Lao Li and San followed his lead, moving carefully while checking every corner. But after a few minutes, they didn't hear a thing. San whispered low, "Could it be everyone already bounced? They probably ran off because they didn't want us chasing them." But when the three of them went deeper into the camp and finally found what they were looking for, they froze. Right in front of them lay the lifeless body of the captain, totally disfigured, bones broken, limbs smashed, and one leg amputated long ago. His face was so messed up you could barely recognize him. Lally pointed at the corpse and ID'd it right away. "That's the chick I shot earlier." She shook her head and added, "That crew? They even killed their own." Hearing that, he and Xiao Yong looked down at the body with pure disgust and said coldly, "Ha, that doesn't surprise me one bit." Sai stepped closer, curious, and asked, "XOG, real talk, that giant freak we faced earlier didn't look like your usual zombies. Something seriously off." Even Sanny couldn't help but be curious about that evolved zombie. Hearing that, Hienia Xiao Oyonong seemed lost in thought for a sec. His gaze went distant. The Ali standing next to him added, "Exactly. I also heard they call it something like evolved." The old man frowned with uncertainty and asked, "What's an evolved? How does someone become an evolved?" Hyung, who, even though he was a reborn with a support system, he had mad questions about this too. He crossed his arms, thinking hard. Finally, in a low voice, he answered, "By eating human flesh." Hearing this, both Sanny and Lao Li shuddered. Cold sweat ran down their backs as they both exclaimed, "Eating human flesh?" Hano Xiao Oyong nodded calmly. "That's right. If someone wants to become an evolved like those zombies and get stronger, the most direct way is by eating human flesh." Joa San's face showed visible horror. Despite being tough, he couldn't help but shake and stammer. So, Xiao Yong, you too." Lao Li, just as confused, urgently asked, "If we gotta do that to survive this apocalypse, does that mean we gotta eat human flesh too?" Seeing their obvious panic, Hanania calmly put his hand in his pocket and soothed them. "Chill, eating human flesh is the most direct method, but it ain't the only way." Saying that, he held out his hand showing a bright red object glowing faintly, looking totally alien. Sangi and Lao Li, mouths wide open, couldn't look away and asked, "What the hell is that?" Han started explaining simply, both evolved and zombies are considered mutated beings. To evolve, a mutated being needs to absorb energy from a special type called variation energy. This energy is scattered in the flesh and blood of regular humans. Even if it's just a little, it's something. He paused and continued, "The stronger ones can condense this energy into what's called an energy core. Evolved beings and rare mutated entities have way more variation energy, and as the disaster goes on, even zombies have a chance to condense variation cores." After hearing this, Laoli nodded slightly, his face showing he was starting to get it. He rubbed his chin while nodding and said, "So that means zombies also have variation energy. In that case, maybe we could just eat zombie meat." Those words made San go pale immediately. Alarmed and disgusted, he shouted, "I swear, Liusu, if you eat that stuff, go ahead, but I ain't never touching it." Hanong stepped in seriously, lowering his voice to warn, "Regular humans can't eat zombie meat or they'll get infected. Only mutated beings like Chen Chan can get stronger by eating zombies." Xuahing had just finished speaking when a system panel popped up in front of him with a notification. Mission, Punisher of the Wicked, 2 completed. Mission requirement, attack the enemy base and eliminate the cannibals. Reward, 50 accumulation points. Current points, 126. After reading the message, Xiao Yong muttered to himself, "Oh, looks like the system's already figured it all out. From what I see, even if there are survivors, they ain't a threat no more." Lost in thought, Sani suddenly shouted, "Watch out," with lightning-fast reflexes. Mission requirement, attack the enemy base and eliminate the cannibals. Reward, 50 accumulation points. Current points, 126. After reading the message, Xiao Yong muttered to himself, "Oh, looks like the system already calculated everything. From what I see, even if there are survivors, they ain't no threat anymore." Lost in thought, Sani suddenly shouted, "Watch out," with quick reflexes. "Yo!" Xiao Yong turned his gaze with eyes sharp like blades. Right away, a zombie with pale, wounded skin, covered in blood all over its body, came running at full speed toward him. The zombie, despite its nasty wounds, showed no sign of stopping. It jumped straight at Xiao Yong, but he dodged slick with a sidestep while gripping his dagger tight and stabbed it right into the creature's chest. In the blink of an eye, the zombie hit the ground, banging its head on the floor and going totally still. Hanong, still holding the dagger, looked down and exhaled calm. "Never thought it could sneak up on me without making a sound." Laoli and Sani, who were behind, quickly got into defensive stances, ready to fend off any threat that popped up. Without wasting any time, Xiao Yong knelt down and used his dagger to carve a long cut across the zombie's chest. A faint red glow came from inside the creature's body. He reached in and pulled out a core of energy glowing bright red from the corpse. Staring at the core, he muttered to himself in a thoughtful tone, "Just like I thought, it's got it. Looks like it's time to start the house." Then he stretched out both hands, holding a bright red energy core in each, and offered them to San and Laoli. Sani, seeing it for the first time, immediately stepped back, waving his hands nervously while shaking his head. "No, no way, I'm not doing that. Let Laoli take it all." Showing some guts, Laoli grabbed the 2 energy cores from Xiao Yong's hands. Still, he couldn't hide his disgust. His eyes locked on the 2 bloody red spheres he held, and his face twisted into a grimace of discomfort and revulsion. Though trying to stay calm, the metallic smell of blood made it obvious. Getting past that feeling wasn't going to be easy. Still, Laoli knew this step was crucial. Trying to pump himself up, he told himself, "Damn it, I'm going all in." He shut his eyes tight, raised both hands, and shoved the 2 energy cores into his mouth. Without a second thought, he started chewing hard and swallowed fast, fighting the gross feeling. Laoli chewed with force, making wet, slimy sounds that made Sani next to him shudder watching. Suddenly, like the energy cores kicked in right away, Laoli's eyes popped wide open and a fierce red glow lit up his pupils with his mouth still full. Laoli let out a thunderous yell. Hell yeah. In just minutes, Laoli's muscles started bulking up noticeably. He flexed his arm, showing off solid, defined muscles. Then he showed it to Xiao Yong with a hyped-up look. "This feeling is insane." Seeing this, Xiao Yong got serious and warned him firmly. "Even if it feels awesome, you just joined the evolved ranks. You don't have enough strength yet to move freely in this apocalypse. Don't act reckless." Laoli nodded, relaxing his face and replying seriously, "Got it, don't worry." Mission done and nothing left to do there, the group led by Xiao Yong decided to head back. Leading the way, he turned to the others and said calmly, "All set. The danger's past, let's roll." Scene change. Xuahing Steel Factory, somewhere else. The third boss's crew arrived at the entrance of the Xuahing Steel Factory base. They parked their white car in front, and several people started stepping out. A guard, noticing strangers, shouted from his post, "Hold up, who are you?" It was the third boss's crew, who brought their subordinates there hoping to join a bigger gang with a servile attitude. The third boss waved his hands while speaking loud, trying to sound friendly. "Hey, it's me. I'm the third boss from the coal factory." The guard, with a serious, cold look, eyed the third boss suspiciously and asked, "Third boss from the coal factory, you say? Wait here. I'll go tell the boss," with a nervous smile on his face. The third boss nodded quickly. A few minutes later, the guard came back. After getting the okay, he let the third boss's crew roll into the base, inside the factory. The boss there turned out to be a bald, muscular dude towering over everyone. Next to him was a woman with a killer presence, sexy, tough, and rocking a cold, deadly glare that screamed she wasn't just some regular chick. When the bald guy saw third boss, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha, third boss, what's good? Didn't expect you to show up in person this time." The woman beside him, known as Lingier, crossed her arms with a defiant stance and coldly asked, "Where are Rui and Lauer?" Hearing the names of the captain and the ower, third boss instantly tensed up. He dropped his head, avoiding eye contact, and answered hesitantly. "Ah, they attacked us to protect us. Daji and Lauer didn't make it." The bald guy listened with a dark expression, nodding slightly. "Oh, I see. Looks like the ties between the two sides run pretty deep." Understanding the situation, the bald leader turned to third boss's crew and ordered his men, take third boss and the coal factory guys to the safe room. Third boss, trusting the bond between the crews, acted all cocky. Still, he avoided looking the bald leader straight in the eye. At that moment, the bald boss leaned over to Lingier, whispered something in her ear, and she shot third boss a cold-ass glare with a twisted smile. Her reply was short but dripping with sarcasm. "Haha, I'm thinking the same thing." Scene change. The Charsar chief's crew. After the steel factory boss and Feng gave them shelter, they were escorted to a locked room inside the compound. One of the crew nervously spoke up. "Third boss." Hearing that, third boss blew up instantly, puffed his cheeks, and shouted angrily, "What did you just call me?" The startled subordinate scratched his head awkwardly, clueless on how to answer. Another crew member, clearly worried, tried to calm things down. "Third boss, I didn't say big boss. Sorry. Big boss, but I got a bad feeling." Grinding his teeth in frustration, third boss yelled, "Cut the crap. What kind of bad feeling?" Despite the yelling, the subordinate couldn't help but voice his worry while pointing at the door. "Big boss, I'm just saying, watch your back. Look, this room's got steel doors and steel windows. Feels more like a cell than a safe room." Just as he finished, a guard slammed the door open with a hard shove. His tough, threatening look made everyone in the room tense up instantly. The guard locked eyes with third boss and, in a cold, commanding voice, ordered, "You all get out of here." Minutes later, third boss's crew was brought before the bald leader. A bunch of henchmen already surrounded them. The bald boss and Ling were waiting with seriously harsh looks. Seeing the scene, third boss tried to play it cool. He forced an awkward smile, leaned forward a bit, and started talking. "Boss, what's going on? What's happening here?" Before the bald leader could answer, Lingier put her hands on her hips, twirled a strand of hair around her finger, and fired a direct question with a firm voice. "You attacking your own leader? You really think someone like you's gonna end well?" Hearing that, third boss's face went pale as a sheet, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He couldn't believe they already knew what he'd done. Quickly, he switched to defense mode, leaning even further, raising both hands in a begging gesture, stammering. What do you mean, Big Brother Da Pen?" "Lingier, this gotta be a misunderstanding. There's gotta be some mix-up." While speaking, he tried to act clueless, but the cold sweat running down his face gave him away. The woman third boss called Lingier listened without much emotion. Instead, she burst out laughing and squinted like she already knew the whole truth. Then, Ling made a two-finger gesture toward a tall, muscular guy behind her. "Misunderstanding? Ha. Then let's make him die clean and fair." The guy she pointed to stepped up and laid out the truth about third boss. "I rolled up to the coal workshop and saw Rui's corpse chillin' in the yard. As for Ower, their body was nowhere to be found, dead or alive." Then he doubled down. "Plus, there wasn't a single sign of a fight anywhere in that coal workshop." Hearing that, the third boss went totally silent, no clue what to say. His face tensed up, teeth grinding from pure rage and fear. Then Li Cheng, the one throw in shade, pointed right at him and shouted. The most logical explanation? When they realized they were outmatched in the fight, they decided to kill each other off. Ruiji got iced in some internal beef. His eyes were cold and full of fury, but the third boss, shameless as ever, still tried to defend himself. Sweat poured down his face as he tried to talk his way out. "Nah, that ain't true. You got no proof. This is all just guesses." He tried to play the innocent victim, but the bald leader, aka Big Bro Da Pen, suddenly burst out laughing loud and clear. "Proof? Haha. You still talking about proof in times like these?" Next to him, Linji smirked with pure contempt. Big Bro Da Pen kept going with a bossy, mocking tone. "Just so you know, if I didn't respect Ruiji and Lauer's skills, I would have wiped all y'all out long ago." His face got darker and darker, voice dropping low with a scary vibe. "Take 'em all out." As he said that, he clenched his teeth with savage intensity. Right then, One of the third boss's crew, totally panicked, stepped forward with hands clasped, begging, "Please, spare our lives. I got info." Looked like he was about to spill everything. Behind him, Jig felt his world crumble. His face went ghost white, mouth hung open, speechless, scared stiff like he was about to piss himself. Liney jumped on it immediately. "Info." His eyes locked on the subordinate, curious. The trembling dude pointed back and quickly spilled all he knew to Big Bro Da Pen's crew. "In Tangeg, there's a spot packed with people, loaded with supplies. Rui and Lauer got taken down by them. Please don't kill us. I'll lead you there." The third boss's crew, scared for their lives, instantly decided to switch course and head to the Henia Xiao Yong base. These days, supplies were worth more than human lives. Liney glanced at the subordinate with a look of interest. Now that they had a new target, he asked, curious, "Scale and strength-wise, how does that place stack up against ours?" The subordinate looked uneasy, unsure how to answer right, so he played it safe. "More or less, they're on the same level." Liney eyed the bald leader with a calculating look. "Damn, looks like we really found a solid target." Hearing that, the bald leader got deep in thought. He mulled it over for a bit and soon spotted a possible weak spot in the Hanya Yong crew. The subordinate, trying to redeem himself more, dropped a key fact. "But they still don't know how to become evolved. I haven't seen anyone with special skills anywhere in that base." Li Chang, who'd been watching the convo, got thoughtful over this info. He furrowed his brow, thinking about how important this was. Big Bro Dapin scratched his head after a pause and kept grilling. "If there's no evolve in their base, how the hell did they beat you?" The lowest-ranking subordinate hurried to explain they got high-caliber weapons. Regular guns couldn't kill Lauer, but they only needed one shot to take him out. Seems like this crew hadn't run into Chen Chong yet, which made them underestimate the real power of the Hanya Zhang team. Hearing that, Ling smiled, satisfied, and gave the subordinate props. "Good job. This info won't be too useful." The guy, though shaking and scared, couldn't help but feel a bit relieved inside. Looking at Ling with a nervous grin, he pointed at himself and asked shyly, "What about us?" But in a flash, Ling's expression flipped. Without warning, he coldly ordered 2 of his men. "Kill him." The third boss's crew, who just seconds ago thought they saved their skins, were left totally stunned. Their faces went pale. Cold sweat broke out, and terror took over. The guy who spilled the Beforder FN for an hour. Info couldn't believe what he just heard and let out a choked scream. "Yo!" From outside, the desperate screams of the third boss's men echoed through the air. "Hold up, we gave you the info. You can't do this. Have mercy. Please, don't kill us." One by one, they were executed without mercy. In times of chaos, there was no good or evil, and nobody would step in to help. Soon after, the bodies of the executed lay scattered on the ground, covered in torture marks and soaked in a thick pool of blood. Big Bro Da Pen, one hand in his pocket, calmly looked at the torn-up bodies and said in a chill voice, "Well, it's done." This threat had to be wiped out before it grew. Next to him, Lingy crossed her arms and voiced her concern. "But the enemy's packing heavy weapons. If we move now, it's way too risky. We gotta level up our evolution first. That way, we'll be better prepped." 3 bodies lay sprawled on the floor with blood splattered everywhere. The scene was straight up gruesome. Big Bro Dapin stared at the bodies with zero emotion, then gave the next order. "Send out a scouting team. We need all the intel on them before we make our move. And make sure they don't figure out how to become evolved." Scene change. Hyano Xiao Yong's base. At the base, Hyano Xiao Yong was chilling on a soft couch, eyes half closed. He was still thinking about what to do with the 126 accumulation points he had in the system. In front of him, the system screen showed his current balance and several purchase options: sugar, oil, and protein supply. Level 1, costs fewer accumulation points. Black tech supply. Level 2, 50 accumulation points. Manual renewal, -4 accumulation points. After reading the system notifications, Hyano Xiao Yong felt hyped. Staring at the interface with excitement, he shouted happily, "Black tech supply again. Level 2. Lucky me." Without hesitation, he raised his index finger and tapped the system screen. 2 confirmation messages popped up immediately: sugar, oil, and protein supply. Level 1 changed successfully. -5 accumulation points, black tech supply. Level 2 changed successfully. -50 accumulation points. Current accumulation points, 71 points. After activating sugar, oil, and protein supply level 1, the system delivered 500 kilograms of Bestor brand lotus flour, 200 kilograms of vegetable butter, mixed cooking oil. Then activating black tech supply level 2 granted a special reward: instant boost pills. In front of Hyano Yong, a dazzling golden light shone brightly, signaling the conversion was successful. Filled with excitement, he couldn't help but burst out laughing with satisfaction. While enjoying his hype, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Surprised, Xiao Yong turned his head and called out, "Come in." The one knocking was Meng Sanson. The young woman rushed in with a serious, worried look. Hyano noticed her uneasy vibe, frowned, and asked curiously, "What's up?" Meng answered right away. "We caught a suspicious dude. There's an intruder." Hearing this, Xiao Yong froze for a sec, his face changed hard, and without wasting time, he jumped up. "Take me to him." A moment later, where San and Laoli were guarding the stranger, both held the man's hands tightly and carefully. Meanwhile, the intruder desperately tried to explain himself. "I'm not an enemy. Call your leader." Just then, Xiao Yong appeared before him. Walking calmly but with a commanding presence, he approached the stranger and asked in a deep voice, "You been looking for me?" Behind him, Meng Sanson watched the prisoner with suspicion. Seeing Hyano's face, the captured man seemed relieved. His attitude shifted immediately, and with a nervous smile, he asked, "You the leader here?" Hyano, staying alert, stared him down and answered seriously, "That's right. If you got something to say, spit it out now." The stranger didn't get straight to the point, but first asked, "Hey, how should I address you?" Xiao Yong kept a cold face and replied firmly, Xiao Yong." Hyano's gaze dropped for a moment, showing some distrust toward this dude. He wasn't feeling comfortable with him at all. Hearing the name, the mysterious man pointed to himself and laughed. "Ha ha, brother Xiao Yong." Then, in a more relaxed and friendly tone, he went on. "Let me introduce myself. My name's Aining, and I come from the Taifeng Steel Factory." When they heard that, both Laoli and Sang loosened their grip on the stranger a bit. Right then, Siuan's dad, who was also there, stepped forward, curious, and asked, "You from Wonsian?" Anga nodded quick, answering cautiously, Yeah, that's right." Seeing Uncle Sun react like that caught Xiao Yong's attention, so he turned to him and asked, "Uncle Sun, you know this dude?" Uncle Sun sighed and explained, "Gan's out on the southwest outskirts. It's one of the biggest steel factories in the area. Looks like they turned the place into a base, kinda like how we did with the coal plant down south." Hai nodded and asked straight up, "How far is it from here?" Uncle Sun replied, "Unlike the coal plant in the south, Gan's about 3 clicks farther out." Hearing that, Xiao Yong stepped closer to the stranger. His gut told him something was off, so he grilled him with a firm voice. "If it's that far, why'd you come all the way here?" Aang looked nervous, leaning back a little. Sweat started pouring down his forehead like he'd been caught lying. But he quickly pulled himself together and answered calmly, "The world's in chaos. Those of us who made it gotta watch each other's backs. Don't you feel the same, brother Xiao Yong?" Xiao Yong kept his poker face and shot back coldly. "Uh-huh. Keep talking." The guy swallowed hard and explained, "Our leader sent us to find survivors in safe spots. If we find groups, we try to bring them back with us." But as he spoke, his tone got even more cautious, avoiding direct eye contact with Jianan. What he said sounded noble and all, but Kai, watching from behind, scoffed and pulled out a sheet of paper, cutting him off right away. "Brother Xiong, don't get fooled by his words." He handed the paper to Xiao Yong, who grabbed it and squinted at it closely. From behind, Ain watched nervously. At that moment, Jan Xiaon decided to use the skill he'd gotten, the Three Souls Spirit Eye. One of his eyes lit up with a mystical blue flame as his piercing gaze locked onto Aang, ready to see his true colors. The stranger's face twisted into a not-so-friendly look. He tried to act chill and innocent, but his shaky, forced smile gave him away. Without hesitation, Jan Xiaoyong raised his weapon and aimed straight at the stranger's chest. He didn't say a word, just let his actions speak loud and clear. The dude went pale with terror, raised both hands, and swallowed nervously. Heini Xiaoyong, shadowed under the dim light, stared at him fiercely. With a cold, sharp voice, he warned, "In this apocalypse, you think I'm dumb? If you don't tell the truth, I'll shoot you right here, right now." The stranger, terrified, didn't even dare to move. He tried to calm down, swallowed again, and started speaking with a shaky voice, trying to justify himself. "Brother Xiaon, I swear, we were just mapping routes to leave an escape path. These days, you can't trust anyone." When he finished, Hyano Xiaoyong leaned in slightly and whispered into Sandy's ear, "You think Chen Chan's real?" San covered her mouth with her hand, leaned in, and whispered back, "No clue. Chen Chan's never shown up in front of him." Hearing that, he and Xiaoyong changed his mind immediately, lowered his weapon, and waved his hand to order, "Let him go." Uncle Sun, surprised, raised an eyebrow. A suspect this shady? Why would Jian Xiaoyong just let him walk away so easy? With doubt in his voice, he asked, "Just like that, we're letting him go?" The stranger, still scared, suddenly felt like he'd been handed a second shot at life. He couldn't believe they were actually letting him off so easy. He looked at Xiao Yong in disbelief and stammered, "You really letting me go?" Xiao Yong took the map the stranger had drawn, handed it back, and said firmly, "Take this and get out." His gaze was serious and determined, no hint of doubt. The stranger, realizing he was truly free, dropped to his knees. He spun around and bolted like a gust of wind. Running from Xiao Yong's crew, the stranger didn't dare look back. He sped off like his life depended on it. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong cracked a sly smile, tilted his head down a bit, and kept his eyes on the man fading into the distance. He muttered with a mocking tone inside, "Ha ha. Steelworks and Feng, how many points you think you'd rack up in the system?" Looks like Xiao Yong already had a new plan to wreck shop. 5 months later, at the Steelworks and Feng factory, two guys were pushing carts loaded with scrap. One of them said worriedly, "I heard people have been disappearing again lately." The other, recalling that tentacle monster gobbling people nearby, shivered in fear and stammered, "That monster's moving again? Huh?" Suddenly, a weird noise came from the scrap pile. Both dudes turned their attention to it. What the hell was that? The more curious one pushed his cart closer, cautiously checking it out. But the other, way more scared than curious, stayed back yelling, "Don't get close. Call the guards." But before he could react, a silver flash sliced through the air at a terrifying speed. It was a dagger, small but thrown with deadly force, piercing straight through the neck of the guy who'd moved closer. The wound was deep and fatal. Fresh blood gushed out instantly. The unlucky dude didn't even have time to realize what hit him before he collapsed, dropping straight into the abyss of death. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Li Chen was chillin', smoking a cigarette with one hand in his pocket, leaning against a wall, enjoying the calm moment until his peace got shattered. From the other side, a desperate voice screamed, "Help, save me." The cry caught Li Chen's attention. He squinted, curious, and looked toward the sound. Right then, a subordinate came running, totally freaked out. Alarmed by the urgency, Li Chen straightened up and asked, "What's going on?" The guy, face twisted in terror, pointed wildly behind him and stammered, "A monster. A monster killed Xiao Chen." Hearing the word monster, Li Chen immediately thought of that terrifying creature wreaking havoc lately. A monster. He frowned in disbelief. Could it be that damn tentacle freak? The subordinate, still panting from running, nodded frantically and confirmed, "Yeah, it's the tentacle one, I'm sure." Li Chen clenched his teeth in frustration and asked impatiently, "Where?" The man answered hurriedly, "At the junkyard." Li Chen's face darkened instantly. He clicked his tongue in irritation and muttered in a deep voice, "Damn it." It attacked without warning. Wasting no time, he spun around and gave orders to his crew. "Everyone hide. The evolved ones with escape skills, follow me." With just one command from Li Chen, a group of burly men gathered immediately. Among them, 3 were his trusted evolved fighters, ready to move with him. They loaded their weapons and cautiously advanced toward the junkyard, ready to face the threat. Li Chen led the way. One hand resting on a crushed plastic bottle, the other gripping his hot gun tight. He scanned the area carefully. Then he signaled his team. "If that damn tentacle freak shows up, don't be dumb. Don't fight it. Run immediately." The 2 men behind him nodded firmly, gripping their weapons tight. Ahead of them, a huge pile of trash loomed next to the cart of the recently killed man. Li Chen stood thinking for a moment, studying every detail of the spot. But after a long while, finding nothing unusual, he frowned in disgust. "It's not here." He felt kinda let down. Only after making sure there was no immediate danger did he dare approach the dead guy's body. That's when Li Chen and his team noticed footprints on the ground. One of his subordinates whispered, "That tentacle monster already bounced." Another suspiciously added, "Maybe it grabbed its prey and dipped." Li Chen, who had squatted down like a real detective, carefully checked out the scene. He reached out and touched the ground with a serious look. Then, in a low voice, he concluded that since the destruction of Bishua, the coal factory, and the southern suburb, the number of our missing people has shot up big time. His voice was heavy. Before, those 3 spots split the victim count, but now it's just us left. Li Chen's face got darker and darker, showing growing hatred. With eyes narrowed and cold as ice, he stared hard ahead. Then suddenly his gaze sharpened like he'd uncovered something. He muttered to himself, "Nah, this wasn't the work of that tentacle monster." The scene switched back to the Hanong base. It was noon. The sky was clear, with some white clouds chillin' and floating by. Inside the main character's shelter, the vibe was calm and safe. Standing on a raised walkway, Hyeno's Xiao Yong was checking out the sick view from his $1,000,000 lookout. Deep thoughts started rolling through his mind. He'd survive longer in this life than the last. If things kept going like this, rebuilding civilization didn't seem impossible. Suddenly, the system popped up with a new message. Utopia version A, community expansion mission. Objective, go all out to boost the community rating. Current community score 38. After reading the alert, he and Xiao Yong leaned on the railing. His eyes showed worry. It's been months, he muttered. Why hasn't the mission tied to the 11 Feng steel factory kicked off yet? Just as he was thinking, a lively voice called his name from below. He and Xiao Yong. It was Meng Sansen waving her arms excitedly as she stepped out of a ride. With a big grin, she shouted, "We're back from the heights." Jiano's Xiao Yong watched her with satisfaction. With a slight smile, he slid his foot smoothly off the railing's edge. Then, with a strong push, he jumped. The landing kicked up a little dust cloud. Still, Hainia Ouyong landed easy, like it was nothing. In this life, his physical skills and strength had leveled up big time. What used to be impossible now felt as easy as breathing. Looking up, he was already face to face with M. Sani. Without wasting time, he asked seriously, "Did the hunt go down without getting spotted?" Sangi, confident, answered firmly, "Relax, Hania. With our skills now, no one could tail us without us noticing." After confirming the mission's success, Janong switched gears and asked about the younger crew. "How'd Kid Sang and Sui do? Are they settling in all right?" Sui, pumped up, puffed out his chest and nodded hard. "Yeah." Without waiting, the little dude started waving his arms, making hyped-up gestures while proudly shouting, "Don't worry, Uncle Hinon. I totally crushed it today." Nin Buwen, standing nearby, smiled seeing little Sui Wei's proud and cute attitude. Tenderly, he ruffled his hair and praised him. "That's right. Today, Sui took down a zombie all by himself." This news made Hayano Xiao Yong feel real satisfied and chill. Then, without delay, he gave the next order. "Good job. Take the variation core to the storage." Right then, the system popped up again in front of Jianong, showing a new mission message. Mission, the Punisher of the Wicked. Part 3. Objective, wipe out threats and boost support for potential allies. Reward, 80 accumulation points. After reading the alert, Hania thought it over. Potential allies, that means the folks at the 11 Feng steel factory. A little later, inside a locked room at the base, Hainia Ouyong called a strategy meeting. Lao, shocked by Haiano Xiao Yong's decision, clenched his fist and said, worried, "You really planning to sneak into the steel factory alone? That's way too risky." In the room were also Sani and Uncle Sun. Hearing Haiyan Ouyong's plan, Uncle Sun looked uneasy and agreed with Lao's opinion. "He's right. Every now and then, they send people to spy on us. Only God knows what shady stuff they're up to." Then, with a heavier tone, he added, "Haiyan Yong, if something happens to you, we won't be able to react in time." Haiyang got everyone's worries, but he'd already made up his mind. With a steady gaze, he turned his head to check out the horizon and replied calmly, "Chill out. With my current power, not even Chen Chong can hurt me, let alone those guys. Besides, this mission ain't about fighting, it's about figuring out if they're allies or enemies." After saying that, Hian Xiaoyong settled into his seat and looked at Lao Han seriously. Then he stretched out his hand and declared with determination, "Laoan, Laoli, and all of you, I'm putting the defense of the fortress and the linen town in your hands." Everyone in the room respected Hinong's decision and listened solemnly. Lao An, upon receiving the order, nodded and replied, "Don't sweat this side, but you gotta be real careful. Our community can't afford to lose you." The scene switches to the 11 Feng steel factory. Outside, huge columns of black smoke were billowing into the sky. Suddenly, a desperate voice shouted, "Let me in. I got urgent business to report." Inside the factory, two men stood in front of the entrance to an important room. Hearing the newcomer's plea, one of them, a man dressed in a black suit, stretched out his arm to block the way and said coldly, "I told you already." Without permission from the two leaders, nobody gets in. Suddenly, the persistent man demanding to see the leaders completely lost it. His eyes bulge out and thick veins throb on his forehead. He frowned with fury, giving off a threatening vibe. It was Li Cheng. Without warning, Li Cheng lunged forward and grabbed the black-suited man's neck hard. Given his size and strength, the impact was brutal. The man in the black suit clenched his teeth in pain, struggling to breathe. Another guard, witnessing what was happening, shouted, alarmed, "Li Cheng, you lost your mind or what?" The loud shout near his ear seemed to snap Li Cheng back. Suddenly, his body shook like he was waking from a trance. His eyes opened wide with confusion, like he just came to. Realizing what he'd just done, Li Cheng quickly let go of the black-suited man and, with a panicked look, awkwardly apologized. "Ah, sorry. The black-suited man, who'd been close to choking, bent forward, gasping and trying to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Li Cheng, with a gloomy face, stayed silent, staring into space, muttering to himself, "What's wrong with me? Why am I losing control of my emotions?" This has been happening more and more these past few months. The two guards who witnessed the incident were totally baffled by Li Cheng's behavior. Both looked at him with worry and shock. One of them, still pissed about what just went down, yelled, "Damn it, what the hell's wrong with you? Don't think just because the leader likes you, we won't put you in your place." From inside the room, a cold, authoritative female voice rang out. It was Linjier, who, hearing the commotion, called out calmly but firmly. Li Cheng let him in. The door guard, hearing his leader's voice, turned his head and replied with some reluctance, "Ah, yeah, got it." Though his face clearly showed his displeasure, he had no choice but to obey. From inside the room, a female voice called out again, this time impatiently. "Come in now." Li Cheng pushed the door open and was momentarily blinded by the bright light inside the room. His face showed a mix of surprise and confusion as he took in the scene before his eyes. In the center of the room, standing next to a wooden desk, was Lingi. She wore a tight white shirt, with the top buttons undone, highlighting her slim, well-defined waist. Linji smiled slightly with a seductive look, like she was enjoying the moment. Her vibe reminded you of a playful but dangerous teacher. In a soft but probing voice, Linji spoke. "What's up? You just walked in and already got something to say." Wasting no time, Li Cheng started seriously recounting the latest events about the evolved zombie and the problems they were facing with the tentacle monster. When mentioning the attacks and how the creature was hunting inside their territory, Li Cheng expressed his concern. "I think this situation needs a different angle." Hearing that, Ling's expression changed immediately. Her playful smile faded and her tone turned serious. "What do you mean?" Li Cheng went on. "I checked out the attack scene. Something doesn't add up." "What do you mean?" Li Cheng kept going. "I checked the attack scene. Something's off. I found a woman's footprints in the area. The victim, in this case, was a man." Inji's eyes narrowed with irritation. He pursed his lips in a grimace of disgust and stayed silent for a moment, clearly pissed off by the new info. Then he looked away and asked in a deep voice, "If what you're saying is true, then the culprit's someone else." Only Ling and Li were in the room. Li nodded firmly. "That's right." Ling's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden gleam, like something inside her had switched on. Under that gaze, her expression turned dangerous, and in a low but firm voice, she warned Li Cheng. "Got it. This info's real useful, but I don't want it spreading around." Li Cheng, a bit thrown off, frowned and asked, "Why?" Ling explained coldly. "The tentacle monster's already got people freaked out. I don't want everyone scared to step outside now." Li Cheng got her point, though inside he couldn't shake off feeling uneasy about how much control she had. Struggling a bit, he answered. But before he could finish, Ling cut him off with a bossy tone. "No buts. I promise the situation won't get worse than it already is." Li Cheng, still doubtful, chose to stay quiet and follow orders. He bowed his head in obedience, though inside he still had tons of unanswered questions. Right then, Ling's vibe flipped hard. Her eyes went playful again, and her tone got way more seductive. She slowly moved closer to Li Cheng, her face dangerously close to his. With a sly grin, she whispered in a tempting voice, "Tell me, you still want to do something else?" Like she'd caught him red-handed, the beast inside Li Cheng twisted. His face turned bright red like a tomato, sweat pouring down uncontrollably. Even though Ling had given him the green light so blatantly, Li Cheng was totally confused and embarrassed. In a panic, he bolted for the door, wanting to get away from Ingi as fast as possible. He even raised his hand in a clumsy excuse. "Ah, sorry, Jalen." Then he slammed the door shut hard and final, leaving Ling behind in the room with a look of disappointment and mockery on her face. Outside the room, Li Cheng's cheeks were still burning. He felt ashamed and pissed at himself. "Damn it, my memory sucks," he grunted, slapping his forehead. "I forgot to ask about that." While Li Cheng was whining in the room next to Ling's, a male voice full of amusement broke the silence from behind a closed door. "Woman's footprints. Ha ha ha, what a slip-up, man." Ling frowned, irritated, and shouted at the guy on the other side of the door. "If you're so smart, then from now on you're handling this job." Inside the room, the speaker was none other than Big Brother Da Pen, the bald leader. He wore an apron and calmly cut human meat like it was the most normal thing in the world. His moves were precise and emotionless, like he'd lost all his humanity. Each chop of his knife echoed through the room. Chop, chop. Every chunk of meat he cut he tossed into a big basket with zero care. While carrying on with his grim task, he answered calmly, "All right, then I'll do the killing and you handle the rest." Turns out the recent disappearances in the gang weren't random. Ling and Big Brother Pen were scheming together, sacrificing their own crew to get meat for evolving. The thing Big Brother Da Pen just threw into the trash basket was none other than the head of the man who'd been killed earlier. The stench of rotting meat filled the room. Boom, boom. The sound of a body hitting hard echoed in the air. Nearby, a zombie had just been knocked down by Xiao Yong. The creature collapsed completely. Its grotesque face slammed into the ground with a brutal thud. The protagonist, Xiao Yong, finally arrived at the Tapon steel factory. In his hand, he held a sharp, deadly weapon, while at his feet lay piles of smashed zombies. Dark fluids splattered everywhere. Xiao Yong's face stayed expressionless. He looked ahead and muttered to himself, "Almost there. Better keep cool." With a simple hand motion, Xiao Yong activated the system and summoned some small scissors. Swish, swish. With impressive skill, he started cutting his own hair with one hand. No one knew if he'd learned the trade somewhere, but his moves were precise and slick. Then, with 2 fingers, he grabbed some dark dirt from the ground and rubbed it on his face. He drew some marks on his forehead and cheeks, like he was trying to get dirty on purpose. Xiao Yong was camouflaging himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. After a while, his look had completely changed. Now he looked rough and worn out, with dirty clothes and a smudged face. He even put on some glasses to make it harder to recognize him. However, even though his disguise was well done, his imposing aura and natural charm were still intact. When he finished getting ready, he slowly moved toward the factory entrance. Just as he reached the door, a man stepped forward and pointed his finger while shouting, "Hold up there." Xiao Yong stopped in his tracks. Seeing a stranger trying to sneak into his turf, the guard immediately got hostile. With a furrowed brow and a fierce look, he yelled, "Who the hell are you?" The guard's eyes were full of suspicion as he glared at Jianong, but the main dude instantly switched on his actor mode. He smiled kindly, squinting his eyes, trying to look as non-threatening as possible while speaking in a chill tone. "I spotted signs of life around here. Turns out there are survivors." "That's dope." He even faked a relieved and happy expression, like he was genuinely hyped. The guard, who wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, fell for it easily. Hearing Xiao Yong's words, his face softened, and with a slight shrug, he replied, "Oh, so you're a survivor." Then he looked him up and down and asked curiously, "Hey kid, tell me, how the hell have you managed to survive till now?" Without breaking character, Jan Ouyang put on a humble vibe and lowered his head a bit, taking a second to piece together his story. With a voice heavy with sadness, he started telling his tragic tale. "My crew was more than 10 people, but we got attacked by a horde of zombies. Everyone died. Only I made it out alive." His face showed convincing sorrow, like he'd really been through some serious loss. The guard, hearing the story, felt like he gathered enough info about the newcomer. Still suspicious, he asked again, "So, you don't have any kind of power?" Hearing the question, Hania Ouyang was a bit surprised. He was just playing the role of a regular survivor in trouble, so he couldn't help but get curious and ask back, "Powers? What do you mean?" The guard, noticing his confusion, looked a little uncomfortable and raised his hands trying to explain. Well, I got some skills. I've survived a bunch of zombie attacks and learned a few tricks to defend myself. I'll do whatever I can to be useful." He and Khan's insecure tone and clumsy attitude made the guard smirk. It was clear he was underestimating the newbie. As he got closer to Jianong, his expression turned more dangerous. With a wicked smile, he said in a mysterious tone, "Who asked you about that? You don't get what I mean, but whatever." Thinking he was about to take down a fresh target, the guard got hyped inside, then pointed inside and ordered, "Follow me. If you want to join, you gotta pass a test first." Now was the perfect time for Haiyan Yong to sneak deeper into these guys' hideout. While following the guard, Xiao Ouyang noticed the man subtly sliding his hand toward his waist, where he had a hidden pistol. The guard was still convinced Xiao Yong was a clueless rookie and smiled satisfied, thinking he caught another sucker. On the outside, Jiao Ouyang kept a dull, uninterested look, nailing his role perfectly, but inside he was coldly sizing up the situation. "Ha ha, just like I thought. This Tapon steel factory ain't no decent spot either." Everything seemed to be going down smoothly, until suddenly a loud voice cut through the scene. "What's going on here?" The sudden sound made both of them jump and turn around immediately. The guard leading Jianu Yang visibly tensed up hearing the voice like he was scared. On the other hand, Haiyan Yang, with a calm expression, was just curious about the new person who showed up. When Lise noticed a stranger inside the base, she approached with a serious look and asked, "Who's this unknown guy?" Seeing Len, the guard got even more nervous. He knew Lisen had higher status than him, so he tried to answer respectfully, though his tone sounded kind of forced. "Yo, brother Lee is a wandering survivor. He was taking him to some secluded spot to check him out." When Jan Xiaoyong heard that, he smirked inside. "Check him out? Huh. Ha, ha, that's wild." But Lisen seemed a bit iffy about it. Lisen frowned, clearly annoyed, and snapped at the guard. "Why you gotta take him somewhere private to check him? Can't you do it right here?" Suddenly, a beef popped off between two dudes from the same base. Hai Xiao Yong caught on quick to the guard's real plan. This dude was clearly trying to drag me off somewhere quiet to kill me. Seeing the vibe, Lizin stepped up to Jianong, got close, and ordered, "Come here, hand over all your weapons, then you can come in." Hai kept his cool, played dumb, and asked in a chill tone, "Hand over my weapons. And how do I know y'all ain't gonna kill me after that?" Unlike the others at the base, Listen seemed like a dude with some morals and a sense of justice. His tone was serious but not bossy or aggressive. He answered straight up, "In this crazy world, it's normal not to trust anyone. If you don't want to hand over your weapons, I won't force you. But if that's the case, then bounce." Listen's firm and direct attitude left he and Xiao Ouyang no choice but to comply and pull out a small knife he'd been hiding. Pretending to be annoyed about giving up his only weapon, Hainia Xiao Ouyang held out the knife and said with a sigh, "All right, here you go." After taking the knife, Listen carefully checked Hiano Xiao Oum to make sure he wasn't hiding anything else. Meanwhile, Hiano Xiao Oy kept a calm face, opened his arms, letting them search him without a fight. But behind his cracked glasses, his eyes flashed with discomfort. At least this dude's got some principles. Looks like the tape steel factory's a bit different from the crews at Bishuasen and Namio coal plant. After a thorough search, Lisen finally finished and held up the knife Hiano Xiao Yong gave him. Looking curious, he asked, "So you managed to survive in this world with just a knife? Tell me, you one of those evolved?" It was the perfect moment for Haiyan Xiao Yong to play his part. Clenching his fists and acting confused, he replied in a naive tone, "Evolved? Dunno, but lately I've been feeling stronger." His carefree, harmless act made Lisen drop his guard even more. Without thinking twice, he waved his hand and ordered, "Follow me." Evolved folks gotta check in with the leader first. A few minutes later, Jan Xiao Yong was led by Lisen into a dark room. Lisen made him go inside and then shut the door from outside. From the other side, Lisen peeked in and said, "Wait here a minute." Hini Ouyang chuckled softly and glanced around. His eyes landed on a chair in the corner, and then on the barred window. "Waiting room." "Ha ha," the doors reinforced. "This is straight up a cell, ain't it?" He totally caught on to these dudes' hidden agenda. Still, he didn't look worried one bit. Right then, Big Brother Da Pen walked into the room. At first, he tried to act polite and smooth. "Sorry to keep you waiting. What's your name?" On the outside, he kept it civil, but his eyes showed the real deal, a wild gleam, a savage hunger for human flesh. Hiano Xiao Ouyang looked at the bald dude in fake cluelessness. "KNG. No, Jian." His act hit the mark. Big Brother Dapen saw him as an easy, weak target. Smirking wickedly, he asked, "My men say you're evolved, is that true?" "Hi," Xiao Ouyang lowered his head, playing shy. "Maybe, I guess so." Before he could finish, a huge axe came flying at him full speed. The weapon sliced through the air with a deafening whistle, just missing his face. An Xiao Yang looked up, surprised for a second, but his training and reflexes kicked in fast. With a slight head move, he dodged the attack easy. When he turned, he saw the axe, buried deep in the wall behind him. The impact shook the steel violently. He and Xiao Yong raised an eyebrow. "Damn, if I was just a regular dude, I'd be dead already." His eyes went colder as he sized up the dangerous Big Brother Da Pen. "Should I throw down now?" "Nah, looks like he's just testing me." Big Bro Da Pen's face was a wild mix of hype and rage. Meanwhile, and Xiao Yong moved quick. Keeping up the act, he faked panic and pointed at the axe, still shaking on the wall. "What you doing?" That was straight up dangerous. Big Bro Da Pen switched gears fast, cracked a bright smile, and burst out laughing. "Haha, looks like I wasn't wrong. You're an evolved one." The way he spat on human life made he and Xiao Yong feel uneasy, but he stayed chill and kept playing along. He pointed at himself and stared down the bald dude. "So tell me, if I wasn't evolved, what would have happened? You'd have killed me already, right?" That damn Big Bro Da Pen, instead of getting mad, just shrugged like he didn't care. He spread his arms all casual and said loud, "If that was the case, your death wouldn't mean squat." His words showed he'd lost all humanity. Now his eyes started turning red, and his voice got deeper. In a threatening tone, he asked, "You, as an evolved, you gotta know how to become one, right?" He and Xiao Yong answered calm as hell, "Yeah, I know." Right then, the bald dude started bragging about his crew and power in the area. "Listen up, I'm the boss here. This secret, only a few know it." Then his gaze got even more dangerous. "If I find out more people know, I'll kill you." No sooner said than done. Big Bro Da Pen lunged fast at Jian Xiao Yong. His speed was insane, clearly trying to attack. He tried to grab his neck, but Haiyan Xiao Yong, with sharp reflexes, leaned just a bit to the side and dodged the grab easy. Still, he didn't strike back right away. That move threw Big Bro Da Pen off. He didn't expect he and Xiao Yong to stay so calm in that mess. In a blink, Jianong summoned a knife from his system. He pulled out the blade with slick, smooth moves. At the same time, he focused all his strength in his right arm, eyes sharp and deadly on the bald dude. If he pulled a weapon instead of bare hands, he wouldn't hesitate to attack. Even with the threat, Jianong kept up the act. Letting the bald guy grab his neck, he faked fear, looking weak. But in his head, he was thinking something else. If I kill him now, the system still counts the mission for 80 points. Seeing the knife in Han Yong's hand, Big Bro Da Pen tensed up immediately. His eyes locked on the small blade, clearly scared. He pulled back his hand quick but tried to act calm, saying, "Oh, not bad. Your reflexes ain't slow." His tone shifted. Now that Han Yong had a weapon out, he wasn't underestimating him anymore. Big Bro Da Pen put a hand on Xiao Yong's shoulder with a bossy, experienced vibe. In a deep voice, he warned, "You got some skill, but don't think you can roll with me." His tone got even more intimidating. "Don't even think about challenging me, got it?" Han nodded cool and answered submissively, "Got it." Then Big Bro Da Pen relaxed a bit and said, "All right, since you got a weapon, I'll let it slide this time." He stepped out of the locked room and headed to his crew. "Take this high-ended to wash up, give him fresh clothes, then bring him to the meeting room." Inside, Hian Yao Ouyang watched the guy walk away and slowly close the door. He'd earned the leader's trust. Looks like his plan was rolling smooth. Big Bro Da Pen's men caught the order right away and answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Big Bro Da Pen, the bald dude, shouted loud, "Come in." One of his men obeyed and escorted Jian Ouyang to where Big Bro Da Pen was. The latter, with an open, friendly vibe, introduced the newcomer to everyone. "Let me introduce our new member, Hainan." Then, without wasting time, Big Bro Da Pen introduced him to Lingjie. "This is Lingjie, one of the bosses here, just like me." Looking toward the back of the room, he went on. "And these two handle camp management, Len and Wan Pin." Ling, with a serious, blank face, looked at Jianong for a moment before shifting her gaze to Wan Bin. Then cautiously she asked, "Wan Bin, you cool with this new recruit working under you?" Hearing that, Wan Bin made a face of. He got annoyed and answered with a tone that sounded tense, "No problem, boss." With that settled, Ling Yeso changed his tone as he addressed Jianong. "Kid, you're lucky you found the toughest camp around here. From today on, you won't have to worry about surviving no more." Hayo put on a respectful face and nodded like he really appreciated what was said. Linji, though, added a warning. "But if you want to live good here, you gotta be useful." Seeing his chance, Haiyan Ouyang played it cautious and gave a slight bow to show thanks. "I'll follow all the rules." His act was flawless, showing zero signs of suspicion, like he really wanted to fit in. With everything settled, Wan Bin stepped up to Jianong, slapped him on the shoulder, and whispered, "We're on patrol duty today. Roll with me." A little later, the scene switched outside the factory. The scenery was green, and the sky was clear and sunny. A subordinate's voice called out, "Kang Eng. It's patrol time." One of them answered right away, "Okay." At that moment, one of Huan Bin's men, who was the gate guard when Hanong arrived, frowned seeing the newcomer again. He clearly didn't like him. He walked up to Juan Bin and whispered, "Boss, you're seriously gonna put this dude under your command?" Wan Bin, clearly annoyed, replied with a tone full of irritation, "What can you do? This kid knows everything, so we gotta keep him in our crew. Let's roll." Behind them, Jan Xiao Yong eyeing Jinong suspiciously. He muttered in his mind, "Why does this guy look so damn familiar?" After walking a bit, Wan Pin turned his head and asked Jian Xiao Yong, "Hey, kid, Big Bro Pen already told you how this camp works, right?" Xiao Yong, faking uncertainty, answered carefully, "Nah, he just warned me to keep the whole evolved thing on the down low." Hearing that, Wan Vin nodded confidently and said, "That's right." But then his face darkened completely, his tone turned threatening. "If you know about the secret of eating human meat in this camp, then you gotta understand something. Part of Big Bro Da Pen and my sister, only 4 people here know about it." While talking, Wan Vin pointed to the people behind him and started introducing them in a more relaxed tone. "Angi's big bro, Pen's cousin. Ki's my nephew, and Lingi's my sister. We're family. So if this secret leaks out," then he paused, stared hard at Jianong and asked with a cold smile, "Now tell me, you get what kind of situation you're in?" Everything showed this place was run by one family. Haini Xiao Yong quickly understood his position and replied while walking, "Yeah, for sure. I won't say a word." But his gaze drifted to a man dressed in a work jumpsuit. Something about him felt creepily familiar. Haini Xiao Yong frowned and muttered in his mind, "Wait a sec. Isn't that Ain the same dude San caught before?" That thought made him more suspicious, so he asked out loud, "What about the other guy I saw earlier?" The other camp official, Wan Bin, still hyped up, answered clearly. Oh, that's El Chen. Ha ha. Not family, but he's got talent and he's pretty strong. But before Xiao Yong could react, Huan Pin stepped closer and added firmly with a serious tone. Most importantly, never let him find out our secret. Huan Vin's face got even darker and more threatening. Lowering his voice but with scary intensity, he warned, if he finds out, neither you nor I will see tomorrow's sunrise. After getting a better grip on the group's setup, Xiao Yong stayed silent after hearing those words, but in his mind, he was analyzing the situation. Looks like Lichen's talent is really strong. They're holding him back with resources, because if not, he'd soon outshine the two leaders. While they talked, they finally reached their destination. Wan Bin walked ahead and announced loudly, all right, we're here. He and Xiao Oy pretended to be surprised, looked up, and asked, we're already here. In front of him stood a new base. Tall trees surrounded it, and the structure looked solid and massive. Wan Pin laid out the sitch. There's 7 folks in this hideout. We've been watching them for 3 or 4 days, and from what we know, none of them are evolved. Hyung, still playing dumb, stepped up and whispered, what's the move? Marry him off. Wan Pin held up 2 fingers and waved him with a chill laugh. Marry him off. Haha, we ain't as savage as you think. We're just gonna snatch him up and lock him down. Right then, Fakang, hyped up, threw an arm over Hyan Xiao Yong's shoulder and started hyping him up. Bro, you're evolved too, so switch up your mindset quick. Don't be as stiff as Lichen. Those words helped Jianong get a better read on Li Chen's vibe. Meanwhile, Fakang, acting like a vet school and a rookie, kept explaining. We're evolved, which means we ain't the same species as humans no more. We're now a higher life form on the food chain. Just hearing that, Hyano's Xiao Yong got it all. He looked toward the base and confirmed what this crew was about. So, they want to catch these people, lock them up, raise them, and then chow down. Fakang flashed a sinister grin and shouted with hype, exactly. Right then, Wan Pin held up 4 fingers and broke it down clearer. We don't need to take them all. Catching 5 or 6 is enough. The rest, we'll kill them right there. These dudes talked about killing people like it was no big deal, like someone talking about slaughtering chickens or ducks. Hyo, still playing the naive card, asked on purpose, kill him right there. How exactly? Perfect moment for Wan Pin to flex his skills. He raised both hands with hype, his face lit up with excitement. He didn't explain straight up, just shouted loud. Ha ha, learn this well, Hien Xiaoyong. Hien Xiaoyong gave that dude a cold glance but kept his face straight, no sign of discomfort. A bit later, on the brick wall of the shelter about to get hit, the folks inside were still grinding hard to beef up their defenses. A young dude, wiped out after a long day, shut his eyes and let out a big yawn before complaining. Finally, almost done. This shit's exhausting. Everything seemed chill until chaos popped off. The group leader pointed ahead, face pale and sweat running cold, shouting in panic. Yo, look behind him. Lots of others turned their heads to the spot he pointed at. What they saw straight up scared the hell out of them. A horde of zombies was rolling in, the nastiest of the nasty, moving like starving ghosts who hadn't eaten meat in days, throwing themselves at the group with wild desperation. They shoved each other, tripped, and ran like crazy, all hyped to get their feast. Their faces were wrecked, covered in gooey fluids and red stains everywhere, painting a terrifying scene. The survivors inside the shelter froze dead in their tracks from the sudden attack. The men grabbed their weapons in panic, getting ready to fight back, yelling in confusion and fear. Man, how the hell can these zombies just hit us out of nowhere? And there was no warning at all. Get ready to fight. The problem was, those zombies moved crazy fast. Just moments ago, they were far off, but in a blink, they were on him. The monsters' mouths, full of sharp, rotten teeth, opened wide, letting out a nasty stench of rotting meat as they lunged at the innocent humans. One of them caught a young dude off guard and jumped on him. Terrified, the kid pulled out his weapon with shaky hands, trying to defend himself. His face showed pure terror, knowing death was right there. No, don't come closer. But it was too late. All around, the shelter was chaos. Zombies kept attacking nonstop, and many inside couldn't hold out long. The young dude, still in disbelief, felt his face go pale as he whispered in despair, no, this can't be. There's too many. At his feet, the sounds of heavy breaths and muffled growls from his crew filled the air. The group led by Wan Pin stayed back, watching the scene calm as hell, like they were enjoying the show. He and Xiao Yong, seeing all this, couldn't help but frown. With a serious look, he raised his voice. Throw the zombies at him to attack. That's the big strategy they were talking about. Wan Bin kept moving his hands. Casually watching the shelter amidst the chaos, he replied with a cold attitude. Resources at our camp are limited. We can't just let extra mouths in without control. Besides, if too many survivors flood in at once and start forming factions, managing the group would turn into a nightmare. These guys' logic made sense if it was all about long-term survival, but their method? Totally lacking any humanity. Right then, Wanbin, Fiang, and Ayan decided it was time to step in. Wanbin's face cracked into a dangerous grin as he shouted excitedly, "All right, time for us to make our move." From behind, Fak cracked his wrist, hyped up for the fight about to go down. Just ahead, a young girl was getting attacked by a couple of zombies. Those mindless creatures had her pinned down tight as she screamed for help. "Oh no, please." Zombies showed no mercy or restraint, just pure instinct to destroy. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she sank into total despair. But in the blink of an eye, both zombies' heads were ripped clean off their necks. A flash of light sliced through the air. The girl froze in horror, watching the monsters' heads roll on the ground, completely severed from their bodies. It was a gruesome scene. She staggered back, her face pure shock and disbelief. Right then, Fakiang appeared in front of her, striking a heroic pose. He reached out his hand with a warm smile, giving off vibes of nobility and compassion. The girl, still shaking, lifted her eyes slightly and stammered with a trembling voice, "You saved me." Meanwhile, Huanbin and A had already taken down several nearby zombies. These guys didn't say a word, just acted like they were rescuing survivors from the shelter. The young man who'd been working on the fortifications, still in shock, raised his voice. "Who are you guys?" Zombie heads kept dropping one after another, thudding against the ground. In a flash, Huanbin's crew had wiped out all the nearby enemies. For them, killing a few zombies was way too easy. Huanbin stepped forward a few paces, confidently pointing at himself as he introduced, "We're the evolved from the Steel and Feng factory." His words and attitude were full of hero vibes, like they really were the saviors of those in danger. The girl they just saved, along with the other young folks inside the shelter, showed curiosity and amazement hearing the term evolved. Everyone started talking at once, their faces lit up with admiration and hype. Evolved? What's that mean? Their faces showed excitement and gratitude. "We're saved. Thanks." "Thank you so much." Watching the scene, Xiao Yong kept a cold, serious expression, hiding any emotion. But inside, he was analyzing these survivors deep. 3 of them, apparently in their mid-20s, didn't look weak. Their strength wasn't any less than San and the others. Even though they were getting carried away by these con artists' words, Xiao Yonggon's gut told him something was off about all this. He muttered quietly, frowning slightly. Just then, behind Haiyan Yong, up high on a building, one of the lit rooms flickered suddenly, like a weird premonition ran through his body. Hai Xiao Yong turned his head in surprise, heart pounding fast, thinking to himself, "What the hell was that?" He stared closely at the windows of that building's rooms but saw nothing unusual. No shadows, no suspicious movement, just a faint glow that vanished in a flash. It was so brief he doubted what he'd seen. He and Xiao Yong took a deep breath, trying to calm down, mumbling to himself, "Must have been just my imagination." Wan Bin, noticing Haiyan Xiao Yong frozen and distracted, called him out impatiently. "Hey, Haiyan, stand there. What for?" For a moment, he and Xiao Yong felt like his mind had checked out from reality. Meanwhile, the group had moved closer to the shelter, where fallen bodies lay scattered on the ground. Wan Bin pointed at the area and ordered, "Come here and help me deal with this." Haiyan Xiao Yong walked over slowly and replied calmly, "Yeah, I'm on it." As he moved forward, he couldn't shake the feeling that something seriously shady was going down around that building. Still, he decided to put his mission with Huan Bin first before digging any deeper. Inside the lit-up room of that building lurked the silhouette of an evolved zombie with multiple tentacles. It was the same creature the folks at the Steel and Fenga factory had been whispering about for days. Its massive body and twisted face painted a terrifying picture. That monster, starving for human flesh, was already gearing up for a surprise attack. The creepiest part, the whole area was soaked with the sweet scent of fresh blood. A group of people. After earning the trust of the folks at the base, Wan Bin was now leading them with total authority. The men at the base had been attacked, and one of them told Wan Bin there were still some supplies left in the warehouse. Right away, Wan Bin spun around and gave orders to Jian Shaoan with a serious face. "Hian, stay here and gather all the supplies. Bring them to the entrance. I'll arrange a ride to haul them out soon." After that, Wan Bin leaned in and whispered into Jianong's ear, "Make sure to stack the bodies of those who died. We'll move them all together later." His face looked completely twisted, like he was craving human meat. Haino nodded slightly without showing any emotion, but inside, he only felt disgust for those pathetic creatures. Wan Bin then pointed back and gave the signal to move forward, shouting, "Everyone else, roll with us." The innocent group still believed they were being helped, so when they heard the order, they felt relieved and thankful. They all left happily, leaving Jianong alone with the zombie corpses scattered on the ground. The atmosphere was now silent and desolate. Huan Bin's cruel plan had worked. After confirming he was completely alone, Xiao Yong summoned his small knife in his hand through the system. He looked at the zombie corpses around him and smirked slightly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Huan Bin had already led the group to the factory zone. One of the men, still clueless about being tricked, smiled innocently and gratefully followed Huan Bin, repeatedly thanking him. "Thanks to you guys, we managed to save our lives." The people behind him totally agreed with that. Huan Bin stayed silent, pretending not to notice anything. The girl Fakang had rescued earlier, still feeling uneasy, trusted him and asked, "Bro, will there be water where we're going? Can we take a shower?" Hearing this, Fanang smiled friendly, trying to seem nice. But soon enough, his real pervy nature showed up. He grabbed the poor girl tight, pulling closer, and whispered, "Not just water, but hot water too. Plus, there's body wash, and you'll come out smelling amazing." The girl felt kinda uncomfortable with Fanning's sudden move but replied with a nervous smile. Seriously, that'd be awesome. Everything was going exactly as Huan Bin and his crew had planned, but suddenly, Eining felt something weird going down behind them. His body tensed up, and a chill ran down his spine. He stopped dead and widened his eyes, trying to see what had spooked him. His face showed confusion and caution. He grunted low. Noticing Anning's strange behavior, Wanbin turned to him cautiously and asked right away, "What's up, Anning?" Anning's body was covered in cold sweat. He froze completely, staring straight ahead before answering in a shaky voice, "Yo, there's something there?" Immediately, Wanbin shouted loud, "Everyone stay alert." The group members reacted instantly and went on high alert. Meanwhile, that dumbass Fanning took the chance, hugging the only girl in the victim group even tighter. "Don't worry, stay behind me. I got you," he whispered with fake bravado. The girl, though uncomfortable, didn't dare refuse openly. One of the group started noticing Fanning's gross attitude, but since everyone was at a disadvantage, no one dared to speak up. From above, looking down, you could see the group gathering while several dark shadows with weird shapes stretched across the ground. At that moment, everyone started feeling a looming danger, though no one could exactly tell where it was coming from. Huan Bin spoke out loud. "Where's that thing you're talking about?" Anne answered, all nervous. "I don't know. I can't sense it." Fakey, being young and dumb, didn't have many worries. In his head, he just wanted to bounce back to the factory as fast as possible. Seeing him so deep in thought, someone laughed and teased, "Come on, Aang. Don't tell me you're getting all tense now." Aang snapped his head around right away. His face showed how serious things were. He looked straight up worried when he answered, "I'm not wrong. Just a moment ago. I'm sure that." Before he could finish, a huge long limb flashed like lightning and sliced Aang's neck. His whole body froze solid. He didn't expect danger to hit that fast. Everyone there screamed in horror when they saw that nightmare. Only then, Aang got a clear look at what stole his life, a massive tentacle that stabbed through him and then pulled back. The moment the tentacle vanished, Aang dropped hard to the ground. Wan Pin, stunned, yelled out in panic, "That's a tentacle monster." In just seconds, a life was snuffed out. Chaos broke loose. Everyone freaked out, scared for their own skins. Under the blazing sun, Wanvin whispered with a shaky voice, "Ah, it's gone. It's crazy fast." Right then, Fax screamed in desperation. "Behind you, Wanbin." Wanbin spun around quick. A chill ran down his spine when he saw what was in front of him. A monstrous tentacle beast was staring him down. Its one giant eye was surrounded by countless pale veins. Its mouth, with two sharp fangs as long as a seal's, crept dangerously close to Wan Pin. When their eyes locked, Wan Bin's face froze in pure terror. Cut to another scene where Hania Xiao Yong was chillin'. Calm as ever, she used her little knife to process zombie corpses. She was hunting for variation energy cores inside the zombies' bodies. In just minutes, she found two perfect cores. Hiano Xiao Ouyang held one in her hand and said, "Not bad. Two variation energy cores in no time. Lucky me." Still focused on gathering cores, she heard screams for help coming from Wan Pin's direction. "Help! Somebody help me." Curious, Hania Ouyang looked up. From where she was, she could clearly see Wan Pin was on death's door. A massive tentacle had wrapped itself completely around his body. At that moment, Wan Vin finally got a first-hand look at the tentacle monster everyone had been whispering about. His face went pale with terror. He could barely get words out, just stammering syllables. "It's the Fin." Right before everyone's eyes, the monstrous tentacle creature appeared and grabbed Huan Pin, squeezing him tight. His bones cracked and broke instantly. Huan Pin let out a gut-wrenching scream of pain. The huge, bulky monster was covered in long black tentacles, making it look downright disgusting. It squeezed harder, ending Wan Bin's life in seconds. The young folks and the girl who'd been 90 Tricked by Wan Pin watched in total horror. Their faces showed pure fear and disbelief. Their mouths hung open in stunned silence. Splashes of Wan Vin's crimson blood dripped on their faces like red syrup. Just moments ago, they thought they'd found safety and shelter with Wan Vin. They believed after all the pain, they'd finally get some easier days. But what they found was the scariest monster in the whole region and the deadly trap they'd fallen into. The young man and the girl's expressions darkened. Their faces showed resignation. It was like they already knew what was coming. The monster, covered in a slimy goo, slowly turned its head and fixed its giant single eye on Xiao. Its whole body was soaked in a black, stinky substance. Tentacles of all sizes grew wild all over it, making it look even grosser. Realizing the creature had picked him as its next target, Xiao felt the blood drain from his face. Frozen with fear, he didn't even dare to breathe too loud. Now he was dead, sure. He was next. Xiao got chills running all over his body. His body, heavy with fear, backed up slowly, clenching his teeth tight and muttering, "No way, this can't be real." Then, out of nowhere, he grabbed the hand of the girl behind him. She jumped, caught off guard. Just a moment ago, Xiao was sweet-talking her, but now, facing danger, his true colors showed. Without hesitation, he shoved the girl hard toward the monster's tentacles, using her as a sacrifice to save his own skin. The second he threw her, the creature snatched her up, hoisted her high in the air, and wrapped its tentacles tight around her, locking down her arms and legs. Then it started squeezing her neck, slow and steady. The girl screamed in desperation, struggling to fight back, but it was useless. Ah. The tentacles squeezed tighter and tighter. Her skin compressed, muscles tensed, and she started gasping for air. Tears streamed down her face, but her voice was choked off. She could only feel unbearable pain tearing through every fiber of her being, until finally, her body gave out. Her breath grew ragged. Her eyes flew wide open, slowly losing their light. Just as she was about to die, a powerful force slammed into the monster. From the unexpected hit, the tentacles holding her suddenly released, and the girl crashed backward onto the ground. She and the other survivors at the base were stunned. Xiao Yong had shown up just in time and saved her at the last second. The monster's black tentacles dropped heavily to the floor, twitching in spasms. All eyes in the crowd locked onto Xiao Yong. Fang, seeing him, froze in shock, but relief flickered across his face too. "Hi, is that you?" Hi stayed silent. In his hand, he held a small knife, jaw clenched, eyes locked serious on the group. With his back to the monster and facing everyone else, he raised the knife and asked firmly, "So this thing's the tentacle monster you've been yapping about?" Xiao, still shaking, pointed nervously somewhere else and stammered, "No, that ain't it. That's the tentacle monster's kid." Hi's eyes narrowed in surprise. "Kid?" he repeated cautiously. Xiao answered right away, "Yeah, that's what we call it." Then he started explaining more about the real dangerous entity. Rumor has it, the tentacle monster used to keep whispering the word kid, and it could turn regular zombies into creatures like itself. That's why we call those transformed ones the tentacle monster's kids. Xiao's face showed a mix of fear and hate. Two of his closest homies had been killed by one of those freaks. Xiao looked down, thoughts turning cowardly. The tentacle monster's kid is so damn powerful, not even big bro Dappin could handle it. This punk Xiao Yong ain't got a chance against him. No way, I gotta bounce. I gotta get out of here. Right then, Xiao's mind made a call. His survival instinct kicked in, pushing him to act selfishly. No care for anyone else. He spun on his heels and took off running without looking back. The base survivors, still in shock, watched him bolt in disbelief. Despite his cowardice, Xiao tried to justify his escape by yelling, "Hi, hold that creature down. I'm gonna get back up." The girl he saved stood there, totally confused seeing him bail like that. Now everyone was thinking about saving their own skins before anything else. Without hesitation, the rest of the group turned around too and started hauling ass as fast as they could. Only Xiao Yong stayed put, totally calm. While everyone else screamed and ran scared, he stood there watching the scene cool as ice. Looking at the cowards running off, Xiao Yong instantly caught Fang's real plan. "So you wanted to sell me out to buy time and save your own ass." He didn't even bother saying it out loud. Behind him, the tentacle monster's kid started moving. Its breathing was heavy and guttural. A second later, several dark tentacles shot out toward Xiao Yong, wrapping around his neck and limbs. Xiao Yong already knew what was coming but didn't react right away. In just a blink, his body got fully trapped by the creature's slimy, stinky tentacles. But instead of freaking out, Xiao Yong slowly turned his face to look at the monster with absolute calm. Even then, his stance gave off a terrifying, dominant vibe. Watching the zombie monster, Xiao Yong smirked coolly and said, "So, you're the son of the tentacle monster. Ha ha, What a scary creature. Then Xiao Yong raised his hand and with a sharp tug shook off the tentacles trapping him. In his other hand, he still held the small knife. The tentacles tightened, and the giant monster was dragged by Jianong's strength. At this level, the protagonist's power wasn't something to mess with. With a simple arm movement, the huge creature lost balance and was pulled toward him. The son of the tentacle monster was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. His eyes were wide open, wearing a confused expression. Xiao Yong's pulling power was just too overwhelming. Despite his massive size, the monster couldn't resist. His feet shuffled clumsily on the ground, unable to stop the momentum. For Jianong, everything seemed way too easy. He flexed his arm hard while gripping the monster's black tentacle. Then, calmly, he said, "This is a skill I unlocked a while back, but never got the chance to use. Today, I'm going to take this opportunity to test it on you." Saying that, Xiao Yong twisted his body and stomped hard on the ground. The impact was so strong the earth cracked instantly beneath his feet. At that moment, his eyes behind his glasses flashed with an electric gleam, overflowing with terrifying power. With a powerful shout, he yelled, "Energy overload." Xiao Yong leaned forward and flexed his arms with a brutal motion. He pulled the creature with all his might, making it fly toward him with zero chance to resist. The monster had no control over its own body. Its horrible, gigantic form was dragged across the ground like a simple puppet, unable to fight back. Finally, when its head full of twisted tentacles was about to reach him, Jianong lifted a leg and stomped directly on the creature's skull. The hit was solid, stopping the monster from getting any closer. Even though its arms and legs were wrapped in slimy tentacles, Xiao Yong still had total control of the situation. With his foot pressing down on the beast's head, he looked at the monster with a coldness that could freeze blood. Still trapped, the monster tried to challenge him and let out a mocking laugh in a monstrous voice, "Zhou Hao Hao." Witnessing Xiao Yong's strength, the girl from the survivor group was completely stunned. She covered her mouth with both hands, unable to say a single word. It was the first time she'd seen a human with such overwhelming power. The fight went on. Xiao Yong stood firm on the monster's head after brutally smashing it to pieces. Then, one by one, he ripped the creature's tentacles off with terrifying strength. The monster was left in a pitiful state. A few minutes later, only the shattered parts of the tentacle monster were scattered all over the ground. Its face and tentacles were completely destroyed. Xiao Yong's body was still covered in the creature's slimy goo, but he didn't care one bit. He casually approached the girl and kindly asked, "You good?" His sudden closeness made her jump back scared. Hyung, still not getting her reaction, tried to get closer again to check for injuries. When he awkwardly reached out his hand, the girl got even more scared and let out a loud scream. Realizing something was off, Xiao Yong rubbed his face with his hand, wiping some of the monster's slimy goo off. Then, with a slightly awkward look, he tried to calm her down. Don't worry. I'm human, not a monster." Meanwhile, outside near the base entrance, Fakan finally arrived with reinforcements to face the monster. Out of breath and panting from the run, his crew burst in shouting, "We're here." Finally made it, Fang led the team, accompanied by Big Brother Depen Lingjie. Behind them, Li Zhen also joined the backup squad. Big Brother Da Pen, holding a huge axe, roared furiously. "What the hell's going on here?" Meanwhile, Lingjie, sword slung over his shoulder, immediately asked, "Where are Xiao and Ang?" Fang, tears in his eyes, pointed toward the chaos and reported the situation between sobs. Boss and Yaowen got killed by the tentacle monster. Only Listen remembered Hiano Yan. After hearing the story, she asked out loud, "And where's that new guy Jian at?" Fian shot back immediately with a totally chill, indifferent vibe towards Xiao Yong. "Don't even bother thinking about him. He's probably dead by now. The three of us together weren't a match for that tentacle freak." When Big Bro Dapen heard his crew had fallen, he couldn't hide his rage. He dropped his head, his face tightening up with pure fury. His face turned purple with anger. Still, he knew deep down that monster was way too powerful. There was nothing he could do against it. Suddenly, he looked up and locked eyes on the survivors at the base. He stared at them with a harsh expression for several seconds of dead silence. The vibe got thick and dangerous. Then, Big Bro Dapen spoke with a deep, aggressive voice, starting to blame everyone. Hearing his words, two young guys in the group started to realize Big Bro Dapen's anger was about to blow up. Their faces went pale with terror. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads like a waterfall, totally stressed out. "This is all your fault," Big Bro Dapen roared with fury. As he yelled, he channeled all his rage into a savage throw of his massive axe. He hurled it with insane force, taking out all his frustration on the innocent. The axe flew fast and slammed right into one of the young guys up front. His torso got split in two with one hit. Blood sprayed everywhere like a damn explosion. The way Big Bro Da Pen executed a human was no different from how a monster would do it. Seeing his out-of-control behavior, Ling immediately shouted, "Stop him, chill out. Come on, Da Pen, calm down." Big Bro Da Pen was totally losing it. He clenched his fists tight, trying to hold back his fury. His crew around him looked hella worried too. Boom. Something suddenly dropped right in front of Big Bro Da Pen. It was a bundle of tentacles tied up, thrown like a bunch of veggies. Still pissed, Big Bro Da Pen was shocked to see that right in front of him. He frowned and squinted suspiciously to get a better look. That's when he spotted Xuahing. His sudden appearance grabbed everyone's attention instantly. Everyone looked up and saw him standing there with a pile of fallen tentacles around him. A mix of shock and confusion spread across their faces. Xiao Yong looked straight up boss as he walked in confident. Behind him, the girl from the base followed close. Jian moved forward without hesitation, staring at everyone with a firm, proud look, carrying the trophy of his win. Seeing him, Listen couldn't help but smile in amazement and shouted excitedly, "Jian, you're still alive?" Listen was the first to step up to Jianong and ask how he was doing. Meanwhile, Ling was just starting to realize what was really going down. He looked at the pile of black as ink tentacles and frowned, unable to say a word. Facing his battle trophy, Jian Ouyang spoke proudly to everyone. "That tentacle monster's dead now. I avenged our fallen." Instead of being thankful for Jian Xiaoyong's help, who had avenged their fallen comrades, Ling and Big Bro Da Pen felt more uneasy than ever. Both stayed silent, staring at the ground with serious faces. They shared a common worry. Is that dude really that strong? The atmosphere got tense and weird. Sensing the discomfort, instead of gratitude, Jian Xiaoyong crossed his arms and kept speaking firmly. "All right, leaders, get organized fast. We need vehicles and people to head back and collect the creature's remains." Once everything was settled and they returned to the factory, Big Bro Da Pen and Ling immediately grabbed Fakian for questioning. Big Bro Da Pen, still doubtful, was the first to speak. "So that tentacle monster was definitely stronger than Listen, right?" Hearing the mention of the creature, Fak couldn't hide his frustration. He clenched his teeth angrily and, full of resentment, started telling what happened. "That monster almost killed Obin and Eng. You think Listen could have done anything against it? I seriously doubt it." Even Fakian had his doubts about whether Listen could have faced the creature. The more he thought about the tentacle monster's power, the more he started questioning the strength of Ling and Big Bro Da Pen. Unable to hold back, he asked straight up, "Do you two really think you could have stood up to that monster?" But honestly, what freaked them out the most now wasn't the monster, it was Jian Xiaoyong's power. That's when Big Bro Da Pen remembered what happened when he tried testing Jian Xiaoyong's skills. When he threatened him, Jian reacted fast and pulled his weapon instantly, but he didn't even have time to get into a fight stance. Liney rubbed his chin, deep in thought. How the hell is he this strong? Still couldn't believe some newbie like Jian Xiaoyong could be this exceptional. He tried to break down the situation from his own angle. Maybe that tentacle monster only got lucky because of a surprise attack. If that's the case, then it ain't as scary as we thought. Hearing that, Big Bro Pen nodded, showing he agreed. Still, he was dead set on taking Jianong out. Makes sense, but either way, we can't let him live. If one day he and Lizhen team up, that's going to be a problem. Right then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Linky signaled Big Bro Pen to zip it. "Shh. Come in." The person who walked in was Len. As soon as he saw Big Bro Da Pen, he greeted him respectfully. "Leader Da Pen." Big Bro Da Pen replied kindly right away. "What's up, Brother Li?" Fang, seeing Len enter, also stood up immediately. But the look on his face wasn't exactly friendly. Listen figured everyone there was still mourning their fallen comrades, so he just stepped in to offer some comfort. "Big Bro Da Pen, Lingji, stay strong during these tough times." Big Bro Da Pen, pretending to be strong, answered seriously. "The world's been chaos for a long time now. No need to say that. I'm used to it. Let's get straight to the point." Listen, knowing they needed to cut to the chase, said, "We've all seen Xiao Yong's crazy talent. I think his strength is on par with mine. That's why I suggest giving him a leadership spot." Big Bro Da Pen, who until recently feared Listen and Jianong teaming up, obviously wasn't down with that idea. He quickly made up an excuse to shoot it down. "We can't. We don't know anything about his background." He paused, pretending to be cautious and unsure. But before he could say more, Lingy waved his hand to shut him up. Big Bro Da Pen noticed the gesture and fell silent, looking at Lingy confused. To stop Big Bro Da Pen from saying something dumb, Ling jumped in right away. "It's true Jan's got the strength to be a leader, but he still needs to prove himself with more achievements so everyone respects him." Hearing that, Lizhen immediately pointed out a big one: he just killed a tentacle monster. "Isn't that enough proof?" His tone made it clear. Lizhen valued and respected Jianong, but Linji, sharp and calculating, responded coldly. If he really wants to prove himself, let him kill the southern tentacle monster. That wouldn't just test his strength. It'd also wipe out a threat for all of us. It was obvious they were trying to play the situation. They wanted to use the southern tentacle monster as a weapon to get rid of Jianong without getting their hands dirty. Ling's eyes narrowed, reflecting his slyness as he tried to manipulate the scene. Len, seeing how unfair the proposal was, felt pissed off for Xiao Yong. He stepped up and spoke firmly. Neither of you two have been able to beat it, and now you want him to do it alone. Does that sound fair to you? Sitting back comfortably, Ling crossed his legs with an arrogant vibe. Calm and indifferent, he replied. Chill, we're not sending him to die. Actually, we're going to gather the whole base force to completely wipe out the southern tentacle monster threat. A little later, Linji, Big Bro Da Pen, and Listen went to talk directly with Xiao Yong. After messing with Jianong's head a bit, he finally got the picture and answered calmly. Oh, so you want to put me front and center for this mission? I just got here, and you already want to give me such a big role? Isn't that kind of rushing it? Speaking on behalf of Big Bro Da Pen, Linji replied softly. Nothing wrong with that. After all, your strength doesn't seem any less than ours. With that, Ling and Big Bro Da Pen made it clear they wanted to value Han Yong. They showed respect and seriously told him, if the mission succeeds, the third leadership spot in the base is yours. Even though Big Bro Da Pen's tone was firm and energetic, his expression still showed some slyness. After speaking, he turned to Listen with a forced smile, pretending to ask for his opinion. Brother Lin Yong's climbed the ranks thanks to his strength. You got no objections to that, right? His aim was clear to stir up rivalry between them. But Listen, who'd already noticed. Big Brother Da Pen wasn't having any of the wordplay manipulation, showing his displeasure and firing back with some serious attitude. No objections here. Seeing his straight-up response, Big Brother Da Pen threw up a chill peace sign, all relaxed, then said, all right, it's settled. We roll out in 2 days. While everyone was chatting, Xiao Yong quietly activated his spiritual eye skill to size up the people around him. On the surface, he looked calm, but inside, he'd already sniffed out the real deal about everyone there. He thought to himself with a smirk, damn, what honest proposals. I'm even kinda touched. If it weren't for my spiritual eyes showing me their true intentions, I might have actually bought their act. From his point of view, the three's sincerity was clear. Ling and Big Brother Da Pen were slick and calculating, but Listen, dude was genuinely neutral. He just wanted to chill and find the best way to survive in this crazy world. The only ones with hidden agendas were those two old foxes. Scene switch, back at the Hainan base. From the rooftop, the static buzz of a walkie-talkie cuts through the night. Xiao Kai, the chubby kid, nervously grips the device as he busts through the door, rushing to alert everyone. Brother Hian, the walkie. The device had been handed to Laoli, who quickly grabbed it and answered for the crew. Yo, Jan, what's the sitch on your end? Everyone at the base huddled up, dead silent, listening sharp. On the other end, Hiania Onjina's voice crackled like static. I'm at the factory. Using the cover of night, Hai Xiao stood atop a raised excavator, keeping clear of zombies and staying low-key. At dawn the day after tomorrow, out in the southern outskirts park, gather the nation and our toughest fighters. While speaking, Jania Yong kept a cautious eye on the room where Big Brother Da Pen was. Then, with a serious, no-nonsense tone, he added, it's time to wipe out the threat in the southern city for good. Back at the base, after getting Haiyan Yong's orders, Lao Li took charge of organizing the squad, rounding everyone up and heading to Lao Owen. Brother Sen, you're older now. You shouldn't risk it on this mission. Plus, someone's got to stay here and guard the base. Laowana nodded without protest, but before the team left, she warned them seriously. So, watch your backs. This mission ain't like the others. Laoli nodded hard. Got it. Then Laoli turned to the young crew and started laying down the plan. Sai, Xiao Kai, M. Sanson, Cun, Liu Chao, Cheng, and Chen Chan. You 7 roll with me. Everyone geared up with mad determination, answering in one voice. Understood. Seeing all the grown-ups ready for battle, Little Sang wanted in too. Pumped, he shouted, I want to go too. Let me join this mission. Before he could say more, his mom cut him off quick and firm. Wars are grown-up business. A kid like you doesn't need to get mixed up in this. But Sue wasn't having it, standing tall and proud, firing back with conviction. I ain't a kid anymore. I'm a man. Lao Liu, standing nearby, smiled hearing this and backed up the little warrior. Relax, Sue wise mom. With the skills he's got now, he can handle zombies, and even in our crew, he ain't weak. After that, Lao Li gave the thumbs up for Sue Oi to join the fight. In this apocalypse, he wasn't just any kid anymore. Yeah, the sooner he gets this experience, the better. I'll watch out for him. With that promise, San's mom finally agreed, though her heart was still uneasy. The next night, a convoy of vehicles from the southern city base rolled out toward the zone where the evolved tentacle zombie was spotted. Big Brother Dapen stepped off the ride cautiously, eyes sharp, checking the surroundings. This is the spot. At that moment, Xiao Yong and Ling also jumped out of their vehicles. Xiao Yong asked coolly, "How are we going to lure it out?" Big Brother Dapen looked into the dark zone and answered confidently, "No rush, we got our ways." The vibe in the area was heavy and dangerous. Xiao Yong squinted, scanning around for signs of his backup crew. Suddenly, something caught his eye. For a brief second, Xiao Yong got startled, but she quickly pulled herself together so no one would catch her reaction. Her eyes shot up to the top of a nearby building where she spotted a tiny flash of light. Her gut told her she'd found what she was looking for. On the rooftop, Laoli and Sanixi were hiding behind a protective wall. With binoculars in hand, they watched every move of the enemies, ready to jump in at the right moment. Xian and her crew were already fully set up in position. Kai, busy organizing gear, was pulling out supplies while asking cautiously, "I see everything clear." "We gotta get a little closer," Laoli reminded Jianan. "Before we strike, don't get too close to the park on the outskirts." After scoping out the battlefield through her binoculars, Laoli slowly lowered them and ordered, "Get the ropes ready. Once we attack, we're coming in from the flank." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling spoke softly to a kid they'd brought along. "Kid, come here." The little one, surprised, looked up and cautiously approached. "Boss, what do you need from me?" The silence from Ingi was creepy. With a sly smile, Ling shot him a cold glance before dropping an unexpected order. "Go into the park." The kid's eyes went wide as saucers. His face drained of color from fear. Stammering, he tried to resist. "Pepero, didn't you say we only brought you to grab the loot?" Seeing Ling using a kid as bait to lure the monster, Listen immediately reacted. "Sis Lin, what's this about?" With a ruthless grin, Ling lifted her chin and replied coldly, "That monster's always hunting kids, right? Well, we'll give it one. Don't worry. When that evolved zombie with tentacles shows up, we'll trap it. The kid won't be in danger." The little one, hearing he was about to be sacrificed, was terrified. Tears in his eyes, he begged desperately, "I don't want to go. I don't want to be bait." But Ling just gave a cold smile and said nothing. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of Big Brother Da Pen echoed as he approached, visibly impatient and annoyed. Without hesitation, he grabbed the kid by the collar and lifted him into the air like a rag doll. "Quit whining. If you keep complaining, I'll kill you myself." The kid's eyes filled with terror. Before he could say another word, Big Brother Da Pen threw him hard into the park, showing no mercy. The kid's small body hit the ground with a dull thud. His back slammed against the dirt, leaving him motionless for a moment. Scared stiff, he slowly opened his eyes but couldn't move. From the rooftop, Laoli watched the kid through her binoculars and immediately sounded the alarm. "We got movement. Time to move." Right after, Hanu's team dropped ropes from the rooftop and descended one by one with insane skill, like special ops agents. The kid, still hurting, tried to get up. Seeing shadows of several people closing in from outside, he gathered his strength and yelled desperately, "Help me, please, help me." But suddenly, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the nearby bushes, shaking the whole place. A second later, a huge, deformed creature burst out at terrifying speed. Its muscular body was covered in dark tentacles, writhing nonstop. When it landed hard behind the kid, the ground shook and cracked under its weight. The little one felt the danger right behind him. Shaking with terror, he screamed desperately, "I don't want to die." The evolved zombie's eyes glowed with intense, evil red. Its grotesque, twisted features contorted even more with every roar. Seeing the looming threat, Lizen reacted instantly. The monster's taken the bait. It's time to save him. He was about to jump in when suddenly a hand grabbed him hard. Len spun around sharply and saw it was Lingi. With a cold, carefree expression, she smiled slightly and said calmly, "We already agreed we wouldn't compete with Hyancia or Yong for this credit, right?" Her indifferent attitude toward the kid's life left Lizen dumbfounded, feeling stuck in the mess. Meanwhile, Jinong wasted no time and stepped forward with a sarcastic grin. "I get it." Liney still held Lizen tight, but Hyeon had already taken the lead. With an explosive burst, he and Xiao Yong kicked the ground and shot forward at superhuman speed. Just as the evolved zombie's black tentacles were about to wrap around the kid, Hyeon showed up like a... I get it. Liney still held Lizen tight, but Hyeon already took the lead. With an explosive burst, he and Xiao Yong kicked the ground and shot off at superhuman speed. Just as the evolved zombie's black tentacles were about to wrap the kid, Hyeon arrived like a lightning fast. He grabbed him by the collar at the last second. The kid, totally stunned, could only let out a loud scream. Ah. Ah. Without hesitation, he and Xiaoyong threw him far away from danger with controlled force. The monster's tentacles snapped shut, but now they only caught air. Xiao Oy had managed to save the kid at the last moment. The little guy landed straight into Lee Sin's arms, who reacted fast and caught him before he got hurt. Xiao Yong's glasses dropped to the ground when the mutated monster wrapped him up with its thick tentacles. With a monstrous, roaring voice, the creature stepped closer and yelled, "Give me back my son." But Hinong showed no emotion on his face. Instead, he stared carefully and muttered, "That's why you looked familiar." Meanwhile, seeing Jan XY trapped, Lee Sin shouted urgently, "Hyenda, hang on." But before he could move, two figures grabbed him from behind Big Bro, Dapin, and Linji. These two finally revealed their true intentions. With iron hands, they pinned Lee Sin down, stopping any movement. Lee Sin, still confused, yelled angrily, "What the hell are you doing? If we don't act now, Jen is gonna die." But Lingyi just smirked wickedly, soaking up every second of the scene. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke sarcastically. "If he dies, it's only fair." Watching the evolved zombie squeeze Xiao Yong even tighter, Ling mocked, "I thought that kid could at least put up a fight against the monster. Two beasts going at it, both wounded, but in the end, he's just a disposable toy." That's when Lee Sin finally saw the truth behind his so-called friends. He clenched his teeth and muttered with rage, "So from the start, you never had good intentions." With a face full of contempt, Ling didn't even bother hiding the truth. But before she could answer, Jianong, still trapped in the tentacles, calmly opened his mouth and said, "Let me answer your question, Lee Sin." The three fell silent, hanging on every word from Xiao Yong, who now stared straight at Lee Sin through the tentacles gripping him. Then, with a cold, steady voice, Xiao Yong revealed the truth, "Because I know you eat human flesh." The words thundered through the air. Lee Sin's eyes went wide open. His body shook as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "You eat human flesh," he stammered, completely shocked. The conversation hit its peak when suddenly a voice rang out loud. "Fire." Immediately, a hail of bullets rained down on Ling and Big Bro Dapin, forcing them to release Lee Sin and retreat in fear. The Jinong-based team had arrived just in time for the fight. Laoli, leading the charge, gripped his Type A rifle and ordered everyone to keep firing non-stop at the mutated tentacle creature. Meanwhile, Meng Sansan and Little Sua joined the attack, rushing toward Jian Oyon to free him. The evolved zombie, furious at the interruption, turned his gaze and locked eyes with Xuahing. The kid held a lit Molotov cocktail, ready to throw it. Running full speed, he shouted with determination, "Uncle Ixion yawned, we're here to help you." With a strong motion, Sui hurled the Molotov cocktail with all his might toward the creature. But in a flash, one of the monster's tentacles moved with insane speed and smashed the bottle midair. The flames scattered across the sky, lighting up the beast's face. At that moment, something shifted in the tentacle creature's eyes. Its violent attitude suddenly vanished. Instead of attacking with rage, it froze completely. Its eyes shone with an indescribable emotion as it looked at Sui with deep longing. The monster wasn't angry, it was moved. Then, with a hoarse, trembling voice, like it was hard to speak after so long, the creature whispered, "Son." They realized this zombie seemed familiar. It was holding Jianong tight. The zombie turned its head, fixing its gaze on Sui with a look of paternal nostalgia. But the kid didn't realize at all that this was his own father. In the darkness, throwing a Molotov failed. Sui clenched his fist, furious. "Damn it, didn't think this beast was this strong." Hearing the kid curse in anger, the zombie suddenly exploded emotionally. It raised its tentacles violently and roared in frustration. No cussing allowed around Sui. Sanastia cautiously aimed his weapon, watching the tentacle zombie. Quickly, he warned everyone, "Be careful. This ain't no ordinary zombie." Right then, Chen Chong launched forward, catching the whole squad off guard. Sai yelled urgently, "Chen Chong, watch out." Running at full speed, the huge tentacles of the monstrous mutant zombie moved to block him. With agile, crazy moves, Chen Chong dodged every single one. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong was still trapped. Linji's crew and Big Bro Dapin hid behind big trees to dodge the crossfire. Things were getting more unpredictable. Fakang peeked out, looking at Chen Chong scared. "What the hell is that? Another mutant." Lingyi, also hiding behind the first big tree, looked curious at Chen Chong and exclaimed surprised, "A mutant fighting side by side with living humans." In front of her, Chen Chong tried to rescue Xiao Yong. Just as he got close to the zombie, the huge stinky tentacles lunged at him. Chen Chong stopped and backed off fast, barely dodging. But just seconds later, multiple layers of tentacles surrounded him completely. Through a small gap, you could see Chen Chong's sharp red eyes, staring them down, not backing off. Suddenly, with a slick jump, Chen Chong twisted his body, ripping through the tentacle trap and escaping successfully. Just when it seemed over, another tentacle lunged at him. From outside, his crew shouted warnings. Chen Chong turned his head, spun around, and blocked the tentacle strike. He planted himself firm, legs wide, standing his ground. Chen Chong moved with insane speed and strength. In front of him, the tentacle zombie pulled back the biggest one. Chen Chong stood tall and let out a relieved sigh. From the corner, Xiao Yong watched the fight, then burst out laughing and shouted at Chen Chong, "Haha, Chen Chong, today you finally met a real opponent." Chen Chong noticed too, nodding in agreement. Seeing Xiaoyong's attitude, Big Bro Da Pen looked clearly pissed. He clenched his teeth angrily and muttered under his breath, "That wild kid Xiao Yong," and he's still laughing. He decided not to stay still. At that moment, Xiao Yong started ripping off each tentacle, wrapping him with his own hands. His moves were as smooth as if he was chopping veggies. Outside, Big Bro Da Pen yelled scared, "Hey, you're gonna rip it off. That's the main tentacle of that monster." Nearby, Fax suddenly stuttered. Wait, I just noticed something weird." He looked at Sueoi confused and said, "That kid didn't call him Uncle Soyanong a while ago." Big Bro Dapin jumped and turned his head. "What?" Now that you mention it, he suddenly remembered the kid who had snuck into he and Xiaoong's base and told everything to Xianong out of spite. Apparently, Ayan had already mentioned that the leader of the concentration area in Laoche City was named that. That clue was key. Ling also caught on and shouted toward Haiyan XY. "Xiao Yong, don't tell me I messed up." Fang, annoyed, yelled at Soy, "Yeah, it's him. It's Haiyan Xiaoyong." Until the last minute, that bunch of numbskulls hadn't realized they were being played. Big Bro Dapin, furious, stabbed his knife into a nearby tree and shouted, "Damn it, that bastard set us up." Right then, Lingy started putting pieces together. With a worried and pissed look, she reasoned out loud. Then this group has to be, without a doubt, the combat force from that concentration area. From the opposite side, Ling glanced at Lao Li, who was still aiming with his crew at them, then turned to the other side where San's team already had their weapons ready to back up the monster. She started getting on guard, sizing up the situation and plotting strategies. Those guys and these others. The one with the most power among them is almost on Li Chen's level, but their weapons are insanely powerful. Then she looked back at Jian Xiaoyong, who was still skillfully shaking off the tentacles stuck to his body. She muttered to herself, "The coldest one of all ain't Igzo and Xiaoyong." Just then, Chen Chong also caught Lingy's attention. Watching him fight the monster, she murmured, "He's fighting alongside that mutant. His strength ain't no joke, not any less than that tentacle monster." After a moment of analysis and sizing things up, Ling also knew how to gauge their chances. She was pissed, but couldn't do shit. "Our odds of winning ain't high. Even if we barely win, both sides are gonna get wrecked bad." Hearing that, from behind, Faken asked, worried, "So, what do we do then?" Suddenly, Ling's eyes snapped wide open, and she shouted with force and authority, "Got it, Big Bro Dapen. Keep those fools busy and cover me." Following Lingier's order, Big Bro Dapen charged fiercely with his axe. Survivors, hearing her, all cautiously raised their weapons. From the shadows came a woman holding a kid's hand. Suddenly, he bolted, throwing his massive axe forward with force, and the impact was so powerful the weapon sparked as it flew. The fire axe of Big Brother Dapin smashed into a huge rock near Laoli's crew, causing a loud explosion. Tons of rock shards flew everywhere. People yelled, "Watch out!" Right after that, a rain of rocks and big boulders was hurled at them. In no time, many trees on Laoli's side got damaged and knocked down. Then, Ingi's crew started firing non-stop at Laoli's group, who had to clumsily duck behind a tree. Still, Ollie peeked out and whispered, "What's the other team trying to pull with this distraction?" Meanwhile, Linji took advantage of the chaos and suddenly lunged at Sue. Xiao Kai shouted, "Watch out, Sue Sue." Sue turned quickly, and without hesitation, Xiao Kai jumped in to protect him. He yelled loud, "Don't mess with a kid. Bring it on." Just as he finished, Linji landed a hard side kick. Even though Xiao Kai tried to block with his arm, the force was insane. His face twisted in pain, and he was thrown like a rag doll rolling on the ground. No doubt, this woman's strength ain't something to mess with. Xiao Kai yelled, "She's crazy strong. She's an evolved one." Seeing Xiao Kai taken down, Linji approached Sui with a victorious look. She reached out to grab the kid's head. From the ground, Sui's little legs slowly lifted up. Linji held him firmly by the neck, merciless and cruel, looking threatening. "Say your name and choose your fate." At that moment, Mengen realized Sui was in danger and shouted to the squad, "Sui!" But our little Sui was insanely brave. Those words didn't scare him. Even though he was struggling to breathe, he answered firmly, "You won't use me as a pawn." It's rare to see a kid with no fear in a situation like this. Linie squinted, smirked with contempt, and taunted, "Oh, brat, looks like you got some guts, huh?" Bam. Linie threw a straight punch to Sue's face. Sue screamed in pain. Ah. Hearing Sui's scream, the mutated zombie fighting Chen Chan threw him aside. The monster roared fiercely. "My son." Taking advantage of that moment, Chen Chong pushed off from behind and grabbed the zombie's neck. But the monster wasn't paying attention to Chen Chong anymore. Instead, it was focused on every move of Sue's with absolute concentration. Chen Chong took a deep breath, gathered momentum, and prepared to throw a final blow. His eyes darkened as he roared intensely. However, right then, Hyeno Xiao Yong raised his voice. "Enough, Chen Chong, let him go." Chen Chong stopped immediately, surprised, and looked at Jan Xiaoong confused. He hadn't received a clear order, so he didn't dare act. He only managed to release a grunt without understanding why. Then Jan Xiaoyong pointed to where Sui was being held and said, "He's about to lose it. Interrupting now ain't a good idea." Meanwhile, Ling was getting more aggressive. She gripped Sui's neck tightly and shouted, "If you don't want this brat to lose his mind, drop your weapons." Mengen, super worried, begged, "Sui, no, please don't hurt the kid." Laoli, also stressed about Sui, urgently stepped in. "Please, let him go. Let me be the pawn instead of the kid." Seeing the clear worry on everyone's faces, Hainia Ouyang sensed the situation was only feeding Linyi's pleasure. She looked at the group and raised her voice mockingly. "Ha! Just seeing your worried faces, I know I caught the right target." Ingyi's triumphant expression made Laoli furious. He clenched his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, if anything happens to Sueo Su, how am I going to face his mom?" With the pawn in her grip, Linji shouted to directly threaten Haiyan Xiaoyong's group. "All of you, drop your weapons right now and back off at least 100 meters. Right now, the best move is to give in to her." Laoli gestured with his hand and ordered the group behind him. "Do what she says." Cyan was pissed, but couldn't do anything else. That woman asked for one thing and demanded 10. She kept yelling orders nonstop. Then she bellowed, "Call the monster to come with you." No sooner had she finished than a voice from her team shouted, "Lingji, watch out." Suddenly, multiple tentacles shot toward her, splitting into 4 branches and charging without hesitation. She turned with wide eyes from fear. Boom. Right where Lingji stood, the tentacles slammed violently into the ground, causing an explosion that shook the earth. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. Linie and her team barely dodged just in time. However, several tentacles kept thrashing wildly, and one of them slammed right into Xuahing, tearing him to pieces. He died instantly, without even understanding what had hit him. Seeing his comrade fall, Big Brother Da Pen screamed out in desperation. Xuahing, eyes locked on the spot of the attack, couldn't help but fill up with rage and pain. At the same time, Lingji landed on the ground however she could, bracing one hand while looking up in total confusion. "What the hell? Wasn't that monster supposed to be under control?" she asked, terrified. Nearby, Jen Oyanong had already snatched the rein from her. Looking up, she saw Jianong standing there with a sarcastic grin. His chill attitude, along with Chen Chong's, made Lingyi think, "What's going on here? They're just enjoying the show." The mutated zombie's attack let Sui break free from Lingyi's grip, though one of his feet got caught by a tentacle. From behind, Laoli shouted worriedly, "Sui, get out of there, fast." He was so worried he almost lunged to grab Suisai and pull him out himself, but he and Xiao Oyong calmly stepped up and said, "It's all good, Sui, no danger here." La Liato asked, "What do you mean no danger, Xiao Yong?" Then she saw the mutated zombie gently using its tentacles to pull Suiyue closer. The kid didn't resist or kick either. This time, father and son were finally reunited. The zombie sang, dead but with his consciousness intact, couldn't hold back his emotions after being apart for so long. The boy looked at his dad, now with black eyes, mutated, no longer human. Still, Sue showed no fear. He stared back with a mix of doubt and emotion, whispering, "Is that you, Dad?" From behind the zombie, Hania Xiao Oyong looked on tenderly and said warmly, "See that, Sangang? I told you. What I promise, I deliver. Your wife and son are living good." The zombie Sang slowly turned and smiled with satisfaction. It was only at that moment that Sayuai was sure the person in front of him was his dad. Floating in the air, held by the tentacles, he shouted loud, Yeah, that's my dad." The zombie Sang looked at his beloved son with open arms and a deep gaze. Then, Jiano Xiaoyong stepped in. "That's right, that's your father. I guessed it from the start. His body's real similar to Chen Chan's." All this time, Sue had missed his dad like crazy, and now that he knew for sure, he didn't hesitate to throw himself onto his chest. Sang, catching him, broke down crying from the emotion. "Dad Uba." All the plans from Lingyi's crew and Big Brother Dapin went out the window. Big Brother Dapin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Shaking, he yelled, "What kind of messed up twist is this? We're done for. Retreat, retreat." Even though he had his son in his arms, Sang Sang's instincts were still razor sharp. He paused for a second and his gaze slowly dropped. Danger was near. In a flash, he controlled his huge tentacles to whip around fiercely toward the enemies. He wasn't going to let those who tried to snatch his son get away that easy. The tentacles shot straight at Big Brother Da Pen, who ran for his life, but it was useless. Sang caught him in the blink of an eye. The tentacles squeezed so hard the big guy's body twisted in pain. "Ah!" he screamed, writhing as he looked up at the sky, feeling his flesh tear. Desperately, he begged his crew for help. Big Brother Da Pen, who just moments ago wanted to act solo, now begged for backup. "Quick, cut the tentacles now." But no matter how long he waited, no one came. Hurt and out of breath, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Joan Glynn, what are you waiting for?" Who'd have thought Lingyi had been running for her life all along? Just like him, she was running for her life. Big Brother Da Pen, furious, turned to curse. "Traitor, you sold me out." While running desperately, Ling thought, even fighting side by side with him, "I don't even know if I could win against that tentacle monster, let alone the other guys backing him up. The only way out now is to use Big Brother Dapin, holding him back and run while I still can." She thought she'd be the only one surviving, but she didn't count on what was coming next. Suddenly, Lingyi's expression changed completely. Her body shook violently. No matter how fast she was, her evolved speed couldn't match that of a mutated zombie. A tentacle caught one of her legs. She tripped and face-planted hard on the ground with a loud thud. She'd officially been caught. Her face hit the ground so hard her glasses shattered into 1,000 pieces. Lingyi struggled to push herself up, trying to fight through the pain. He looked at his busted glasses with a mix of rage and desperation and muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. Right after those words, one of Sang's black, stinky tentacles dragged her across the floor with a rough sound. The whole body of the injure was dragged against the ground, creating a pitiful and humiliating scene. Big Brother Da Pen, seeing Lingyi being dragged back, let out a laugh. "You wanted to betray me? Well, look at how you ended up. You deserve it." Then, Big Brother Da Pen shamelessly turned to Lichen and said with fake camaraderie, "Now we can only count on ourselves, Brother Len." Li Chen, gritting his teeth, replied, "Damn it, there's no other choice." He was full of rage. On one hand, he knew Big Brother Dapin couldn't be trusted, but on the other, they were still teammates. While hesitating with clenched teeth, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Jian or Yang. He looked at him with a calm and determined expression. Li Chen turned and asked, surprised, "Since when have you been behind me?" Hyung whispered calmly, "Don't act up. I guarantee you'll get out of this without a scratch." Li Chen looked ahead again with 1,000 thoughts in his head without answering. Just when he still hadn't made a decision, Big Brother Da Pen shouted angrily, "Damn Len, you gonna betray me too?" From afar, the imposing dark figure of Sang appeared. At that moment, all his attention was focused on Big Brother Da Pen. He used his tentacles to lift the guy off the ground. Big Brother Da Pen, terrified, couldn't even form words. Boom! With devastating force, Sang slammed him into the ground from a great height. The impact was so brutal it made the earth shake. His face was covered in blood and mud. When the dust clouds started to clear, Big Brother Da Pen barely lifted his head, teeth clenched between his lips, mumbling through gritted teeth, "KK." But Sang Sang wasn't done yet. He controlled several more tentacles, completely surrounding the guy. From above, the tentacles rose once more, and all fell down at the same time. Bam, bam, bam. Big Brother Da Pen's body was crushed mercilessly, reduced to a shapeless mass. One of his eyes and a hand flew off. A disgusting scene like a rat getting stomped. After finishing him off, Sang turned his attention to the cowardly Lingyi. She, trapped in the tentacles, writhed in desperation. Ah, let me go," she screamed. Sang slowly approached, squeezing the tentacles tighter and tighter on different parts of her body. The sections holding her compressed like they were squeezing grapefruits and looked like they were about to burst her. The pain was unbearable. Amid fear and torment, Lingyi, facing the tentacle monster, was now truly shaking with fear. Her pale face no longer showed malice or cunning. Sang kept increasing the pressure. The flesh of the injured began to be crushed. Her suffering became unbearable. Frustration and pain piled up in her head to the point of driving her crazy. She clenched her teeth hard as blood poured from her eyes, nose, and mouth. She was about to cross over to the other side. A dull sound rumbled and the whole injured's body was crushed, torn to pieces. Chunks of flesh and fresh blood fell like rain. Immediately after, the system showed a notification. Nemesis mission of the villains. Phase 3. Completed. Objective: eliminate the threat. Help a potential teammate. Reward: 80 accumulation points. Current points, 151 points. Seeing the notification, he and Xiao Yong looked at Sangang and smiled, saying, "Ha, the potential teammate. I guess that means Sang, right?" Then Hian's Xiao Yong turned to Li Chen and asked, "All right, got anything you want to ask?" Hearing that, Li Chen immediately voiced the doubts he'd been holding inside. "You guys come from the concentration area of Laochashe City in the east." Xiao Yong nodded. "That's right." Li Chen asked again. "Earlier you mentioned something about eating human meat. What did you mean by that?" Xiao Yong threw back another question. "Did you think you become evolved just by relying on luck?" Hearing that, Li Chen started sweating cold. His voice trembled. "So what you're saying is that for us to become evolved, we had to." Suddenly painful memories flooded him. He remembered the voice of a little girl saying, "Mom, I want to eat meat too." Her mother, a gaunt woman, replied, "Calm down, baby. Only adults eat meat to get strength and protect you." The woman then turned to Li Chen with a forced smile and said, "Sorry, Mr. Li, kids sometimes don't understand what they say." Li Chen didn't show anger. He just brought a box of meat closer to the girl and said, "It's okay, let her have some." The woman, embarrassed, waved her hands to refuse. No need, Mr. Li, seriously." Thinking about all this, sweat poured down her forehead like rain. I, he stammered. Another memory hit him, a man bursting in and yelling, "That tentacle monster is back again. Several people are already missing." Li Chen asked urgently, "Has anyone actually seen the monster?" The man replied, "Of course not. If we had seen it, we wouldn't be alive to tell the tale." At that moment, the woman ran in panic. "Has anyone seen my daughter? Where is my daughter?" Remembering that he had eaten that girl's flesh made Li Chen lose it. He bent over and vomited violently. Then he ran toward the corpse. Furious and shattered by Ling's death, he unleashed all his rage. Damn monster. After a while of hitting, his body was covered in stinking blood. He was breathing hard. Huff, chuff. Finally, he turned to Jian Xiao Yong, grinding his teeth in anger. "So you guys got your power by eating human meat too." Seeing that, Lao Li waved his hand and said, "Humph, what do you think we are? We're not that kind of people." At that moment, Hainan pulled out an energy core and said, "Calm down, we know more than you do. We've got another way to get power." While speaking, he threw the core toward Li Chen and explained, "This variation core can be taken from zombie bodies or other evolved ones. Although it's not as common as human flesh, its effect is better and it doesn't have side effects." Hearing that, Li Chen asked doubtfully, "Side effects?" Haiyan Xiao Yang replied, "I think you've already noticed. After becoming evolved, your emotions get out of control easily. Plus, violence and killing give you a rush." Hearing those words, Li Chen nodded with concern. "It's true." With a worried voice, he asked, "So, what's going to happen to me?" Hien Xiaoyong answered, "You can't reverse it, but if you stop eating human meat now, at least you can prevent your violence and degeneration from getting worse." Saying that, Hien Xiaoyong turned to Sang Seng and asked out loud, "Sang Seng, can you speak clearly?" Hearing his name, Sang Seng turned his head and replied weakly, "Boss Hien Yong. Thanks. Thanks to my son for saving me." Hearing that, Hien Xiaoyong was stunned for a few seconds. Then, frowning, he shouted, "But what the hell? Are you giving me a lecture on ethics and morals?" Sang shook his head frantically and said, "No, I don't mean that. Boss Hien Yong, son of Boss Hien Yong. Son of Boss Hien Shao Yong." Seeing that, Hien Shao raised his hand to stop him. Enough, I get it." He was just like Chen Chong. Even though mutation affected his speech center, his mind was still clear. Still, Sang in his current state was kinda scary. Taking him to the concentration area, could be tricky, muttered Hien Xiao Yang. Sang, hearing that, looked tenderly at Sui and said, "No need. I'm used to this place. As long as my son's safe, I'm chill." Hien nodded and said, "So what you're saying is, seeing your son safe lets you rest easy." Sang gave a thumbs up and grinned mischievously. "Boss Hien Xiao Yang, supreme wisdom, supreme wisdom." Hien Xiao Yang quickly corrected him. "That's called being smart, not wisdom." With everything settled, Hien Xiao Yang turned to Li Chen and said, "Li Chen, now that the threat's gone, the leadership of Steel Factory 11 Feng should fall to you." Li shook his head, refusing. "I can't. I've eaten human meat. If I become leader, no one will be safe." Hearing that, Hien Xiao Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, he turned to Lao Li and proposed, "Let's do this. Lion Li leads Steel Factory 11 Feng. Li Chen will come with me to the concentration area in Che." Lao Li agreed immediately. "Sounds good." Then Jian Xiaoyong approached Li Chen, gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder and smiled. "The demon in your heart, I'll watch over it for you." Scene changed to a nearby city on the border of City S. A bluish fog covered the whole place. From inside, a group of people appeared running, accompanied by desperate screams. Ah, help me, please. Seeing a companion captured, one of them wanted to go back and help but was stopped by another. Don't go. There's no saving them anymore. From behind, monstrous figures emerged. Seeing the situation, the man cursed furiously and turned to flee with regret. Damn it. The person fallen on the ground, watching the scene, shouted desperately, "Help me, please." But right at that moment, some leaves suddenly shot out from the fog toward him. All that was left were blood-curdling screams. Ah. A moment later, a bunch of weird creatures surrounded the shredded corpse. They were zombies with all kinds of strange plants growing on their bodies, making guttural noises. Meanwhile, the survivors kept running without looking back. One girl in the group, totally wiped out, leaned against a tree trunk, panting. I can't go on. I can't keep running. Her boyfriend held her up and said, even if you can't run, you gotta. If they catch us, they'll tear us apart. Suddenly, another group member raised his hand to stop them. Hold up. The other asked, what's up? The guy put a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Shh, listen up. When everything went quiet, some wind sounds started blowing from way off in the distance. Hearing that, everyone got so hyped they almost cried. It's real wind. Yeah, wind. That means we're close to the edge of the woods, but right then, behind them, the roars and footsteps of those creatures echoed again. Jew, Jew, clap, clap, clap. Seeing that, everyone screamed. They're catching up. We can't stop. Run, run. Without thinking twice, everyone started sprinting again with all they had. The determined young guy cheered on his girl. Victory's in sight. We can't die now. Finally, after a while, they caught a glimpse of the city through the treetops. One of the group shouted excitedly, light, there's light. We're close to the edge of the woods. The girl also got her spirit back, pointing ahead. We made it. We made it. Finally, we're safe. But just then, from high up in a tree, a vine shot out toward them. The boyfriend, seeing the danger, yelled at the top of his lungs, watch out. But it was already too late. The vine lunged fast at the girl. To her shock, it wrapped right around her neck and started squeezing. In seconds, she was lifted into the air. From the fog emerged a huge carnivorous plant full of sharp teeth. Using its vine-like tongue, it dragged the girl toward its mouth. A terrible crunch was heard. Fresh blood gushed violently as the girl's lower half fell heavily to the ground, right in front of her boyfriend. He, eyes full of tears, completely lost it. Ah, little Dawn, my little Dawn. A buddy tried to stop him and scolded him. Calm down. Just then, the crack, crack, crack sounds echoed behind them again. Hearing those noises, he couldn't help but curse. Shit, those plant things caught up with us again. No time to argue, he slapped the girl's boyfriend to snap him out and yelled furiously, pointing, little Dawn, dead. If you don't want to end up buried with her, calm the hell down. Finally, the guy pulled himself together, crying as he kept saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. A little later, they managed to get out of the woods. The creatures caught up too, but stopped at the meadow. They looked at each other silently, like something was holding them back. After hesitating a moment, they finally decided to move forward. A big bunch of plant zombies entered the city. Meanwhile, the few survivors had reached a park area where Sang Sang was silently watching. One of the survivors exclaimed, I know this place. He looked around alert and said, this is the park on the outskirts of City M. We're already in City M. Hearing that, another looked up confused. Weird. Why is there nobody here? Another nodded. Yeah, looks totally abandoned. Seeing their doubts, one explained, after the disaster in our City S, it's logical that City M, so close by, was evacuated. Suddenly, the one in front stopped, pointing ahead. What's that? From behind a streetlight pole, Sang Sang's figure appeared, silently watching. Seeing him, someone in the group got hyped. A survivor. Looks like some made it out. Hey, man, where's the evacuation point? They shouted at him, but when San turned and they clearly saw his appearance, everyone was horrified. Some kind of plant dude. Wasting no time, they all spun around and bolted at full speed. Sang Sang, seeing their reaction, just stayed silent and let them go. A moment later, out of breath, one of the runners asked, panting, is it following us? Another answered, I don't think so. The young dude leading the way finally chilled out and dropped his question. What's going on? Why are there plant creatures outside the forest too? The others started whispering nervously when they heard that. Could it be that the outside of the forest has fallen too? Another, confused, asked, then why hasn't the forest kept spreading? While they were still thinking about those questions, the sounds goo and crack, crack, crack echoed again. A bunch of monsters appeared right in front of them. One of the survivors shouted, those are plant creatures. At the same time, more monsters started closing in from other directions. Seeing the situation, someone yelled, "They're coming from this side too. Damn, we're totally surrounded." At that moment, everyone was straight up desperate. Behind them was Sang, and in front, the group of plant monsters. Little Don's boyfriend dropped to the ground, clutching his head and said helplessly, "We're done for. We should have stayed in the forest. Maybe we'd have survived a few more months and little Don wouldn't have died." Meanwhile, the plant monsters quickened their pace toward them. Seeing this, one guy pulled out his knife and, with tears in his eyes, pressed it against his own throat. "I don't want to be ripped apart alive. I don't want to die like this." Just then, a tentacle flew over his head and slammed brutally into one of the monsters. The monster was destroyed instantly, smashed to pieces like it was made of tofu. Sangin walked slowly toward them with cold eyes, showing no sign of attacking. Seeing that, the survivors were totally confused. What the hell is going on? Scene change. At the 11 Feng Steel factory, the sky was clear and the wind was whistling. Xiao Yong stood watching everything from up high. Hearing the wind, he couldn't help but comment, "The wind's blowing hard today." Suddenly, the system popped up a new notification: social mission. Utopia in progress. Goal: expand the community. Mission: set up a branch at the 11 Feng Steel factory. Progress complete. Reward: 20 more reputation points. Current reputation: 62. Additional reward: 80 more accumulation points. Current accumulation: 231. Seeing the message, Xiao Yong felt hyped. "Oh, 80 more points. This is insane. I'm never going to spend them all." Without thinking twice, he opened the system shop and muttered to himself, "Let's see if there's anything good new." The system screen popped up fast. Support supply. Armed threat level 2, 20 accumulation points. Support supply. Special powers awakening. Level 3, 100 accumulation points. Support supply. Black tech level 2, 50 accumulation points. Seeing the items for sale, Hania was jaw-dropped. Level 3. Crazy. With level 2, I already unlocked physical overload. Let's see what level 3 brings. Without hesitation, he hit the buy button to grab everything. The system announced successful exchange. Support supply. Armed threat level 2, 20 accumulation points deducted. Support supply. Special powers awakening. Level 3, 100 accumulation points deducted. Support supply. Black tech level 2, 100 accumulation points deducted. Right after, Xiao Yong kept opening all supplies. Opening armed threat level 1 supply. Reward: an armored jeep. Opening special powers awakening supply. Level 3. Reward: slavery mark. Level 1. Feature: allows marking an enemy to turn them into the user's servant. Limit: only one slave. Opening black tech level 2 supply. Reward: physical boost potion plus 30. Seeing the notifications, Xiao Yong stroked his chin and thought, "I can only enslave one person. Right now, Chen Chong, Sang, and Li Chen are more or less under control. Better watch a bit longer." While still thinking, the system launched another mission. Social mission. Utopia in progress. Content: expand the community. Progress: enable the concentration area to withstand an attack independently. Current reward: 10 more reputation points. New mission: weed removal 1. Goal: eradicate the threat posed by the weeds. Reward: 100 more accumulation points. Seeing the new mission, Xiao Yong couldn't help but frown. Weed removal: eradicating the weed threat. He looked at the small garden inside the factory and said to himself, "Do they want me to start pulling weeds?" Just then,